Chapter 1587. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What should he do now? The mission was completed. The only mission left was to woo Lu Qingzhu, or Wu Qin Yijuan. Lin Xian chose Lu Qingzhu. That didn't really matter. Lin Xian only wanted to know what was going on with Dongfang Shui now. Why was there no news? Then, how can I go to the Dongfang family now? Even if I go, what kind of news can I get? Dongfang Shui's parents don't like me. That's without a doubt. Even if they don't recognize me, even the big shots of the same rank don't know anything about Dongfang Shui. So Dongfang Shui's news should be a big secret to the Dongfang family. What kind of secret is it? If it's a big secret, then what can I do even if I go to the Dongfang family? Lin Xian frowned as he thought. But I have to go. What if I can get some news? But how? Lu Qingzhu walked over. You know Xinyuan Qingtian? I guess so. Then why didn't I know you before? Lu Qingzhu was puzzled. Someone who knew Xinyuan Qingtian, and Xinyuan Qingtian even took the initiative to look for him. Wasn't he famous? No one knew him before? That was very strange. Don't you know me now? Then Lin Xian smirked. Of course, if you want to know more about me, then just say it. I feel like you're hinting at something. Lu Qingzhu. No. Lin Xian looked at her. That's right. Lu Qingzhu. If he followed Lu Qingzhu, he should at least be able to go to the Dongfang family, right? Lu Qingzhu saw that Lin Xian was looking at her and quickly got ready to leave. She admired Lin Xian. However, admiration was one thing. It wasn't the kind of admiration that extended to the bed. Hey, little Qingzhu. Lin Xian quickly grabbed her hand. Lu Qingzhu was taken aback and instinctively shook off Lin Xian's hand. Sorry, there's something. Lin Xian scratched his head. What? That's right. Can you take me to the Dongfang family? Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in confusion. For Dongfang Shui? Lin Xian nodded. But there really isn't much news about her. She probably really isn't with the Dongfang family. And Dongfang Shui's parents haven't said a single word about this. At most, they'll just brush me off. Even if you go, you won't be able to get anything. Lu Qingzhu said. But what if? Lu Qingzhu muttered. It's easy to go to the Dongfang family. After all, the Lu family is also one of the 4 major families. As long as there's a reason, I can go there as a guest. But at the very least, I need my parents to take me there. If I go by myself, there's no reason, and I basically can't see Uncle Dongfang and the others. Then see if you can tell Uncle and Auntie. Lu Qingzhu thought for a moment and said, I think it shouldn't be a problem. You saved my life before. I'll tell them that you want to go to the Dongfang family. I believe my parents will agree. It's just a reason to go there. All right, you can ask them for me now. Lu Qingzhu picked up her phone and walked off to the side. To Lin Xian, even if he couldn't get any information, he should be able to get some information from Dongfang Shui's family. Lin Xian felt like he should be able to get some information from them, right? Even if he chatted with Dongfang Shui's parents, he should be able to get some information from them, right? That was what Lin Xian thought. Lu Qingzhu quickly made her way over. It's settled. My parents just need to think of a reason and give them a call in advance. They'll be there in 2 days. When the time comes, you can come directly with me to the Lu family. Lin Xian nodded. All right, thank you. I'll have to thank you properly tonight. There's no need for that. I owe you my life. It's not a big deal. Lu Qingzhu said. But I just want to thank you properly tonight. What should I do? Why did Lu Qingzhu feel like this Lin Xian was driving her around? There's no need for that. I'll go find Qingyao first. Lu Qingzhu then hurriedly walked away. She didn't dare to walk with this person. Lin Xian scratched his head. Damn, what headache. This Lu Qingzhu was too serious. He couldn't take her down. But I'll trigger a mission. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. This mission was still very important. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the ultimate mission. Mission content. Kill Xinyuan Qingtian. Mission reward. System points plus 2 billion. Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian really liked the way this mission was triggered. Xinyuan Qingtian. One of them had to die. If it wasn't Lin Xian, then it would be Xinyuan Qingtian. Lin Xian also wanted to kill him, but with his current strength and opportunity, he really couldn't do it. But since this mission was triggered, then he had to complete it. And the reward of this mission. It meant that once he completed this mission, he didn't have to do any other missions. He had enough system points to go back to Sky Blue Planet, and he wouldn't die. He would even have a lot of system points to exchange for things. And Lin Xian and Xianyuan Qingtian's hatred was not small. Lin Xian's death was because of Xianyuan Qingtian. What? He had already killed him once, and he still wanted to spare him? That's impossible. Wait a minute, this mission can trigger a kill. Doesn't that mean that I can also be triggered? Like being? Lin Xian glanced at Duan Ling Xiao. What about him? To be honest, it was possible. Lin Xian knew how much Duan Ling Xiao wanted him dead. So be careful. He had to be careful now. One night passed just like that. The next morning, Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu went to the Lu family's house. Mu Feifei and Mu Qingyao booked tickets to go home. Brother-in-law, goodbye. Brother-in-law, go pick up more girls. Mu Feifei waved at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, fuck. Wasn't this girl looking for a spanking? Just wait. When he went back, he would definitely make this sister-in-law cry. The kind that would make her cry very loudly and beg for mercy. Let's go. Mu Qingyao then left with Mu Feifei. Sister, that brother-in-law is definitely going to pick up Lu Qingzhu. Don't you care? I don't care. But it's already so much. Are you really not going to care? Sister, aren't you afraid that if you have a child with brother-in-law, he will call you mother and other second mother, third mother, or even 100th mother? How scary would that be? Mu Feifei shrank her head as she thought of this. Mu Qingyao, what are you thinking about? He must have something to do. Mu Qingyao said, yeah, he's going to pick up girls. He even went to their house. Sister, you've spoiled him. Sigh. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu went to the Lu family's house. Morongyu continued to stay here. She still had some tasks to do. Xianyuan Qingtian also saw this scene. Why was Lin Xian so close to Lu Qingzhu? Chapter 1588. Lin Xian had arrived at the Lu family's residence. He felt nervous every time he came to such a place. It was too big, too luxurious. It was full of money. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't come to the real Lu family's residence. It was just a villa where Lu Qingzhu lived. It was said that the villa was more than 7,000 square meters. Who could afford it? What was the most ridiculous thing? Only 4 people lived in such a huge villa. Lu Qingzhu, her parents, and a girl. The girl was Lu Qingzhu's personal maid. She had no parents and was adopted by Lu Qingzhu's parents since she was young. She could be considered half a daughter. I say, little Qingzhu, are you bringing me to meet your parents? Lin Xian was a little nervous. Lu Qingzhu, don't talk nonsense. It's just that my parents usually live here. The other Lu family's residence is where the Lu family's warriors live. After all, there are hundreds of families in the Lu family. They can't live together, right? Lu Qingzhu said, I don't care. You brought me to meet your parents. I thought we were going to the same Lu family as before. I didn't even buy a gift. All right, does your father like to drink? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. It's definitely something your father hasn't drunk before. What was this? 100 Flowers wine. It was the wine brewed by the Sky Blue Planet's elves using 100 flowers. It was the most famous wine on the continent. Lin Xian had tasted it once at Huangshi's place. Lin Xian remembered the taste and could easily create the rest of the creation law. Although it wasn't authentic and was different from authentic brews, it was definitely something they hadn't tasted on Earth before. There are many things my father hasn't drunk before. I think that if you don't know about wine, you don't have to. My parents don't value wine. It would be awkward if my father doesn't like to drink it, Lu Qingzhu said softly. She heard from Mu Qingyao that Lin Xian didn't drink unless it was a special occasion. He wasn't an alcoholic. He just smoked. It was all right for him to smoke. Her father smoked too, so he was used to secondhand smoke. Of course she will. By the way, what is Annie like? Lin Xian asked. No need. There's really no need. All right, let's go in then. Lu Qingzhu was really helpless. Didn't you ask her to help and then go to the Dongfang family? Why did it suddenly become a meeting with the parents? Was this a dog of man? Lu Qingzhu took out the key and opened the door. It was already dark, and the moment the door was opened, the aroma of food wafted out. The smell of home. Sister, you're back. A girl about 14 or 15 years old ran over, looking very obedient. Huh, little beauty. Yes, I'm back. Lu Qingzhu ruffled her hair. Your younger sister? Lin Xian asked. Yes, she's my younger sister. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Then you have to give me a gift. Come on. Lin Xian then took out a red packet and handed it over. No, brother-in-law, come in and take a seat. Lu Xiaoxiao said and then ran inside. Dad, Mom, sister, and brother-in-law are here. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. No. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at Lu Qingzhu. Little Qingzhu, you're not being nice. When did I become your boyfriend? You've kept this surprise from me for too long. Lin Xian said embarrassedly. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. She really didn't. She was dumbfounded. Ah, you're here. Take a seat. Qin Nin wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen with a smile. Then, he quickly said to Lu Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, don't say that. Mom, didn't you say that sister would bring her boyfriend over later? Isn't that brother-in-law? Lu Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully. Prospective boyfriend. Anyway, don't say that first. Oh, okay. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded. Qin Nin felt that this Lin Xian might really be her son-in-law. Her daughter had been with him for the past 2 days. Now that he brought her home, no matter the reason, it meant that they had a good relationship, right? This was the first time. Qin Nin smiled and looked at Lin Xian. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Little Xian, take a seat. Qin Nin smiled and greeted him. Okay, Andy, drink some water. Take a seat first. I'll be done soon. Qingzhu's father should be coming down soon. Qin Nin ran into the kitchen after saying that. Isn't this meeting the parents? Lin Xian whispered to Lu Qingzhu. This was the feeling of meeting the parents. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. Naughty, you like to surprise me. So annoying. Lin Xian said shyly. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. Take a seat. I'll help in the kitchen. Lu Qingzhu quickly dragged Lu Xiaoxiao to the kitchen. Mom, what's going on? Lu Qingzhu asked in confusion. Didn't I tell Xiaoxiao to bring your boyfriend over later? What boyfriend? Lu Qingzhu was anxious. He's not my boyfriend now, but he might be in the future. Qin Nin said, while stir-frying. Lin Xian has... Qin Nin quickly said, Quick, help me take this dish out. Remember to cover it. Xiaoxiao, you take one too. Lu Qingzhu and Lu Xiaoxiao walked out. Sister, I heard from Mom and Dad that she likes brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoxiao whispered. Don't call him brother-in-law. Brother-in-law to be. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. You little girl. At this moment, a middle-aged man came down from upstairs. Lin Xian looked up and stood up. No need, sit. Lu Tianqing said, and then walked to Lin Xian and sat on the sofa. Hello, uncle. Lin Xian quickly greeted him. Why did he feel like he was meeting the parents for no reason? It couldn't be, right? Yes. Lu Tianqing handed Lin Xian a cigarette. I heard from Qingzhu that you smoke too. Your daughter has already said it. Lin Xian smiled. Just casually chatting. Lin Xian quickly lit the cigarette for him. This was the head of the Lu family. That aura was definitely not simple. Although I didn't go to Kunlu Mountain, I watched all the videos of your battles. Not bad. Young man. Lu Tianqing patted Lin Xian's shoulder. He was very satisfied. He was really satisfied. Not only because this kid once saved his daughter's life, but also because he was close to his daughter. His daughter seemed to have a special relationship with him. What he was really satisfied with was Lin Xian's battle. There wasn't a second person who could do what he did, not even Xin Yuan Qingtian. Although his cultivation level was not high, his battle prowess was shockingly strong. Such a person's future achievements were limitless. If you said that he was worthy, then it was naturally because he felt that he was worthy of his daughter. Chapter 1589. As martial artists, they knew better than anyone just how difficult it was to achieve this. This could no longer be called a difficult task, but an impossible task. Moreover, the many attributes Lin Xian displayed, including the special thunder and so on, were simply too special and powerful. They could not even imagine the existence of such a martial artist. Uncle, you flatter me, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Tianqing took a puff of his cigarette and said, I'm really not flattering you. Who did you cultivate with? I cultivated by myself. By yourself. Lu Tianqing looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. It's true. I don't have any background, and I don't know any powerful people. My background is also very ordinary. It's just pure luck. Luck? Your swordsmanship, your movement, your combat skills, and your proficiency, they're definitely not something you learn by yourself. Lu Tianqing said, Uncle, I didn't say I cultivated by myself, but I did learn them by myself. That's why I said I was lucky. I see. Then Lu Tianqing understood. He must have encountered an inheritance or learned from a secret manual. But it was undeniable that he was powerful. It's really not bad. If you slowly improve this realm, you might become a #1 person in the martial arts world in the future. Lu Tianqing praised. This was not an exaggeration. This Lin Xian was too exaggerated. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. All right, you. Am I Qingzhu? Oh, we're friends. Just friends? You don't have any special thoughts about men and women? It's rare for this girl to get along so well with someone different. If you're interested, tell me. As her father, I can still help to matchmake the two of you. After all, I still have the urge to be your father-in-law. It's undeniable that you're good enough and worthy of my daughter. Lu Tianqing patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, That, Uncle, even if I have thoughts, I can't. I have a girlfriend. Lin Xian said awkwardly. I know. Mu Qingyao from the Mu family, the CEO of the Mu Group, and a female celebrity in a talent show? Lin Xian. Damn, Uncle you. It's not hard to find out after some investigation. Moreover, it seems that they have met. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Actually, Lu Tianqing took a puff and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a mistress outside. No, she's not a mistress. It's another woman. Don't tell Qingzhu. Her mother knows, but I don't want her to know. This? Uncle, are you serious? Men, who doesn't understand? They all understand. The key is that you have to take responsibility. Moreover, you have to let her know that Qingzhu's mother knows that we have been together for many years. As long as she can accept it, it doesn't matter. You, on the other hand, are impressive. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Uncle, are you sure you're not mocking me? Why would I mock you? This is our law. Monogamy is the law for ordinary people. In the world of martial artists, it's too common. Therefore, we are more understanding and more open-minded than you think. For example, Kunlunzi, that old man. He's already 200 years old and has more than 10 wives. Did anyone say anything about him? Lin Xian, impressive. The key is that if you hide it, it's another concept. If the girl is willing, it's another concept. Lin Xian was really shocked. Then, Uncle, you mean, if my daughter likes you and can accept you at the same time, we don't mind. After all, it's not your first time. Of course, if she doesn't like you or can't accept you at all, then we definitely won't agree to it. We're just telling you that we can accept this kind of thing. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Damn, the most difficult part was actually passed by his parents. This, as expected, even on Earth, it was the same. It was said that Lin Xian was a traditional person on Earth, but that was because everyone was a traditional person. It was just that there was a martial arts world on Earth. In the martial arts world, this was a very common thing. And Lu Qingzhu was also an outstanding genius martial artist. Ahem, Uncle, I really didn't expect this. Originally, we didn't want to accept it. After all, no one wants their precious daughter to be like this, right? But you're too outstanding, so we feel that it's fine. Of course, don't be too proud. Lin Xian nodded. I know. Right, Uncle, try this wine. Lin Xian quickly took out the 100 Flowers wine. Once it was opened, the old drunkard Lu Tianqing knew that it was good wine. This wine looks good. Lu Tianqing looked at the wine and said. Lin Xian brought a cup and poured some for him. Of course, Uncle, try it first. Okay. Lu Tianqing took a sip. After taking a sip, his eyes immediately lit up. This wine is top-notch. He was the head of the Lu family. What wine had he not drunk? Basically, he had drunk everything that could be drunk. But this wine was unimaginably delicious. It was a kind of taste that was hard to describe with words. Right? I heard from your daughter that you like to drink. I pulled some strings to get this. This wine actually has the fragrance of flowers. Lin Xian. Yes, the main ingredient is flowers, and it's 100 flowers. Not bad. Really not bad. Good wine. Good wine. In the kitchen, Mom, what are you and Dad doing? Lu Qingzhu felt a little uneasy. Your dad is too optimistic about this Lin Xian as our son-in-law. I'm optimistic about him too. I was optimistic about him before, and I'm even more optimistic now, Qin Nan said with a smile. Lu Qingzhu rubbed her forehead helplessly. Mom, he has a girlfriend. So what? He can compete with a girlfriend. Even if he can't, this is the rule of the martial artist world. Daughter, you know that. Lu Qingzhu, no way. You don't like him? Qin Nan asked with a smile. I don't know. Lu Qingzhu shook her head. I think there's at least a little, but I can't do it with other women. Lu Qingzhu said. Then you haven't really fallen in love with him, Qin Nan said with a smile. Lu Qingzhu was shocked. Her parents actually knew that Lin Xian had a girlfriend and wanted to sell her to him. Was she still his biological daughter? She was shocked. All right, just leave it to fate. Remember, your parents aren't against this. If you miss this opportunity, you won't find it again. Think about it yourself. After all, Lin Xian is indeed outstanding. Since you've already met him, if you meet someone who isn't as outstanding as him in the future, how could you possibly fall for him? Chapter 1590. Lu Qingzhu was dumbfounded. No matter how she thought about it, she would never have thought that such a thing would happen, mainly because she lived in a very traditional family. Hence, when she heard her mother's words, she felt a little confused. Did she transmigrate? Was the person in front of her not her biological mother? All right, bring the food out. Oh, then Lu Qingzhu and Lu Xiaoxiao brought the food out. It's time to eat, time to eat. Qin Nan shouted. Coming. Let's go, Xiaoxian. I must have a good drink with you. Lu Tianqing smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Lu Qingzhu, no, why were they so familiar with each other? Lin Xian smiled and said, all right, then we must have a good drink. Come, come, come. Wife, I'll let you have a taste of this wine. Just one sip. Lin Xian specially brought this over. Let me tell you, this wine is amazing. Lu Tianqing began to explain to Qin Nan. A wine that even an old drunkard like you says is amazing. How good must it be? All right, I won't fight with you. You guys enjoy. I still have a few crabs steamed over there. How can we drink without seafood? Qin Nan walked away after saying that. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian strangely. Come. Lin Xian and Lu Tianqing drank and ate. Why? Daughter, do you want to drink too? Lu Tianqing looked at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu nodded. A little. She was curious. What kind of wine was praised by her father? And it was strange. Her father was super strict. She was quite afraid of him. But why was he so kind today? Lu Qingzhu held the cup with both hands and took a sip. She did not know much about wine, but she could taste that this wine was really good. Could it be that he had bribed her father with just a pot of wine? No, she really could not accept a man having multiple girlfriends. She could accept being friends, but that was hard to accept. Lin Xian, what are your plans in the future? Lu Tianqing asked. In the future? I don't have any plans. I'm just going to slowly raise my cultivation base. I won't fight, and I'll just live my life peacefully, Lin Xian said. Ha ha ha, this is what I especially admire about you, Lu Tianqing said. A young man who doesn't seek fame or fortune, yet he doesn't even want the position of martial arts alliance master. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a young man. Lu Tianqing praised. It was ridiculous. Tell me, at such a young age, you don't enjoy fame and fortune. Are you a monk? Anyway, he felt that it was quite exaggerated. Even back then, he was also a person who loved vanity. Vanity was human nature. In other words, vanity could be more or less. If it was more, it would be the so-called love of vanity. If it was less, it would be human nature. But Lin Xian, who was only in his 20s, was doing something like this. To be honest, it was really ridiculous. And such a person's way of doing things made these elders especially fond of him. I don't think fame and fortune is important. I have money. I can do some things, and that's enough. The rest is to enjoy life. I don't see you enjoying life that much. No fancy cars, no fancy watches, and your clothes are just average. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm enjoying life now. Ha ha. Lu Tianqing laughed. Kid, you're really interesting. Lu Tianqing said. Actually, Lin Xian didn't love vanity. Everyone loved vanity. It was just that Lin Xian had reached a high enough level on Sky Blue Planet. At this level, Lin Xian couldn't feel good about it. It was more comfortable to be with a girl. Ha ha ha. Uncle, you can't find it interesting. That's only if your daughter finds it interesting. Lin Xian smiled and said. Lu Qingzhu, who was quietly eating, paused. Ha ha. I think this girl also thinks you're interesting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shared some things about you with us. Qin Nan smiled and walked over with the crabs. It smells so good, Lin Xian exclaimed. Auntie will peel it for you. Qin Nan smiled. Lin Xian hurriedly said, Auntie, there's no need. I could do it myself. Qin Nan smiled and said, In my eyes, you're just a kid. Auntie is an elder and might even be your future mother-in-law. I don't think it's a big deal. Just wait and eat. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Thank you, Auntie. Lu Qingzhu. No, what were his parents trying to do? Awu, sister, you've been sold. Lu Xiaoxiao whispered in her ear. Lu Qingzhu shook her head helplessly. Let's eat, Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian, I heard you're going to the Dongfang family? Lu Tianqing asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I have some matters to attend to, but I can't go with my status. Is it about the girl from the Dongfang family, Dongfang Shui? Lin Xian nodded. It's a little strange. Qin Nan said, while peeling the crab. This girl from the Dongfang family really hasn't appeared for 3 years, including her 20th birthday. The Dongfang family also didn't mention anything about her, as if she had disappeared from this world. Nonsense. Isn't this a very common situation? She either went into seclusion for a long time or went to some place to train. Lu Tianqing said. That may be the case, but what kind of cultivation base is that? Let's just say that she's at most at the domain stage. Why would someone at the domain stage need to go into seclusion for 3 years? I suspected that something had happened. Qin Nan said. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. Lin Xian, I hope you don't mind. You're friend with her, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's why I couldn't contact her. I also felt that something was very strange, so I wanted to see what had happened. She's so young, so there's no way she would go into seclusion. It's possible that she went to train, but what kind of place would she go without any news for 3 years? In fact, Lin Xian even suspected that Dongfang Shui had transmigrated as well, right? That shouldn't be possible, right? He didn't think it was possible. Furthermore, Dongfang Shui's parents were clearly in the know. What could possibly have happened that required them to keep a secret? Have you contacted that Xianyuan Qingtian? Isn't he Dongfang Shui's fiancé? He doesn't know either? Qin Nan asked. The marriage between Dongfang and Xianyuan was no secret in the martial arts world. They were already preparing to get married, but apparently, something happened that displeased both families, and they parted on bad terms. Lin Xian shook his head. We've already called the Dongfang family, and we'll go there tomorrow night. We'll bring you and Qingzhu with us. Lin Xian, wouldn't that be a little too sudden? Qin Nan smiled. It's not a big deal. We'll just be there as guests to reminisce about old times and talk about some things. As for you, you can pretend to be a couple with Qingzhu. Isn't that just going with the flow? Chapter 1591. Lu Qingzhu drank a mouthful of soup and froze. She had been fooled. Although it was reasonable for them to pretend to be a couple, why did she feel that her parents were pushing her into a fire pit? Lin Xian nodded. Okay, that works too, but I might have to disguise myself. Why disguise yourself? Because I don't want others to know. Lin Xian said. Okay, up to you. Come, we'll go tomorrow afternoon. Let's drink now. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, let's drink. They drank for almost 3 hours and talked about everything. Lu Qingzhu and Lu Xiaoxiao left early. Only Lin Xian and Lu Tianqing were there bragging. Lu Qingzhu sat on the sofa and watched TV. It's getting late. I'll go back first. I'll come back tomorrow. Lin Xian said. You're kidding. Lu Tianqing stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Where are you going? Your house. It'll take a day or two. Why bother? Sleep here tonight. There's so many empty rooms. Qin nodded. Yes, there's so many empty rooms. We'll sleep here. Tomorrow, we'll have breakfast and lunch together. After that, we'll set off with the Dongfang family. Lin Xian nodded. That works too. It's not troublesome, right? What's troublesome about it? Qingzhu, help me tidy up a room. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Okay. Then, she went upstairs. I'll go up and take a look at the rooms. You two should rest early. Lin Xian followed Lu Qingzhu upstairs. You can sleep here. It's usually cleaned. I'll get you a blanket. Lu Qingzhu opened a door and said to Lin Xian, Where's your room? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingzhu. Why are you asking this? Lu Qingzhu asked. I'm looking around. Lin Xian smiled. It's next door. Lu Qingzhu said, There's no need for a tour. You drank a lot of wine, so you should rest early. What? Are you still afraid that I'll do something to you after drinking? Lu Qingzhu tucked her hair behind her ear. Not necessarily. Lin Xian, wow. I didn't expect that I was such a person in your heart. Faded, the feelings faded. Go. I won't disturb you anymore. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. Then I'll go rest first. See you tomorrow. With that, she walked away. Lin Xian harm. This girl was hard to get. If there was really no other way, why not go and deal with Qin Yijuan? No. His parents' side had been settled, and the most difficult part had been settled. What was this girl worth? Fuck. Lu Qingzhu sat on the bed in her room and took a deep breath. What was this? Daughter, you're still awake? Qin Nan smiled and walked in with a glass of milk. Mom, what are you doing with Dad? Lu Qingzhu said helplessly. Isn't it because we think highly of Lin Xian? You can't do that even if you think highly of him. Qin Nan smiled and sat beside Lu Qingzhu, saying, That's right, you think highly of him. Indeed, the rest will depend on your fate, but he's too special. He's very special, but not to the extent of, I think that he might even reach the legendary realm, the heavenly Dao realm. Think about it. Although his realm isn't high, the fact that he has such strength proves that his opportunities are extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the two of you have a good relationship. Tell me, do you think you'll fancy another man in the future? Lu Qingzhu said, I don't know, right? We've been through this before, and you're my daughter. How can I not know my own daughter's situation? All these years, Lin Xian is the only person your age that you constantly talk about. Are you sure that he's special because he saved your life? Lu Qingzhu fell silent. If he can reach a higher level in the future, it means that you can also reach a higher level. Most importantly, according to the intelligence, the future of Earth isn't optimistic. We need a powerful person to protect you, and Lin Xian might not be able to do it now, but he will definitely be able to in the future. His character is absolutely reliable, and his temperament is admirable. Lu Qingzhu looked at Qin Nan in puzzlement. What will happen to Earth in the future? What do you think of Earth in the past few years is different from your impression of it more than a decade ago? Lu Qingzhu pondered slightly. There are more demonic beasts, and more powerful ones at that. Especially in Ghost Mountain, the legendary Tao Dai has actually appeared. That's right, even Tao Dai has appeared. Won't Xiongqi and a series of top monsters appear? This also proves that the things in our legends are true. No legend is groundless. Mom, what you're saying is that in the future, monsters will rise up and cultivation will become a common thing? The demonic beasts may only be one aspect. When the time comes, the demonic beasts may be a very common thing and cannot be concealed. I estimate that in a few years, the major sects will have already discovered some clues and even discovered an astonishing thing. Qin Nan said, What? No one has been able to successfully enter the true Qin Emperor tomb. You know about that, right? Lu Qingzhu nodded. A few days ago, the various sects worked together to enter the tomb. Do you know what they found? Lu Qingzhu looked at Qin Nan. The terracotta soldiers in the tomb were revived. Instead of reviving, it was better to say that they became puppets. The warriors weren't strong, but their numbers were huge. Also, there was no Qin Emperor in the tomb. Lu Qingzhu looked at Qin Nan in confusion. Then it's fake? No, it's real. In our era, there were more experts who could cultivate than in the ancient times. However, their lifespans were limited. That's why it was said that Ing Zheng failed to find the elixir of immortality. But based on our speculation, he might have succeeded. Or rather, he might have used some other method to hibernate. He might have woken up and might even be in a certain place. Lu Qingzhu. Qin Shi Huang is one of them. There are too many kings in history, too many experts and famous people. Did they really die? Rumors said that they died, including Xiangyu. Did he really commit suicide? There are too many things that are full of uncertainty because the veil of this world is gradually being lifted. So, if you really have feelings for Lin Xian, then you should consider it carefully. Some things are really unimportant. Don't regret it when you don't have a chance. If that's the case, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Lu Qingzhu lowered her head and thought. Let's see. I don't know either. It's late. Mom, sleep early. Chapter 1592. The night passed just like that. Lin Xian thought that it would be a sweet night, but it wasn't sweet at all. He slept all the way until dawn. Lu Qingzhu couldn't sleep. She really didn't sleep the whole night. Actually, she didn't need to sleep. After all, her realm wasn't low, but she really couldn't sleep. Her mind was in a mess. She tossed and turned the whole night, thinking about some things. Other than the future crisis that Qin told her about, she also thought about her relationship with Lin Xian. Did she like Lin Xian or not? What did it feel like to like him? Would she be able to accept being with another woman? Her parents were very satisfied with Lin Xian. They were so satisfied that she was stunned. She didn't know what to do. It was so annoying. Why did her parents do this to her? But thinking about it, Lin Xian's future might be very high. If she could have some kind of relationship with him, then he would have the ability to protect her parents and protect Xiao Xiao. But wouldn't this become a deal? This feeling was really disgusting. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Then, the sky was already bright outside. Lu Qingzhu opened her beautiful eyes and got out of bed helplessly. Good morning, little Qingzhu. She saw Lin Xian as soon as she opened the door. Good morning, Lu Qingzhu said. I dreamed of you last night. Lin Xian grinned at her. Lu Qingzhu, okay, let's have breakfast. Aren't you going to ask me what I dreamed of? Lin Xian smiled and leaned over. I'm not asking. I just want to tell you. Lu Qingzhu, okay then, tell me. I dreamed that our baby was super cute and super handsome. Lu Qingzhu, she had to hand it to this person. Yo, what are you two whispering about so early in the morning? Qin then happened to come up from downstairs and saw the two of them very close to each other. He then joked. Lu Qingzhu's pretty face turned slightly red. There are no whispers. All right, let's go have breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian, you and Qingzhu can go shopping. You guys can have lunch outside. We'll go to the Dongfang family in the afternoon. Qin Lan said. No need, I'll be at home at noon. Your dad and I have something to do at noon today, so we won't be cooking at home, Qin Nan said. I can cook it myself, or I could choose not to eat it, or I can order takeout. Lu Qingzhu said. Then why don't you go shopping and eat at the mall? You don't have anything to do, so let's make it clear. Lin Xian, you're not allowed to buy anything for Qingzhu. Whatever she buys, she has to spend her own money. Got it, Annie. Let's go shopping after breakfast. Lin Xian smiled. Qin Nan was giving Lin Xian chance. The girl's mother was so supportive of Lin Xian. If Lin Xian still couldn't get her, he would be useless. And quickly go and eat breakfast. Qingzhu, you'll wear a beautiful dress when the time comes. You guys eat. Mom, you're not eating? After breakfast, I'll go out with your dad. Remember to go shopping. Then they dragged Lu Xiaoxiao away. Where are we going to play later? Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu with a smile. Why don't we just stay at home? Lu Qingzhu said helplessly. I don't mind. As long as you're here, we can stay at home and watch TV. Lin Xian grinned. Then let's stay at home. I don't want to go out. It's boring. Then what do we do at home? Do some exercise? Lu Qingzhu, yes, do some exercise. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Fuck. Then what's the point of eating? Let's go and do some exercise. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian stood face to face with Lu Qingzhu in the big backyard of her house with a gloomy face. When you say do exercise, you mean to spar with me? Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Yes, what else? Lu Qingzhu said. I'll give you a punch. Lu Qingzhu inexplicably wanted to laugh. In that spar, you do have a chance to give me a punch. Come on. Without using spiritual power. Lin Xian shrugged and said, sparring is sparring, but we have to add some stakes, right? Otherwise, it's boring. Stakes? What stakes? For example, if you lose, I lose, so-and-so. Otherwise, it's boring. Lu Qingzhu, but I'm bound to lose, right? Hey. You're looking down on yourself. If you don't use spiritual energy and just rely on your fists, I might not be as good as you. My swordsmanship is good, but my fists and kicks are not necessarily good, Lin Xian said. Lu Qingzhu pondered for a moment. What stakes? Lin Xian smiled and said, if you lose, you have to kiss me. No. Hey, it's not kissing. That's what men always do. You're just passing by. No. In the plot of the novel, generally speaking, the male protagonist and the female protagonist are like this, and then their relationship becomes more and more intimate, and finally they get together. Lin Xian, no, big sister, you believe in the things in the novel. I'm skeptical, but now the facts tell me that this may indeed be a trick that you guys are used to. Lu Qingzhu said straightforwardly. Lin Xian, I'm convinced. Then let's change the stakes. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Then you say it. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. I feel that you'll deny what I say and think that I have ulterior motives, so you say it. I don't know what to say. Lu Qingzhu said. Well, you don't know what to say. Then let's follow the stakes just now. Lin Xian laughed. Lu Qingzhu, your fists are really stronger than mine. You should have seen it during the competition, so you have more confidence in yourself. Lin Xian said to Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu, why do I feel that if I agree, I'll be fooled? But she doesn't want to admit defeat. Lin Xian is strong because he uses a sword. Lu Qingzhu has seen Lin Xian's battle from beginning to end. He is indeed very strong after using a sword. But if he doesn't use a sword, you can't say that he's weak, but he's definitely not strong to that extent. And without using spiritual power, in terms of realm, Lu Qingzhu is even higher than Lin Xian. Although she doesn't use spiritual power, she has an innate advantage in terms of physical strength and strength. Therefore, thinking about it carefully, it seems that her chances of winning are quite high. She just wants to have a real fight with Lin Xian. Then what if you lose? Lu Qingzhu asked Lin Xian. If I lose, you say it. Lu Qingzhu said, if you lose, you can't say something in front of my parents. It's about that kind of thing. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I promise you. Lin Xian indicated that he didn't say this in front of her parents. They really did it themselves. Chapter 1593. The two faced each other. Tell me about the rules. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu frowned slightly. What was he smiling about? She couldn't have been fooled, right? What are you smiling about? I'm smiling. If I win, I could get a kiss from a beautiful girl. I'm excited. Lu Qingzhu, then let's begin. Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her aura instantly changed. Her temperament also changed abruptly. Fierce. Lin Xian secretly exclaimed. This girl was indeed not bad. In this environment, she actually had this level of combat strength and aura. She was really amazing. Lin Xian had never seen Lu Qingzhu fight before. He had seen her fight once in the Ghost Mountain. Lu Qingzhu was very strong when she fought with the demon beasts outside. However, she couldn't display her full strength at that time. Later, in the battle with Tao Tai, Lu Qingzhu was really unable to fight. Therefore, Lin Xian was not too clear about Lu Qingzhu's true combat strength. But now that he felt her aura, it was not ordinary. Come! Whoosh! Lu Qingzhu changed her gentle and virtuous temperament and directly became cold as she rushed towards Lin Xian. Bang, bang, bang! Her fists, her movements, and her footwork were very fierce. Once this girl fought, her temperament would suddenly undergo a great change, making people feel that she was a different person. Even at the beginning, Lin Xian was at a disadvantage under Lu Qingzhu's attacks. Amazing. This Lu Qingzhu must have been extremely diligent in her cultivation since she was young. On the other hand, Lin Xian, he was a damn bastard. To be honest, he had never trained hard. It was quite embarrassing. Lu Qingzhu found that her experience could suppress Lin Xian, and her confidence also came. Bang, bang, bang. I say, big sister, doesn't your hand hurt? Lin Xian said as he retreated. It doesn't hurt. Lu Qingzhu then suddenly swept her leg horizontally. Bang! Lin Xian blocked it with his arm and retreated. Actually, Lin Xian hadn't displayed his true strength. But to be honest, Lu Qingzhu was very strong. Who? Lu Qingzhu took a deep breath, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Again, whoosh. She didn't give Lin Xian any chance to catch his breath. She charged straight at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was thinking about how to defeat Lu Qingzhu. In fact, it was not difficult for him to defeat Lu Qingzhu. Although Lu Qingzhu was very strong, Lin Xian was not weak. After all, Lin Xian had experienced countless life and death battles. No matter how much experience Lu Qingzhu had, she could not be compared to him. Fuck. Big sis, you're so strong. Don't do that. Go easy on me. It's so embarrassing for me to lose to a woman. Lin Xian kept retreating, begging for mercy. Lu Qingzhu was fooled. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she felt that she was about to win. Anyway, she couldn't beat Lin Xian in the future. If she could get a chance to defeat him, she could have some fun, then admit defeat. Lu Qingzhu said as she attacked. No, it's not the end yet. How can I know if I'll live or die? I can't admit defeat. Whooshed out Lin Xian, then swept his leg at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu easily dodged it. However, this time, Lin Xian changed his defensive stance and rushed at Lu Qingzhu, throwing a punch. Lu Qingzhu was not to be trifled with. How could she be hit by Lin Xian so easily? She defended easily. Lin Xian focused on attacking with his legs. The number of punches decreased. Lu Qingzhu naturally focused on defending against Lin Xian's kicks. Lin Xian began to take the initiative. Lu Qingzhu felt that it was normal for Lin Xian to take the initiative. After all, she was the one who took the initiative. If two people with similar strength were to take the initiative from the start, they would be able to take the initiative for a while. Unless the opponent caught the opponent off guard with a sudden move and turned the tables. Lin Xian's kick just now was the key to turning the tables. However, this was mainly because Lin Xian was strong to begin with. If there was a gap between the two, the weaker person would not be able to turn the tables no matter how hard they tried. Suddenly, Lin Xian threw a punch. This punch was very fierce. Lu Qingzhu was already prepared. You purposely attacked with your lower body. Normally, you were trying to confuse Lu Qingzhu, so Lu Qingzhu was defending from the top. However, this right fist was blocked. The speed of Lin Xian's left fist was completely beyond Lu Qingzhu's imagination. Lin Xian's fist suddenly turned into a palm. Lu Qingzhu, then Lin Xian's palm landed on her eye. Lu Qingzhu, her figure retreated, and her pretty face turned red. You. She gritted her teeth and pointed at Lin Xian. Sister, it was an accident. It was really an accident. Lin Xian hurriedly said. You. Lu Qingzhu's face was red. It was really an accident. You. Then your hand. No. I could only fight like this at that time. I had no choice. Besides, I couldn't use my fist, right? So at the last moment, I turned my fist into a palm and held back a little. Otherwise, it would have been deflated. Lu Qingzhu, whoosh, then she charged directly at Lin Xian. Hey, you're still fighting? Stop fighting, sister. Fight! Lu Qingzhu gritted her teeth and kept punching Lin Xian. No, I didn't do it on purpose. Bang! Their fists collided. Bang, 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 then the two pulled away. The winner hasn't been decided yet. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. What if I hit that place again? But to be honest, I wasn't paying attention just now. I didn't feel anything at all. Really, I swear. Shut up. Okay, I'll shut up. What if I hit it again? Whoosh! Lu Qingzhu rushed over. 15 seconds later, she retreated with a red face. I really didn't do it on purpose. I wanted to hit your shoulder, but you suddenly turned sideways and jumped a little. I just happened to. Lu Qingzhu clenched her fist. I lost. She gritted her teeth and turned to walk away. Hey, you didn't lose. It's not over yet. I lost. Lu Qingzhu knew that she had lost. Although Lin Xian had hit that place twice, he had stopped. It didn't matter whether he did it on purpose or not. What was important was that if Lin Xian didn't stop, she would have lost long ago. She lost with the first punch. If it was a normal fight, this punch would have caused trouble. He. Lin Xian then moved closer. Then you lost. What's the bet? Lin Xian laughed. Lu Qingzhu, shameless. He was really shameless. She was fooled. She realized that she must have been fooled. This person was simply evil. Pooh, stinky hooligan. Chapter 1594. Lu Qingzhu blushed and moved closer to Lin Xian. She tiptoed and pecked Lin Xian on the cheek. Then, she quickly ran into the house. Lin Xian touched his cheek. Fuck, we'll loss. That's it. Huh? He might as well fight a little longer. Who knows? He might be able to take advantage of her again. Lu Qingzhu returned to the living room with a red face and pretended that nothing had happened. Then, she ran into the kitchen to make lunch. Lin Xian moved closer. Let me help you. You? That you can wash the vegetables. Lin Xian smiled and said, help me. I'll let you have a taste of my cooking today. The prawns over there are ready. Lu Qingzhu. I know how to cook. Then it's probably just this. Although Lu Qingzhu said that, she still obediently helped Lin Xian. The first dish, spicy prawns, was ready. Wow. Lu Qingzhu glanced at it. The taste was simply, and the quality was especially good. Especially the thickened broth. She felt that there was something special about it. Try it? Lin Xian took a prawn and washed the broth off it. Then, he handed it to Lu Qingzhu. Disgusting. Then, she picked up a prawn from the plate and hammered it. For a prawn like this, don't even think about peeling the shell. It's meaningless. The taste is all on the shell. How is it? It's delicious. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. And it was extraordinarily delicious. It was really delicious. He, as a man, how could his cooking be so good? It tasted better than her mother's cooking. It was really delicious. Soon, Lin Xian made a few more dishes. The two of them even opened a bottle of red wine. Wait a minute. I just saw something good. Lin Xian then took a few candles and lit them. Lu Qingzhu. Was there something wrong with this person? This is our candlelight evening lunch. Lin Xian grinned. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian helplessly and then lowered her head to eat. Fuck, you've eaten more than half of my prawns? Lin Xian looked at the pile of prawn heads on the plate in front of Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu blushed slightly. It was very strange. After eating one, she couldn't stop. She knew that she had to wait for Lin Xian, but she couldn't help it. This was simply too exaggerated. Lin Xian smiled. Isn't it too delicious? Lu Qingzhu nodded. It's really delicious. Then when we're together, I'll do it for you for the rest of my life. Lu Qingzhu, let's eat. Sigh, it seems like you despise me. I feel wronged. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Lu Qingzhu did have a good impression of Lin Xian, but she couldn't accept that he had a girlfriend. And then, everything you cook is delicious. To be honest, Lu Qingzhu wasn't a greedy person, but how could Lin Xian's cooking be so delicious? Of course, as a martial artist, you actually have such good cooking skills, especially as a man. It's quite strange. Lin Xian smiled and said, there's nothing strange about it. I've been cooking since I was young. I slowly explored and practiced. It's quite good. Hey, let's talk about being together. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Lu Qingzhu. When did you two get together? That's why I have to say it now. Anyway, Uncle and Annie have agreed. They even know that I have a girlfriend. The most difficult thing has been passed. I don't believe that a little girl like you can be so stubborn. Lu Qingzhu, is there something wrong with you? She couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Xian smiled and said, what are you thinking? Tell me, it just so happens that there are only two of us. Let's open our hearts and have a good talk. You said that you're so beautiful, of course I like you, and I will definitely be responsible for you, my dear little Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu, not much. I just find it hard to accept that you have a girlfriend. So, you actually like me? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. And? Did I say that? You see, you said that you can't accept me because I have a girlfriend. So, In other words, if I don't have a girlfriend, you will accept me. Since you will accept me, it means that you also like me. Since you like me, why do you have to hide your heart? Lu Qingzhu shook her head and said helplessly, I'm just explaining what you just said. There's no other meaning. Well, then I'll ask another question. Lin Xian looked at her and said, Then tell me, what do I have to do to make you agree to be my girlfriend? Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. I won't. Say, your nine has already been. Shut up. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she shouted, Ahem, okay, I'll shut up. She lowered her head and ate the food that Lin Xian had cooked with a red face. Very quickly, all the dishes were finished. Lu Qingzhu had a pile of prawn heads in front of her, and Lin Xian had 2 or 3 in front of him. Thank you. I had a great time eating today. I'll go wash the dishes. Lu Qingzhu then cleared the table. Lin Xian sat on the sofa and smoked. What headache? So hard to chase. Sob. Lu Qingzhu was in a daze as she washed the dishes. Why did she have to think about this kind of thing when she encountered this kind of situation? Most importantly, why was she still hesitating? Why hadn't she made up her mind yet? Could it be that she would really agree to Lin Xian? In the afternoon, Qi Nan and Lu Tianqing came back. Yo, the two of you are quite relaxed, lying on the sofa and watching TV. Qi Nan smiled as she looked at Lin Xian and the rest. They were quite close to each other. It wasn't that they were close, but that shameless Lin Xian kept moving closer to Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu was helpless. Ha, Annie, it's all because your daughter is moving closer to me. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. Ha, great, looks like I have a son-in-law now. Qi Nan smiled as she looked at Lin Xian. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. No, son-in-law, tidy up and change your clothes. Don't you want to disguise yourself? Get ready to go. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, mother-in-law. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. Lu Qingzhu was dumbfounded as she watched Lin Xian run away. Mom, what are you doing? Sister, just give in. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. You little girl, just accept it if you like it. Don't regret it when the time comes. Qi Nan smiled. How could she not know what her daughter was thinking? Since her daughter was unwilling to take this step, Qi Nan felt that it was necessary to help push it. This was a good thing, really a good thing. All right, Qingzhu, you are now a couple with Lin Xian. I'm not. Lu Qingzhu looked at her father. She was convinced. What was he doing? Chapter 1595. Lu Tianqing looked at his daughter and said with a smile, Yes. No, I didn't express it clearly. What I meant was that when we go to the Dongfang family later, you and Lin Xian have to pretend to be a couple. So, you have to get used to it. For example, you have to hold hands with Lin Xian and hold his arm. If you're too stiff for these small actions between couples, something will go wrong. Lin Xian asked the Lu family to do this. I can see that it's very important to him, and he means a lot to you. He's also your savior. You don't want to cause Lin Xian to reveal his flaws because of your problems, right? Hearing this, Lu Qingzhu hesitated. Yes, this matter was very important to Lin Xian. Although she didn't know why, Lin Xian had asked her to do this before. Yes, I know. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Good. As long as you know what to do. Xiao. You stay at home and don't run around. Got it, Dad. Lin Xian then walked down. I say, brat, you should at least make your disguise more handsome. Your disguise is so plain and ordinary. Won't it make people suspicious? Lu Qingzhu was so beautiful. It would be strange if she found an ordinary man. Lin Xian smiled and said, That's right. I won't be suspected. Uncle, think about it. Qingzhu is very beautiful. Does she have to find a handsome man? That's not necessarily true. Qingzhu isn't that superficial. There must be something that attracts her. So looks aren't important. That's true. You think differently from others. Lin Xian scratched his head. Okay, let's go. I've already talked to the Dongfang family. Okay. Then, they went to take the plane. In the afternoon, the sky was slightly dark. They successfully arrived at the Dongfang family. The Dongfang clan they went to was a warrior clan. For a clan like this, the warrior area was their real home. Just like the place where Lu Qingzhu took Lin Xian to when he was unconscious That was the real Liu clan. Now, they were going to the real Dongfang family. Why didn't he go to Dongfang Shui's parents' house? The reason was that they were not around. They would only be in the Dongfang family for the time being. Lin Xian was somewhat familiar with the Dongfang family, but he was also somewhat unfamiliar with them. Lin Xian had never been to this place before. He had only seen it from the outside, because there was no way the Dongfang family would support the relationship between Dongfang Shui and Lin Xian. Their relationship was only discovered later on, which led to the wrath of the Dongfang family. How could Lin Xian dare to go to the Dongfang family? But thinking about it, it was quite interesting. How was he able to be together with Dongfang Shui? They must be fated to meet. Lin Xian looked at the huge Dongfang family. There was a barrier outside the Dongfang family. All four major families had one. The barrier was to prevent ordinary people from discovering that there was a family here. Just like Kunlun Mountain, ordinary people only knew that Kunlun Mountain was a tourist attraction, but in reality, there was a real sect there. Let's go over. Then they walked over. Family leader Liu. Outside the Dongfang family, a few people were waiting. Then they bowed slightly. We've greeted your family leader. We're here as guests. The family leader has already instructed us. Please come in. Then they walked into the Dongfang family. After arriving at the Dongfang family, Lin Xian immediately activated his eye of spiritual insight. But it was very awkward. With his eye of spiritual insight, he could see the flow of spiritual energy. After all, this was the Dongfang family. There must be many treasures filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth everywhere. It was just that Lin Xian wanted to see if he could see some hidden treasures through his eye of spiritual insight. At present, he couldn't. This Dongfang family was too big. In fact, such a family was equivalent to a sect. It was just that they were all members of this family. This kind of family had existed for too long. Could you imagine how many people there were in a 1,000-year-old family? Too many. Therefore, it was reasonable for this family to be so big. Lu Qingzhu held on to Lin Xian's arm. Not used to it, really not used to it, but it was fine. After all, Lin Xian didn't dare to do anything now. It was fine to hold on to him like this. They arrived at a beautiful courtyard. Ha ha ha. Old Lu, long time no see. A middle-aged man walked over with a smile. Then, he gave Lu Tianqing a bear hug and laughed loudly. I say, old Bai, if I didn't come to find you, would you not have planned to drink with me? Lu Tianqing smiled as he looked at Dongfang Bai. Oh, no way. I've been very busy recently. Well, when I heard that you were coming, I specially pushed off all my business today to welcome you. Qingzhu is getting more and more beautiful. Dongfang Bai smiled as he looked at Lu Qingzhu. Uncle Dongfang, you flatter me. Oh, this is? Dongfang Bai looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew Dongfang Bai. To be honest, the current Dongfang Bai and the one Lin Xian knew, although they were still exactly the same, he seemed to have become a little haggard in the past 3 years. It seemed that it was really quite tiring. It wasn't easy being the head of this family. Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of Dongfang Bai, including Dongfang Shui's mother. Lu Tianqing and Qin were very easygoing, but Dongfang Bai, as parents, they would impose their will on their daughters. What did that mean? To put it simply, if Lu Qingzhu didn't like Lin Xian, Qin Nan and the others would absolutely not force them to be together. They would be more compliant with Lu Qingzhu's wishes. They would help Lin Xian pursue Lu Qingzhu. But if Lu Qingzhu really didn't want to, they wouldn't say or do anything. But the Dongfang family was different. They felt that their will was for the good of their daughter. For example, they forced Dongfang Shui to marry Xianyuan Qingtian because they felt that Xianyuan Qingtian was handsome and outstanding enough. He was a suitable choice. It was for the good of Dongfang Shui. She didn't agree and was unwilling now, but she would understand their good intentions in the future. To be honest, Lin Xian was really disgusted, but there were many parents like this. This was a very normal phenomenon, so Lin Xian didn't comment. He just needed to do what he needed to do. Uncle Dongfang, this is my boyfriend, Lin. Lin Xian smiled and extended his hand. Greetings, head of the Dongfang family, Lin Xian. These people were quite strange. This Lin Xian, even wanted to change his name. In fact, if he changed his appearance, it wouldn't be a problem even if he said that he was Lin Xian. Could it be that the Dongfang family knew the name Lin Xian? Or rather, Lin Xian and the Dongfang family really had a great relationship. Chapter 1596. Dongfang Bai looked at Lin Xian in particular. Ha ha, you're young and promising. If you can catch Qingzhu's eye, you must be extraordinary. Not bad. Dongfang Bai smiled and nodded, then patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. You praise me, Master Dongfang. Ha ha, not at all. If you can catch Qingzhu's eye, you must have some ability. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go in first. My wife is preparing dinner. Then I'll have a drink with you tonight. I brought a pot of good wine today. You old drunkard said it's good wine, so it must be good. Okay, let's have a drink tonight. Then, they walked into the villa together. The Dongfang family was very big. It was possible that this area was occupied by the Dongfang family, another area was occupied by another branch, and another area was occupied by some old seniors. In short, it was definitely not simple. So far, Lin Xian hadn't found anything. Ha ha, you're here. Take a seat. Xiao Qian, go pour some tea. A beautiful woman walked out with a smile and greeted them. Then, she said something to a 16 or 17-year-old girl behind her. Yes. Who is this girl? Oh, she's a girl I adopted a few days ago. She's quite pitiful. She has no family, and she has a big problem with her heart. We happened to meet her, so we cured her and adopted her. Her talent is not bad. Although she started cultivating a little late, she can still improve. Most importantly, she has the rare ice attribute, so she can be considered half a daughter to me. Xiaozhu glanced at the girl who walked over to pour tea and said with a smile, I see. Qingzhu, this girl is getting more and more beautiful. Xiaozhu pulled Lu Qingzhu's hand. Aunt Xia is the beautiful one. Qingzhu still remembers that Aunt Xia used to be one of the 10 golden flowers in the martial arts world. Lu Qingzhu said with a smile, Ha ha ha, you said it was in the past. Now it's you. This child is Lin Mo, my boyfriend. Oh, you have a boyfriend? Xiaozhu then looked at Lin Xian. Yes, those people are going to be jealous to death. Xiaozhu looked at Lin Xian and laughed. Then the more jealous others are, the better my luck is. Ah, all right, have a seat. I still have a few dishes to cook. Then I'll help you. Qin Nin smiled. Oh, my dear, you are a guest. Sit down and have some tea. There are a bunch of old men chatting with young people, so I won't join in. Let's go, I'll show my skills too. Then they walked away. Lin Xian and the others were sitting there. Come, old white, try this wine. Lu Tianqing opened a bottle of 100 Flowers wine. Wow, this wine has such a rich aroma as soon as it's opened. That's incredible. Then Lu Tianqing poured him a cup, and Dongfang Bai took a sip. Good wine, the best wine in the world. Ha ha ha. Why would I lie to you? Old Lu, where did you get this wine? Give me 2 pots too. Dongfang Bai said. Then you'll have to ask your precious son-in-law. Lin Xian was holding Lu Qingzhu's hand and stroking it. Lu Qingzhu was stunned. Wow, she really had to hand it to this person? Then Lin Xian paused and looked at them. Then Lin Xian smiled and said, No problem. I'll go back and see if there's more. I should be able to get some more, but it won't be too much. After all, the 2 uncles should be able to taste it. It's really impossible to have a lot of this wine. Ha ha. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. However, your Uncle Dongfang won't take your things for free. Here, take this. He handed Lin Xian a jade pendant. This is a jade pendant that can quickly restore spiritual power. For young people like you, there will be more opportunities to use it. Take it. There's no need for that. Uncle Dongfang, you're making me feel awkward. Lin Xian smiled. Take it. Take it as a gift from me to witness your meeting with Qingzhu, that girl. If you don't take it, I won't be happy. Thank you, Uncle Dongfang. Lu Tianqing smiled and said, This kid is pretending with you. He's really thick-skinned. Otherwise, how can my daughter be wooed by him? Ha ha ha. Not bad. Men have to be thick-skinned. Dongfang Bai laughed. Lin Xian touched Lu Qingzhu's soft and tender hand. Only now could he take advantage of her like this. How have you been recently? Same as usual. I heard that the earth might be in turmoil. What do you think? Dong Fangbai asked. Lin Xian frowned. The earth would be in turmoil? What was going on? It should be right. In recent years, the probability of demon beasts being born has increased a lot, and their grades are not low. Even Tao Dai has appeared. This is a sign. What makes me especially uneasy is the matter of the Qin Emperor's tomb. Dong Fangbai nodded. That's right. In the tomb of the Qin Emperor, the Qin Emperor didn't die. This is the most ridiculous thing. But if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable. But no matter what, they still have power that surpasses us. After all, compared to now, cultivation was easier in the past. Yes, so now I suspect that the Qin Emperor and even those top existences have either awakened or are on the verge of awakening. It seems to be very peaceful now, but they're probably slowly recovering their strength and waiting for the right time to come out. I'm even worried that some modern warriors have been controlled or tempted by them. In short, this powerful enemy is really difficult to deal with. According to the character of many people, especially the Qin Emperor and maybe even King Zhou of Shang, if they're not dead, they will definitely rule the continent again. Lin Xian frowned. Was there such a thing on Earth now? Wasn't this too ridiculous? Yes, but fortunately, there is actually a piece of good news. That is, there are many ambitious people. They're not on the same side, so at least it won't be that easy. Lu Qianqing said, "Oh, that's not right. Think about it. If there is only one ambitious person, and if he is strong enough, the earth will be ruled in the end. If there are many ambitious people, the end result will be that no one can do anything to each other. If they keep fighting, I'm afraid there will be no peace." Sai, that's true. Forget it. Let's talk about the future in the future. Lin Xian. Has this matter been confirmed? No, it's just a guess, but there's a high probability that it is true. So cultivate well. In the future, each of us will have to fight for our homeland. Lin Xian nodded. This made him panic a little. When he heard this news, he was a little worried about leaving. Chapter 1597. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. The pressure was immense. The pressure was really immense. He did not have many ties on Earth, but he had met them here, and then there was Dongfang Shui. However, they were so beautiful and outstanding. Once there was chaos, they would be in danger. It was human nature to be lustful. If they were outstanding enough, they would be in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian might have to leave them with something that could absolutely protect their lives before he left. He felt that he should be able to return in a year or two. This was because Lin Xian felt that as long as he reached the heavenly Tao realm, with the system, laws, and powerful strength, Lin Xian was confident that he could barge through the gods' awakening door. Even though the difference of one star in the heavenly Tao was like heaven and earth, one should not forget that Lin Xian had a top-notch realm-lowering domain. He had to be careful. Come, let's drink. This wine is really good. Dong Fangbai said. Oh, right. Old Bai, where's Shui? I haven't seen her in a long time. Lu Tianqing asked in a seemingly casual manner. Lin Xian's attention also landed on Dong Fangbai's face. His actions clearly paused. His expression did not change, but Lin Xian felt that it was a little unnatural. Oh, I told you before. Dong Fangbai poured a glass of wine and said, that girl went out to train. It's been a few years, and she only calls occasionally. Although we miss her, but when we think about how she will become stronger when she returns, and how she will become even stronger when the time comes for Earth to change, we feel that it's nothing. It's all worth it. What place is it? You guys sure are at ease. But why don't you introduce such a good place to me? If it's suitable, I'll get Qingzhu to train there as well. Lu Tianqing said. I don't know either. An expert took her there. You don't even know so many things, yet you let her go without worrying? I say, Old Bai, I have to reprimand you for this. Dong Fangbai said with a smile, don't worry. I won't harm my precious daughter, right? Ha ha, yes. Come and eat. There are still 2 dishes left. Don't you want a drink? Let's drink first. Xia Zhu shouted. Come, let's have a good drink. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian. What do you think? Lin Xian, I don't think it's true. An expert? What kind of expert could gain their trust? Moreover, what kind of expert could he obtain? What else could there be other than those who had been asleep and awakened? Moreover, if Dongfang Bai had already known about the person who had awakened from his deep slumber, he would have chosen to keep his mouth shut about this matter. It was even more impossible for him to take the initiative to mention this matter, because he has a guilty conscience. So, there's another reason? Lin Xian nodded. There must be another reason, but I don't understand. She's their own daughter. Why would they want to hide her whereabouts? What's stopping them from speaking up? Lin Xian really couldn't figure it out. What big secret are you talking about? What secret could there be? You're saying that there's a big conspiracy brewing? What kind of conspiracy could they be hatching? What would he do? What could Dongfang Shui do? Lin Xian really couldn't figure it out. It's hard for me to understand too. Lu Qingzhu said. Then, she asked, by the way, have you discovered anything? Not yet. I just feel that they're not very natural, so this matter definitely isn't simple, Lin Xian said. Come over and eat. Oh, I'm coming. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu walked over. When they were almost done eating, Lu Qingzhu said, Uncle, Annie, I'll go out for a walk with him to digest the food and see the scenery. Lu Qingzhu said, Then you must be careful. This is someone else's house. Don't go anywhere, okay? Lu Tianqing reminded her. Okay, I know. Then you guys continue drinking. Then, Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu successfully walked out. The Dongfang family wasn't just a simple manor. It was a 1,000-year-old sect. You could even interpret it as a sect from a novel. It was so big that it was beyond your imagination. What are you going to do now? Lu Qingzhu asked. I don't know. Let's take a walk first. Lin Xian had the eye of spiritual insight. He wanted to see if he could find anything in the Dongfang family. Hand. Lin Xian extended his hand toward Lu Qingzhu. What? We're a couple now. After eating, isn't it normal for you to hold my arm and take a walk? It would be strange if you didn't hold my arm, right? Lu Qingzhu said, couples don't have to hold hands all the time. Also, we're pretending, so there's no need for that. Lin Xian shrugged. You have more important things to do. But I don't know what to do. Baby, you're a woman. Think about it. What could you possibly think of? Lu Qingzhu was about to faint from Lin Xian calling her baby. She ignored him and began to think about what Lin Xian had just said. From what I know, if what they're saying isn't true, then why would they hide information about their daughter? That would mean that Dongfang Shui didn't go on any training trips or something like that. Then, they must have some reason to hide information about Dongfang Shui. Or rather, they don't want others to know about Dongfang Shui. They're not hiding their strength or anything like that. Could it be that Dongfang Shui can't appear? Lin Xian's brows furrowed. What reason can it appear? Could it be that she's become a demon? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know about that. There's another reason why she can't appear and why she can't appear. These are the two reasons I can think of. Either Uncle and Annie don't want Dongfang Shui to appear for some reason, or they want Dongfang Shui to appear, but they can't do it either. Lin Xian pondered this for a moment. Can't appear. Lin Xian was beginning to suspect that Dongfang Shui had also gone to some other plane. But it's quite clear that Dongfang Shui's parents know about this. Lu Qingzhu said, Shit, I give up. Let's go and see if we can discover anything. In the end, Lin Xian really didn't discover anything. Lin Xian was at his wit's end now. He was even considering telling Dongfang Shui's parents that he was Lin Xian, that Lin Xian. He really wanted to know about Dongfang Shui right now. Lin Xian might enrage them, and they might not like him, but Lin Xian might have to consider this for a while. It's getting late. We'll be going now. Lu Tianqing said, Old Lu, why are you being so courteous with me? You came all the way here, and you're leaving so late at night. Stay here and rest for the night. Chapter 1598. Of course, Lu Tianqing had to rest here, so he chose to come at night. This way, he could stay here for the night. For Lin Xian, this should be an opportunity. Ha, okay, then we'll stay at your Dongfang house for the night. Ha ha, okay, honey, go tidy up 2 rooms. Huh? Lu Qingzhu was stunned. 2 rooms? Wouldn't that be 1 room for her parents, and 1 for her and Lin Xian? It's over, it's over, it's over. This time it's over. Dongfang Bai's thoughts were very simple. Lu Qingzhu's boyfriend had already met her parents, so they should have developed to that point, right? There was nothing to be suspicious about, right? Generally speaking, only when a man and a woman had developed to a certain extent would they reach the stage of meeting their parents. It was impossible to meet their parents right after they confirmed their relationship, unless it was a blind date. But did Lu Qingzhu need a blind date? After that, they came to a room. Of course, there was only one bed, and of course, a quilt was prepared. Lu Qingzhu stood there in a daze. "What are you thinking about, honey?" "Time to sleep." Lin Xian got under the quilt and looked at Lu Qingzhu with a smile. "You sleep, I'll cultivate." Lu Qingzhu said, "Don't, if you cultivate. Want to be awkward?" "Awkward about what? If this is discovered, won't it say that our relationship is not harmonious? Or be suspected? How will it be discovered? Don't tell me there's a surveillance camera here." Lu Qingzhu felt that Lin Xian was tricking her. "Lin Xian, let's sleep, sister. Let's sleep, okay?" "No." Lu Qingzhu then sat on the ground and prepared to start cultivating. "I don't care. I won't let you cultivate," Lin Xian said cheekily. "You go do your business." Lu Qingzhu said, "I'm going to do my business now." "Lu Qingzhu, I'm going to cultivate. There's no need to rush. It's not easy for the two of us to be in the same room, and you're wasting such a good time. It's simply infuriating." Lu Qingzhu ignored Lin Xian and started cultivating. Lin Xian was helpless. Girls are so hard to get. However, Dongfang Shui's room should be in this house, right? Unless this villa wasn't the one they lived in before. But where was it? Lin Xian didn't know either because he had never been here before. "Sigh, I really can't. Tomorrow I'll go to Dongfang Bai and tell them. Will that be good? I'll come back after I leave. Otherwise, I'll drag the Lu family down with me. After all, there's a high chance that I'll be kicked out." Lin Xian sighed. At this moment, Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu were in the room. Dongfang Bai was smoking a cigarette with a heavy expression. "Honey, I heard that Lin Xian is back." Dongfang Bai said. "What?" Xia Zhu, who was spreading the quilt, froze and revealed an expression of disbelief. Then, she walked in front of Dongfang Bai. "That Lin Xian, isn't he dead?" Xia Zhu asked in a very small voice. "Yes, this matter has been confirmed. It's said that he fell off a cliff and died." Dongfang Bai took a deep puff of his cigarette. They knew that he fell off a cliff and died. At the same time, they also knew that someone must have done it behind the scenes. At that time, it didn't matter to them. If he died, then he died. Even if he died, he wouldn't bother their daughter anymore. They didn't care who killed him or how he died, because at that time, all they thought of was to do whatever they could to prevent a poor boy with poor talent like him from being together with their precious daughter. Whether it was his background, or personal strength, they were not worthy. Moreover, their daughter was bound to live for at least a few hundred years. If he could live for more than 100 years, he would be considered lucky. Moreover, he would be no different from an ordinary person. How could he be together with their daughter? Decades later, their daughter was still as beautiful as a flower, but he was an old man. They couldn't accept it, so they had to find a martial artist of the same level. They also believed that their daughter would regret it. Where did he appear? Xia Zhu hurriedly asked. In the martial arts assembly, in the Law Realm, he defeated Shaolin Temple's Master Wuxin. He displayed several attributes such as time and space. His combat strength is outstanding. Dongfang Bai said. When he received the news, he also couldn't believe it. However, it was definitely true. What? This? Xia Zhu opened her mouth in shock. Back then, it's not that we made the wrong choice back then. Perhaps he encountered a great opportunity in the past few years. Dongfang Bai sighed. Old Bai, no matter what, all of this was caused by us. Can you go and find that Lin Xian? Why should I look for him? I'm not looking for him. Dongfang Bai shook his head. If our daughter knows that he's back, maybe. Hearing this, Dongfang Bai sighed. I know that you don't dare to face him, and you don't dare to face your daughter, but didn't the master say? Maybe this is the only way. I thought that Lin Xian was dead, and there was no turning point in this matter, but a dead person came back. Isn't this the will of the heavens? Even if we don't think about other aspects, we have to think about our daughter. Dongfang Bai nodded. Well, I'll go and find Lu Qingzhu tomorrow. Qingzhu seems to be very close to Lin Xian. I'll go and ask. Old Bai, no matter what, we were wrong in the past. In the past few years, we've all understood. To me, no matter what, nothing is more important than our daughter. Xia Zhu said. I know. Early the next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and Lu Qingzhu was gone. Last night really wasn't a happy night. This Lu Qingzhu really didn't know how to enjoy life. At this moment, Lu Qingzhu and Dongfang Bai were in the courtyard. Qingzhu, you're up so early. Lu Qingzhu hurriedly said, Uncle Dongfang. Yes. Dongfang Bai walked to her side. Morning exercise? Yes. I'm used to waking up early in the morning to exercise a little. That's a good habit. Dongfang Bai nodded and then said, By the way, I heard that there was a Lin Xian at the martial arts convention you went to. Is he famous? This was related to Lin Xian, and Lu Qingzhu also knew that Lin Xian had some kind of relationship with the Dongfang family. Ah, yes. I'm very interested in that kid. Is there a way to contact him? Give me one. Dongfang Bai said. Ah, I'm not too familiar with him. I only have a WeChat number. How about I give it to Uncle Dongfang? Chapter 1599. Of course, Lu Qingzhu knew more of Lin Xian's contact information. But now, she didn't know if Lin Xian would be willing to let her give his contact information to Dongfang Bai. If she said that she didn't have his contact details, it would be too fake. If she gave him her WeChat ID, if Lin Xian didn't want him to get his contact details, he could just reject his friend request using his WeChat ID. Okay, send it to me. Dongfang Bai nodded and said. Lin Xian. Lu Qingzhu returned to the room. Lin Xian was lying on the bed, playing with his phone. Huh? What? Lin Xian glanced at it. Uncle Dongfang asked me for your contact information just now. Lin Xian scratched his head. That's normal. No, he asked for Lin Xian's contact information for the martial arts conference. Lin Xian suddenly sat up. What did you say? I gave him your WeChat. I'm not sure if you're willing to give him your contact information, so I can only do this. If you don't want to, just reject or ignore the friend request. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. It had to be said that it was comfortable to deal with smart people. They would think about a lot of things. For example, Lu Qingzhu's approach was a way to weigh the pros and cons. Lin Xian liked it. Then Lin Xian looked at his phone. Someone really did add him as a friend, and even added him as a friend. Dongfang Bai. Lin Xian frowned. It could be seen that Dongfang Bai was very anxious to contact him. What was going on? Lin Xian was even worried. Was he trying to get rid of him to get information about him? No, he should be able to rule that out. Why? Firstly, Lin Xian had clearly stated his identity. Secondly, Lin Xian had contacted Lin Xian through Lu Qingzhu. Thirdly, if Lin Xian wanted to get rid of Lin Xian, there was no need for him to do so. If Lin Xian were to investigate, it would be very easy to find out about Lin Xian. Therefore, it was a private matter. What are you going to do? Lin Xian. You guys go back first, I'll stay here. All right. Lin Xian then accepted the friend request. Uncle Dongfang. Lin Xian took the initiative to ask. In the courtyard, Dongfang Bai saw Lin Xian's message and immediately confirmed that it was indeed Lin Xian. Patter. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. For a moment, he didn't know what to say to Lin Xian. Long time no see. Dongfang Bai replied. It has indeed been a long time. Dongfang Bai said, I thought you were already dead. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Dongfang Bai said, Do you hate me and your aunt? Back then, if we hadn't stopped them, you and Shuo would have been living happily. Lin Xian, no. That's a lie. To be honest, if it weren't for those things back then, there wouldn't be the current Lin Xian. If it were back then, I would hate you, but now I don't. I just want to know where Dongfang Shui went. Lin Xian went straight to the point. The only link between him and the Dongfang family was Dongfang Shui, and Dongfang Bai must have added him because of Dongfang Shui. There was no doubt about it. Come to the Dongfang family home. Dongfang Bai said. Okay. Lu Qingzhu and the others left. Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu canceled all their business today and waited at the villa. Old Bai, have you contacted him? Dongfang Bai nodded. Yes, it's indeed Lin Xian. Won't he be here? He didn't say, but he should be here today. Go get ready, buy some groceries, and take out the pot of wine that old Lu left behind. Okay. At this moment, Lin Xian came down from upstairs. Lin Mo, you didn't go back with Qing Zhu and the others? Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu looked at Lin Xian with extremely surprised expressions. Lin Xian stood there and then waved his hand. Lin Xian? The two of them stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes. Lin Xian bowed and said, I'm sorry, Uncle and Annie, I also want to know about Dongfang Shui, but I can't enter the Dongfang family home, so I can only ask Uncle Lu and the others to bring me in. The two of them looked at each other. This was something they were not prepared for. Sai, you're so considerate. Dongfang Bai sighed. Have a seat. Thank you. Xia Zhu was still a little confused. Then, it's almost lunchtime. I'll go make some food. You guys talk first. She didn't say anything to Lin Xian and hurried away. It wasn't that she disliked Lin Xian, but now she really didn't. Didn't these 3 years feel like years to them? They had figured out many things, but they only figured it out after everything had happened. Here, Dongfang Bai handed Lin Xian a cigarette. Thank you, Uncle. Dongfang Bai took a drag and said, When you fell off the cliff, it was probably someone else who did it, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it was Xian Yuan. Lin Xian nodded. At first, Lin Xian suspected that Dongfang and Xian Yuan had joined forces. But when he thought about it, although Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu were a little selfish, they wouldn't do such a thing, especially when it had so much to do with their daughter. I guess so. Dongfang Bai said, You encountered an opportunity after you fell? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. In a sense, it's a good thing. Where have you been for the past 3 years? Lin Xian, I've been cultivating in a place no one knows about. I just came back 2 weeks ago. As soon as he came back, he tried to come to the Dongfang family to find Dongfang Shui. Perhaps they really were wrong back then. Back then, your aunt and I were wrong, but I hope you can understand what we were thinking back then. Lin Xian, I know. At the time, I was poor, and Dongfang Shui was the dream girl in many people's eyes. She was so outstanding, and I also know that based on my situation back then, my talent was extremely poor, and my cultivation wouldn't be very high. After a few years, I would turn into a pile of dirt, but Dongfang Shui would still. In this world, Uncle and Annie should be more worried about this. Sai, now that I think about it, how great would it have been if none of this had happened? I even think now, how great would it have been if this girl hadn't met you? I don't understand. What on earth did Shui see in you? Lin Xian scratched his head. Actually, I don't understand either. Uncle. Lin Xian then looked at Dongfang Bai. I just want to know, where is Dongfang Shui? Why haven't you mentioned anything about her all these years? And why haven't there been any news or traces of her all these years? I don't believe that she's gone somewhere to train. Saw Dongfang Bai sighed. Let's talk about something else first. Let's eat first. After we eat, I'll take you to a place and you'll know. Lin Xian's brows furrowed. Chapter 1600. Lin Xian had lunch with Dongfang Bai and Dongfang Bai. They didn't talk much at the dining table, and they only talked about the future and their daily lives. Uncle Dongfang, I heard that Earth might be in danger in the future. Lin Xian asked. That's right. Of course, it's just speculation, but this speculation is basically true. All the signs point to it being true, so you have to take advantage of this opportunity to improve your cultivation base. Don't wait until it's already here before you react. Otherwise, it'll be completely too late. Dongfang Bai said. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. All right, now that you've eaten, let's go. I'll take you to a place. Dongfang Bai stood up. Lin Xian followed Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu, and they secretly left the Dongfang family and went to a place. It took them over an hour to arrive at that place. This place was filled with rich spiritual power of heaven and earth. At the same time, there were also powerful enchantments and illusions. It was clearly a place that they didn't want others to discover. Even the entrance was very secretive. An old man was sitting here. Father. Dongfang Bai bowed. The old man opened his eyes. Lin Xian looked at the old man with furrowed brows. Was he Dongfang Shui's grandfather? Yes, he had seen him once. Dongfang Tian stood up. Father, I brought Lin Xian here. Lin Xian? Dongfang Tian looked at Lin Xian, and his pupils contracted. Isn't he dead? He's not dead, it's all fate. All right, let's go in. Quick, let's go in. Lin Xian followed Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu in with a puzzled expression. Uncle Dongfang, what's the meaning of this? After walking in, they were greeted by a world of ice and snow. It was very cold, but it was also very beautiful. Shui is here. What? Lin Xian's brows furrowed. Dongfang Shui was here? What's going on? We're here. Dongfang Bai brought Lin Xian to her room. There, Lin Xian saw a young girl wearing a white dress, elegantly lying on an ice bed. Her hand were placed on her chest, motionless, surrounded by cold energy. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly rushed over. This familiar face belonged to Dongfang Shui. She was still so beautiful, truly so beautiful. She was elegant and refined, with her own light aura and delicate skin. Upon seeing her, Lin Xian's body trembled with excitement. To be honest, Dongfang Shui's significance to Lin Xian was similar to Lin Ya's significance to him. However, they were not the same concept. Both of them were unique. But Lin Xian could sense that Dongfang Shui's aura was very weak, but why? Uncle Dongfang, what's going on? What's going on? How did she become like this? Lin Xian looked at Dongfang Bai. Sigh. Dongfang Bai sighed. Xia Zhu walked over and stroked her daughter's cold hand with reddened eyes. Dongfang Bai looked at Lin Xian and said, When Shui heard the news of your death, she left behind a suicide note and swallowed a poison pill, intending to die. Lin Xian shuddered. That idiot. Lin Xian turned to look at Dongfang Shui. Although we discovered it, we weren't able to save Shui-er's life in time. However, she just couldn't wake up. The entire martial arts world was unable to cure the poison in her body. In the end, in order to completely save Shui-er's life, we sent her here and used the spiritual power and cold energy here to stop the poison from spreading. Shui-er's current state is similar to that of a vegetable. I don't know what to do either. She's already been lying here for 3 years. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He didn't blame anyone. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself. He could only blame himself. How could he be so stupid? After this incident, your Annie and I finally realized that we were in the wrong. However, there's no point in regretting it. This incident was simply too embarrassing. Furthermore, we didn't want anyone to know about this, so we hid the fact that Shui had gone out to train. We also knew that as long as Shui didn't wake up, she would be exposed sooner or later. However, what was the point? Xian, if we could do it again, your uncle and I definitely wouldn't stop you. Xia Zhu looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Dongfang Shui. He really didn't expect that after not seeing her for so long, they would meet in such a state. Wait. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Poison. She didn't become like this because of some other reason. It was because of poison. As long as it was poison, Lin Xian felt that he would be able to cure it. This was because the medical skills in his mind were extremely exaggerated. Uncle Dongfang, Auntie Xia Zhu, what kind of poison did Dongfang Shui ingest? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. An incurable poison, Yin Wang pill. From this pill, they could see Dongfang Shui's determination to die. Yin Wang pill. Lin Xian searched through his memories. It wasn't an incurable poison. The incurable poison was just that the people on Earth didn't know the cure for this poison pill. That was all. The cure for the Yin Wang pill, Lin Xian knew, but the recipe, Lin Xian produced a piece of paper and a pen, and then wrote down a few spirit items on it. Uncle Dongfang, do you think these ingredients can be found? Dongfang Bai glanced at it. It's a bit difficult, but it should be possible. However, this supreme nether glowing grass is a spirit item that existed a long time ago. It's probably impossible to find it now. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Lin Xian said, This is the recipe for the Yin Wang pill. What? Both of them were shocked to hear Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian, you're joking, right? Lin Xian, Uncle Dongfang, how could I joke about this kind of thing? I know the cure for the Yin Wang pill. This is the antidote. The two of them looked at each other. I can give a try. The other shouldn't be a problem, but this supreme nether glowing grass is a bit difficult. I'll go to Kunlun Mountain, Wudong sect, and all the other sect to see if I can get it. Dongfang Bai tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart. I'll also think of a way to get the supreme nether glowing grass. Uncle Dongfang, please use all your power to find it. Don't worry about this. This is my daughter. Even if I die in exchange for her waking up, I'm willing. Dongfang Bai said. Lin Xian, are you sure this is true? Xia Zhu still felt a little incredulous. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I'm sure. Good. Thank you so much. Dongfang Bai took a deep breath. I'll go contact someone now. Wife, come with me. Lin Xian accompanied Shui. Then, the two of them walked out. Lin Xian looked at Dongfang Shui, then walked over, sat beside her, and put his hand on her hand. It was cold, but there seemed to be some warmth. Chapter 1601. Lin Xian looked at her. Silly girl, why are you so silly? Lin Xian caressed her cheek. I'm Lin Xian. I'm back. Dongfang Shui didn't respond. Lin Xian didn't know if she could hear him. Creation of laws. If Lin Xian's cultivation base was very high, he could even use the creation of laws to wake her up. However, Lin Xian's cultivation base was only at this level. I'm fine. I'm not dead. I'm doing very well. Don't worry, I'll definitely wake you up. It won't be long. I definitely will. We still have so many things to do. Don't run away. Lin Xian held her hand. Let me tell you about the things that have happened to me over the years. There are many interesting things. Outside, Dongfang Bai had already left, leaving Xia Zhu behind to wait for Lin Xian. Lin Xian told Dongfang Shui many things. All right, silly girl, I'm gonna go now. Sleep a little longer. I'll think of a way to bring you back now. Wait for me. It won't be long. Wait for me. Lin Xian gently kissed her forehead and glanced at Dongfang Shui before leaving with Lin Xian. Auntie Xia Zhu, let's go back. Tell Uncle Dongfang to contact me if there's any news. I'll go and see if there's any way to find the exalted nether glowing grass. Little Xian, leave this to us. Don't waste your energy. Lin Xian. One more person means more power. I don't want the end result to be bad. I also want to work hard and bring Shui back. Then, you have to be careful. Xia Zhu knew that there were some things, such as top-grade heaven and earth spiritual items, that even if they existed, the places where they existed would definitely be extremely dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, Auntie, I know what I'm doing. All right. After that, Lin Xian went back. Lin Xian knew what the supreme nether glowing grass was. It was a very rare and high-grade item. On Sky Blue Planet, it was easy to find, but here on a continent where spiritual energy was thin, it was not easy to find. Because of the thin spiritual energy, it was even more impossible for rare spiritual items to be born. But after all, the earth was once rich in heaven and earth spiritual energy. It might not have been able to breed in the recent 1 or 2,000 years, but it should have been able to breed the supreme nether glow grass a long time ago. Lin Xian felt that this was the key to finding the supreme nether glowing grass. If this was a continent that had never been at its peak, then it probably would not have been able to nurture an existence of this level. And Lin Xian felt that Dongfang Bai shouldn't be able to find it, nor should those sects. Of course, it would be best if there was, but Lin Xian had to prepare for the worst. He had to look for it. Fortunately, there was something in the system that could be exchanged for. It was called the Sky Amplification Card. What was the effect of the Sky Amplification Card? The effect was very simple. In fact, it was a divination. The supreme nether glow grass was not considered a divination, so Lin Xian felt that if he exchanged for this card and used it, he could directly deduce the location of the supreme nether glow grass. Lin Xian had not left yet. He did not know where he was. In a deserted suburb, Lin Xian sat in a small forest in the dark. Exchange. Sky Amplification Card. This Sky Amplification Card consumed a lot of system points, but it did not matter. As long as Lin Xian killed Xianyuan Qingtian, there would be a lot of system points. The most important thing now was Dongfang Shui. Begin. Divine the location of the supreme nether glowgrass. Lin Xian closed his eyes. After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Emperor Xian's tomb? Lin Xian frowned. That's right. The information that the divination gave Lin Xian was Emperor Xian's tomb. Could it be a tomb? Lin Xian did not know, but it sounded like a tomb. Then, Lin Xian tried to Baidu. What the fuck? Emperor Xian's tomb was rumored to be the burial place of King Zhou of Shang. King Zhou of Shang. King Zhou of Shang should have lived in an era when martial artists were at their peak. According to what they said, both King Zhou of Shang and Qin Shi Huang might not have died. Although Emperor Xian's tomb has been discovered, not many people have entered its depths. In other words, no one knows the situation inside Emperor Xian's tomb, and no one knows whether King Zhou of Shang is inside or not. It should be more complicated than Qin Shi Huang's tomb. After all, he was a tyrant. The situation inside the tomb should be even more exaggerated. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. But no matter what, I have to go. It's not difficult to find Emperor Xian's tomb. Uncle Dongfang and the others should know. However, Lin Xian did not know why they stopped halfway through the exploration of Emperor Xian's tomb. Was it too dangerous, or was there something wrong? Obviously, Lin Xian had to ask. Then, Lin Xian called Lu Qingzhu and asked her about it. Lin Xian did not ask Dongfang Bai and the others because they would remind Lin Xian and the like. Lin Xian did not want them to worry. Emperor Xian's tomb? I've been there before. Whoa, little Qingzhu, you've been to everything. Lu Qingzhu said. After all, there aren't many opportunities and places to train. Emperor Xian's tomb is very big. Many people went in at that time, including experts from several top sections. However, the reason we returned in the end was not that we encountered any terrifying danger. It was just that we heard a voice coming from Emperor Xian's tomb. This voice said that if anyone dared to take another step in Emperor Xian's tomb, they would be killed without mercy. Lin Xian frowned. Lu Qingzhu continued. After all, that was Emperor Xian's tomb, and that voice appeared again. In the end, we decided to return the way we came. Some of the subsequent events made us feel that the voice might even be a powerful subordinate of King Zhou of Shang, who had already awakened. I think so, Lin Xian said. Why are you asking this? Huh? It's nothing. I'm just asking. Definitely not. Are you going to Emperor Xian's tomb? Lu Qingzhu asked. Why would I go there? I'm going back to Jiangnan City to sleep with my dear little Qingya. Isn't that nice? Lu Qingzhu said, Qingya just sent me a message on WeChat saying that you said you wouldn't be going back for the time being. She asked me if I knew where you were going and what you were going to do. Lin Xian, fuck. That's why I can't let the girls know each other. Ahem. Well, I'll hang up first. I'll accompany you. Lu Qingzhu said. Accompany my ass. I'm hanging up. Lin Xian then hung up the phone. Phew. Emperor Xian's tomb. I'll go there first. However, I'd better improve my realm again and see if I can refine some life-saving things. After all, it's Emperor Xian's tomb. As for improving his realm, Lin Xian could forcefully use the system to do so. This was also necessary. Chapter 1602. Although it was late now, it was a plane. As long as he had a ticket, he could leave in time. However, Lin Xian wanted to have more life-saving means before going to Xian's tomb. After all, his current realm was not high. Let's raise my realm to domain realm first. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then used the system points to directly raise his realm to 1-star domain realm. This cost a lot of system points, but Lin Xian also knew that as long as he could complete those missions, there would be no problem at all. Of course, Lin Xian and Duan Lingxiao were two completely different people. Duan Lingxiao could be said to be particularly ruthless. He bet everything on killing Lin Xian. If he succeeded, he would live. If he failed, he would die. As for Lin Xian, he could not bet everything on one mission. In other words, even if Lin Xian could not complete Xianyuan Qingtian's mission, he still had room to maneuver to do other missions. He could still be fine. Lin Xian was more reliable in doing things. But in fact, in terms of ruthlessness, Lin Xian had never been afraid of anyone. It was just that Lin Xian had more ties. Here in Sky Blue Planet, which one of them was not Lin Xian's concern? Which one of them would not ask Lin Xian to let them live? He wanted to live. He did not want to die because he could not bear to die. I'll go in 2 days. I'll stay here for a while and refine some poison needles and necessary pills. Uncle Dongfang just so happens to be here. He should be able to provide me with the herbs I need. Then I'll go to the Dongfang family first. 2 days later, Lin Xian, you're going back? Dongfang Bai looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I'm going back. Uncle Dongfang, Annie Xiazhu, take care. Dongfang Bai nodded. Yes, I'll contact you as soon as there's news about the supreme nether glowing grass. Everything else is basically fine. Only the supreme nether glowing grass is left. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, then I'll go first. Okay, be careful. They thought that Lin Xian was going to Jiangnan City to go home. In fact, Lin Xian was going to Tiannan City. It was said that DX Xian's tomb was in Tiannan City. In any case, it had been confirmed. Furthermore, it should be the real DX Xian's tomb. The next day, Lin Xian arrived at Tiannan City. DX Xian's tomb is located in the Crouching Water Wasteland. This sleeping water wasteland was rather interesting. The origin of the name was from the satellite map. This wasteland had ups and downs, and there was a river in it. This river led directly to the sea. What was interesting was that from the satellite map, this river looked like a dragon. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but there was no record of it. The location of DX Xian's tomb was nearby, so some people guessed that there must be a mechanism mainly for water in this tomb. This was inevitable because the tombs of previous generations were by the lake and the sea. DX Xian's tomb was also next to a top-notch river that led to the sea. This was interesting. On the surface, it might look like a river, but because this river was connected to the sea, this river had infinite possibilities. In other words, it might look like a river on the surface, but after a special construction and method, it might turn into an unimaginable sea after entering DX Xian's tomb. This was because there was a sea that poured seawater into DX Xian's tomb. Anyway, normal people who were a little smarter understood this. Lin Xian walked directly to the Crouching Water Wasteland. Of course, he didn't walk. He first took a taxi to the nearby area. It was a very desolate place, and it was also a forbidden place. It hadn't been developed, and there weren't many roads. A large part of it was mountain roads. So Lin Xian could only be sent to a place dozens of kilometers away. That didn't matter. It was only dozens of kilometers. Lin Xian was now a one-star domain realm. He had the spatial attribute, so this was a small matter. Swish, swish, swish. About half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at the vicinity of DX Xian's tomb. Why did he have to stop? Lin Xian wanted to see what was special about this place. There was indeed. Firstly, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was relatively dense. Compared to other normal places, this was simply a treasure land. Secondly, there was a special aura that seemed to be there, but not there. Lin Xian didn't know what this aura was, but his experience told him that it was released by a kind of power. Simply put, zombies had corpse chi, and monsters had demonic chi. Lin Xian didn't know what this was for the time being, but it might be a special kind of creature. This also meant that DX Xian's tomb was indeed abnormal. If I had known, I would have brought someone with me. Lin Xian scratched his head. Why? This Crouching Water Wasteland was so big. No matter how big a tomb was, how big could its entrance be? Lin Xian would probably explode when he found this entrance. He quickly gave Lu Qingzhu a call. Hey, little Qingzhu, about that. My friend asked me to ask. It's DX Xian's tomb. Where's his entrance? Don't doubt it. My friend is an explorer. This DX Xian's tomb is his lifelong pursuit. I'm just asking casually. I'll go home tomorrow. Lin Xian said. Lu Qingzhu was silent for a moment. Open a location on WeChat. Why would I open a location? Then, Lu Qingzhu hung up the phone. Then, she shared her location with Lin Xian. Lin Xian? What the fuck? Lin Xian took a look. Lu Qingzhu was actually 7 or 8 kilometers away from him. What the fuck? Little Qingzhu, what are you doing here? Lin Xian called Lu Qingzhu on WeChat. Come over first. Lin Xian touched his forehead helplessly. Damn, if he had known, he would have asked someone else. Lin Xian had nothing to worry about if he was alone. He still had the space attribute. However, if there were others, Lin Xian was worried that something would happen. Once something happened, Lin Xian would feel that it was because of him. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at Lu Qingzhu's location. Fuck! Lin Xian took a look and revealed a shocked expression. Was it just Lu Qingzhu? There were many others. At first glance, there were hundreds and thousands of people. Most of them seemed to be quite strong. Lin Xian didn't expect this. What was going on? Lu Qingzhu brought people here? Lu Qingzhu stood there and then saw Lin Xian walking over. She waved her hand and walked over. Little Qingzhu, what's going on? Lin Xian asked in confusion. It just so happens that the major forces are discussing this matter. They plan to make another trip to Xian's tomb in order to explore the current situation on Earth. This time, they came completely prepared. I just happened to meet you, so I came along. Lu Qingzhu said. Chapter 16:03. Lin Xian felt that it was a little too amazing. Was his luck really that good? He was originally alone. Now that there were thousands of people, of course, Lin Xian felt comfortable. But, sister, what are you doing here? You don't have to come. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu helplessly and said, I told you, there are very few opportunities to gain experience. This is a rare opportunity to gain experience. Moreover, I was one of the warriors who came to explore last time. Why can't I come? But you, didn't you say you were friends? Didn't you say you would go back tomorrow? What are you doing here? Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly and said, Okay, I won't argue with you. What's the situation now? Lu Qingzhu said, Kunlun Mountain, Wudong Sect, Mount Amei, and all the other forces have sent experts to investigate this matter. Didn't they say they failed before? Why are they here again? Lin Xian asked. I told you, because we want to completely understand the current situation on Earth. And this tomb is obviously the best place to tell us the answer. Although it may be very dangerous, with so many people here, we have to figure out these things. Only by figuring out these things can we make more correct countermeasures. Lu Qingzhu said, What about those people? Lin Xian saw many young people. They are here to gain experience, or rather, many of them are here for treasures. Oh, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. After all, this is the tomb of King Zhou Shang. Whether he is dead or not, when he has to enter here to die or sleep, he will definitely bury all his treasures, spiritual weapons, and so on in the tomb with him. At that time, with the status of King Zhou Shang, the treasures must be extremely exaggerated and powerful. Therefore, although this place is dangerous, it may also be an opportunity for some warriors. The treasures inside may be even stronger than the powerful spiritual weapons, like Kunlun Mountain. Lin Xian said, In a word, they are greedy. I don't think so. This should be a very normal situation, right? As for greed, I can only say that I'll see how far I can go after I enter. Lu Qingzhu said, It's a good thing. With so many people with me, at least it won't be that dangerous. Lin Xian shrugged. So, why did you come here for no reason? Lu Qingzhu was really strange. Furthermore, Lin Xian didn't come across him by accident. He had locked onto this place with a clear goal in mind. This was very strange. I'm also here to look for something. Sai, you don't understand. Lu Qingzhu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then let's go take a look first. Yes. Then the two of them walked over. Brother Lin, a figure spotted Lin Xian. Ha ha ha. Master Wuxin, I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Xian smiled and patted him on the back. Ba, I'm really happy to see Brother Lin here. Master Wuxin put his palms together and said with a smile, Master Wuxin, what are you doing here? Ba, for the sake of all living beings in the world, it's best to come over. Moreover, this poor monk has the power of spatial attributes and can also be a member of the escort team. Is Brother Lin the same? Lin Xian laughed and said, That's not it. I'm not as magnanimous as Master Wu Xin. It's purely for myself. Ba, it doesn't matter. It's just that it's said to be extremely dangerous inside. We still need to cooperate and help each other. Master Wu Xin said. Lin Xian nodded. That's not a problem, but I'm afraid that some people won't want to cooperate with him. Ha ha ha, understood. Master Wu Xin naturally understood what Lin Xian meant. A person's heart was the most difficult thing in the world to understand. After entering, not only did they have to guard against the dangers inside, but they also had to guard against the people around them. Then, we can be very good partners. Master Wu Xin smiled. Of course, ha ha ha. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Ba. On the other side, many people also saw Lin Xian's arrival. This Lin Xian is here too. Duan Lingxiao's eyes narrowed. Duan Lingxiao did not intend to come here. What was the point? He used all his skills to kill Lin Xian. Wouldn't that be better than anything else? However, he had also heard some rumors about this earth. He knew that the person buried in this tomb was a powerhouse who was similar to his sealing existence. He felt that he might not be any weaker than the powerhouses on Sky Blue Planet. The treasures here might not be any worse than the top-grade spiritual weapons on Sky Blue Planet. If he could obtain them, the benefits would be unimaginable. Moreover, if he brought them back to Sky Blue Planet, it would be a spiritual weapon that those people could not understand or recognize. It would definitely be a trump card. Moreover, he now had the spatial attribute and had advanced to the domain realm. He did not believe that nothing would happen if he wasted a day or two, right? There were so many people here. If he really could not handle it, he could just slip away until he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian was here too. According to his thoughts, since Lin Xian was also here, he might kill Lin Xian here. Secondly, even if he could not kill Lin Xian, since Lin Xian was here, it meant that there was indeed something good here. Originally, after returning, he was prepared to kill Lin Xian. Then, he heard Xianyuan Qingtian's call. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian as well. He felt that it was strange. Was it because Murongyu was taken away by Lin Xian that Xianyuan Qingtian was furious? It could be. Then he would be happy. However, in the past few days, they realized that they had completely lost track of Lin Xian. They did not expect him to appear here. Then, Duan Lingxiao quickly called Xianyuan Qingtian and told him about the situation. What? Lin Xian went to the Xian's tomb? Duan Lingxiao nodded. Yes, he's not far from me. I'm here to try my luck and see if I can find any treasures. Big brother Xianyuan, are you coming? Xianyuan Qingtian said, I won't be coming. Unfortunately, it's not suitable to fight in D. Xian's tomb. Firstly, no one knew the terrain of D. Xian's tomb. Secondly, there were many experts accompanying them, who knew if there would be a chance to make a move. It was better not to alert the enemy. Normally, Xianyuan Qingtian would come, but that was D. Xian's tomb. Although so many experts had come, Xianyuan Qingtian was cautious by nature. Everyone knew that there was a high risk of death in such a place, so he definitely would not come. Keep an eye on him, Xianyuan Qingtian said. Yes, I understand. Chapter 1604. At this moment, Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu stood behind the crowd and looked at the situation in front of them. There were really a lot of people. After all, D. Xian's tomb was rather special. Moreover, the experts who entered this time represented the entire martial arts world, the entire Earth, and even the survival of Earth. They might even only have one chance. Therefore, the number of experts who came this time was much more than they had imagined. The Dongfang family, the Xianyuan family, Kunlun Mountain, the Wudong sect, the Shaolin Temple, and even some old fellows who had not appeared for decades had come. What's the situation now? Why aren't we going in? Lin Xian asked. Master Wu Xin said, Ba, there seems to be some problems. Previously, some seniors had already entered, but now, when we rushed over, we found that the entrance that was originally open was closed. We don't know if it was closed by itself, or because of someone inside. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. There's such a thing. Yes, so now those seniors are trying to see what's going on. This way, They will feel a little more at ease when they enter. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian nodded and then opened his eye of cave spirit. What guy? He wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't opened it. Once he opened it, the scene before him was a little exaggerated. What was going on? It was quite an exaggerated scene. The surroundings were surrounded by an exaggerated amount of heaven and earth spirit energy. The heaven and earth spirit energy was indeed coming from this entrance, and the entrance seemed to be underground. Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy was not simple. It was mixed with a special aura. Because of this eye of cave spirit, Lin Xian felt that he should have the greatest advantage in this Emperor Xian's tomb. In any case, Lin Xian was sure that there was supreme nether glowing grass here. If he could reach that place alive, he should be able to obtain it. From the looks of it, there were so many top experts here, and even those old monsters who had existed for a long time. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that if he was a little selfish, he should at least be able to obtain the supreme nether glowing grass. However, Lin Xian could not be selfish. What would Earth be like in the future? The situation seemed to be very dangerous. Lin Xian would not be able to stay on Earth for the time being. This meant that Lin Xian would not be able to protect those he loved on Earth. When the time came, Earth would have to rely on these people. Moreover, at the very least, what they had shown so far was not that they had entered Xion's tomb for personal gain. They were there to explore Xion's tomb and protect the people of the world and Earth. Therefore, Lin Xian would definitely do his best to protect these people. Of course, there were exceptions. Everyone, at this time, an expert shouted, and everyone's eyes turned to look. Now that the entrance to Xion's tomb has been reopened, after entering Xion's tomb, everyone will advance together according to your sex, families, and forces. The top experts of Shaolin Temple and some of our warriors will lead the charge and bring up the rear for you. Everything in Xion's tomb is unknown, but it is obviously extremely dangerous. I hope that we can protect ourselves and everyone. After entering Xion's tomb, I hope that everyone will listen to orders and not act blindly. Everyone will act together. Kun Lunzi nodded and said, "That's right. This time, we are not going to chase each other for treasures. Our priority is to protect ourselves and others. Therefore, we will not move in batches for the sake of progress. No matter what, under normal circumstances, we will move together. This way, we can effectively protect everyone's safety. I also hope that everyone will cooperate with us. No one knows the danger inside, but it is unimaginable. All right, now please get ready. We are ready to enter Xion's tomb." Everyone gathered there. How do we do it? Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian. For some reason, she relied on Lin Xian. Although this person was not old, he made her feel safe. What else can we do? Let's follow them. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then, Lin Xian and the others entered Xion's tomb together as the members of the middle section. The front was undoubtedly the most dangerous, so they had to let the experts of Shaolin Temple be at the front. This was because they had the golden bell shield and iron skin shirt. If they encountered extreme danger, they would be the safest. Of course, this was relative to the others. After entering Xion's tomb, Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit the entire time. In fact, Lin Xian could already tell that it was not ordinary from the place he entered. Where? Space. Fuck. Other people's tombs had tunnels. Although Xion's tomb also had tunnels, wasn't this tunnel a little too big? Thousands of them entered the tomb and walked forward together. They did not even feel crowded. It was too exaggerated. Therefore, Lin Xian also dared to guess. Why did they have to make such a big fuss? Was it just because they had so much money? No, Lin Xian did not think that was the case. Perhaps it was because there were too many people who had entered Xion's tomb. It could be on the scale of hundreds of thousands or millions. Then, the tunnels that were built were also very huge. This was Lin Xian's guess. Perhaps many people had the same guess. Because of this guess, everyone felt even more uneasy. However, Lin Xian and the others did not notice anything amiss. Lin Xian did not notice anything either. However, under Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit, he could see that the deeper they went, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was not a secret. He believed that these experts could sense it as well. Then, they arrived at a huge space. This space did not seem to be anything special. Everyone, stop for a moment. Everyone stopped in this space. At present, they had not encountered anything. Monsters, demon beasts, humans, zombies, or anything else. In any case, there was nothing abnormal. If they had to say something, it would be that they had encountered corpse puppets. Perhaps corpse puppets were very terrifying to ordinary people, especially groups of corpse puppets. However, to martial artists like them, no matter how many there were, they could burn them all with a casual martial technique. Previously, we came to this place and couldn't find the way anymore. This time, it's still here. That's right. Previously, we were also here. That voice came from the void. This also tells us that there's actually a path after this. As for how to find this path, we might need to work hard this time. It shouldn't be a problem. Last time, we were afraid of that voice and didn't look for it properly. This time, we'll look for it properly. Chapter 1605. Just as everyone was preparing to search, a voice came from all directions. They didn't know which direction it came from, but they felt that it was coming from all directions. Get out, otherwise die. Everyone looked in all directions. Those who had experienced this last time might not have been so flustered, but those who had not experienced it before were truly afraid. Lin Xian frowned and scanned his surroundings. Get out. Anyone who takes another step forward will be killed without mercy. That voice came. At first, Lin Xian thought that it might be a recording, but later on, he realized that it didn't seem like it. This voice was mixed with a tone. Of course, a recording could also have a tone, but Lin Xian felt that it didn't seem like it. Of course, this was only Lin Xian's intuition. However, there was a repeat of sentence, and after that, the voice completely disappeared. Lin Xian felt that it was similar to a recording. It's the same again. Everyone, do you remember what this voice said the last time we came in? Was it the same as now? If so, it means that the source of this voice might be a spiritual artifact similar to a recording. This voice is just something used to deter us. An expert said, I feel like it's really like a recording. If I remember correctly, it was like this last time. Well, that's just deliberately mystifying. However, everyone, don't let your guard down. This also means that there is indeed something inside. Everyone, can you find any traces of mechanisms? Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and took a look. There were mechanisms, but they did not encounter any other mechanisms along the way. Those that they encountered were of little use to martial artists like them. Lin Xian did not see any hidden doors, so Lin Xian was sure that this was the only way out. Therefore, as long as there was a way out, there must be a mechanism here. As expected, the mechanism was not in their line of sight. Instead, it was on a wall high up in the sky. This also meant that the person who built DX Sion's tomb, or rather, the owner of DX Sion's tomb, did not want anyone to discover this place. That was the problem. Since he did not want to be discovered, why did he create such a huge tomb? From Lin Xian's point of view, there were two reasons. Or rather, Lin Xian knew of two reasons. First, if the place was big, then there must be a big use for it. For example, garrisoning troops. Secondly, the place was huge. He could use all sorts of favorable conditions or structures to turn the entire DX Sion's tomb into something like an array formation. He could achieve a certain goal. As long as the owner of DX Sion's tomb was here, it would definitely have a miraculous effect on him. For example, spirit gathering. No matter what, even if you're in a deep sleep, the thicker the heaven and earth spiritual energy around you, the better the effects will be for you in all aspects. However, Lin Xian wasn't sure if there would be any danger if he opened the door to this place. Did you find it? Nope. Many people even touched every place. They touched everything in this space, but they didn't find a place with a hidden mechanism. Moreover, many of the talisman's effects are useless. I've checked the area and found that there are no traps. Impossible. How can this be? This is definitely the entrance that we just came in from. It can't be gone just like that. Could it be that there are other passageways on our way here? At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Everyone, you seem to have forgotten to check the higher places." Many people looked at Lin Xian. What this little brother said makes sense. That's right. How could we forget about this? As the entire space, not only the ground and walls, but the walls above are also part of this space. We've already sealed ourselves. Why can't the traps be above us? Why must they be above the walls and the ground at the same height? Thank you, little brother, for your reminder. Lin Xian. There were also many who recognized Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "I'm just saying what I think. If you can't find it, don't blame me for wasting your time and energy." Of course not. Everyone, focus on checking the walls above. Be careful. Okay. Then, many people spread out in the space. Lu Qingzhu stayed by Lin Xian's side the whole time. "Did you find anything?" Lu Qingzhu asked. Lin Xian glanced at her. "Sister, do you think I'm a god? So many strong people didn't find anything. What can a young man in his 20s like me find? I just feel that your eyes are different from others." Lu Qingzhu muttered in a low voice. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she felt that it was really different. Others' eyes were full of confusion, but Lin Xian's eyes seemed to be firm and clear. Of course, she couldn't be sure of the accuracy of many things. It was just a feeling. Lin Xian was shocked. Fuck, this woman's intuition was really amazing. Damn, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to send a message to my baby. Lin Xian took out his phone. Then there was no signal. "Seniors, I found it. There's a trap here." Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, he pointed at a place and jumped down from the wall. Everyone gathered at that location. Dozens of top-notch experts stepped on the void and flew up, standing there. "Everyone, retreat first. We don't know if there's any danger after this trap is triggered. Everyone, activate your spiritual power and be ready to defend at any time." Kuan Lunzi said. "Yes." Lin Xian and the rest also retreated to the back. "Activate." When the trap was activated, a huge door opened at the top. It didn't seem to be anything special. Everyone waited for a while. There really didn't seem to be any danger. "We'll go in first. Everyone, follow. Be quick, in case there's any accident." Those experts said and rushed in. The rest of the people followed suit. This height was about 20 meters. For martial artists like them, they couldn't fly, but they could easily climb. It was a forbidden area. In a short time, everyone left this space and arrived in a new place. The scene in front of them made everyone's mouth open, revealing a shocked expression. Why? They thought it would be a dark scene, similar to the scene in an ancient tomb. But in front of them, it felt like a green forest. Beside them, there were trees and flowers. It was just a little damp. There was a bit of light. It wasn't dark, but it was very strange. The more it was like this, the stranger it was. Chapter 1606. Lin Xian was not the only one who felt that way. Everyone else who came in felt that it was very strange. What's going on? How do we enter a place like this? Yeah, I feel like it's possible if we entered a place full of water. After all, we're surrounded by water, a huge river. But this place is full of flowers and trees. Isn't it a little strange? Anyway, everyone, be careful. Although there are flowers and trees here, there must be a reason for their existence. Be careful of illusions. It's very likely that there will be illusions. Everyone, follow closely. It's very likely that there will be some changes in the environment. Be careful not to lose track. This place is definitely not simple. The experts reminded one after another. Lin Xian frowned as he looked around. Then, he said, "There's poison." "What?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, those people were shocked. But after thinking about it, it was reasonable. It was very reasonable that there was poison in this place. Many poisons needed to be released by poisonous creatures of the world. Poisonous creatures of the world were usually flowers and plants. It made sense that there were so many flowers and plants here. Moreover, in the eyes of these people, Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. His performance at the Martial Arts Circle Convention was very shocking. Many of the experts here knew Lin Xian. Therefore, they would definitely take Lin Xian's words to heart. What kind of poison is it? Ku and Lunzi stopped and looked at Lin Xian. There were some flowers and plants here that they did not recognize at all. They could recognize some of them, but they did see many poisonous things. There are a lot of plants here. Even the most ordinary grass is poisonous. Lin Xian said, "Is that so?" They frowned. "That's right. These flowers and plants are not poisonous. But because the air here is full of poisonous gas, these ordinary flowers and plants have been infected with the poison for a long time. As for the strength of the poison, Lin Xian sensed it for a while. It's not too strong, but I personally think that there might be stronger poisons in the depths. This is only the edge." Many people looked at Lin Xian. "What? Are you saying that there's poison in the air? Why don't we feel like we've inhaled the poison?" Someone asked. "I'm more sensitive about this. You could choose to believe me or not." Lin Xian said indifferently. Of course, they chose to believe it. Even if they didn't believe it, they would still consider the worst-case scenario. In such a place, there was no harm in being vigilant. That's right. These flowers and plants are indeed all infected with poison. Even the most ordinary weeds are poisonous. An expert plucked a blade of grass and sensed it. Well, the toxicity is indeed not high, but once we are poisoned, it will have a great impact on us. Moreover, if the air is poisonous, our bodies will be slowly eroded by the poison until it is irreversible. Little brother, since you're very knowledgeable in this aspect, what do you think? They looked at Lin Xian. Duanling Xiao clenched his fists. Why was this Lin Xian always the center of attention? Lin Xian said, "The toxicity is not strong at the moment. Ordinary antidote pills should not be a problem. What I'm worried about is what will happen later." Well, everyone, take the antidote pills first. The antidote pills were a necessity for any sect, force, and martial artist. Martial artists were really afraid of being poisoned. It might not be life-threatening, but once poisoned, it would greatly weaken one's combat strength. If they were chased by experts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone knew that in such a sealed place, or rather a partially sealed place, poison was definitely the usual method. Therefore, the antidote pills were a necessity when they came here. Everyone, be careful not to touch these flowers and plants. Also, be careful not to be scratched by the flowers and plants. If you have other long-sleeved shirts, outerwear, and trousers, wear them as well. Make sure to take precautions. Yes. Then, they looked into the distance and said, "According to this situation, the deeper we go, the stronger the toxicity should be." Lin Xian nodded. "I'm even worried that there will be poisonous demonic beasts because this place is very suitable for those demonic beasts to grow. Moreover, I'm afraid that their cultivation level will not be too low. If they exist, the poison of those demonic beasts will be fatal. Most of them can't be detoxified by ordinary antidote pills." That's right. This little brother's worries are correct, so we have to be more careful. If you've taken the antidote pills, then we'll continue to move forward according to the previous plan. Be careful. Yes. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu followed in the middle. Great Master Wuxin walked over and said, "Ba, Brother Lin has also studied medical skills?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "I've done some research. It seems that this poor monk has also reached a very high level. Otherwise, how could Brother Lin have discovered this before these experts? Maybe I have a pair of kind eyes that can discover details." Lin Xian said with a smile. They continued to move forward. Lin Xian also opened his eye of cave spirit and looked around for clues at all times. The plants here are so big. Lu Qingzhu frowned as she looked around. At the beginning, the place where they entered was still considered normal. Now that they had gone for about half an hour, they did not discover anything. However, the plants around them had changed a lot. An ordinary tree was probably twice as big now. An ordinary blade of grass was now as tall as a person. This caused them to have to come into contact with these plants at all times. It also caused them to basically destroy all the plants in front of them as they moved forward. Lin Xian said, "It's so big." It's probably because the spiritual power of heaven and earth here is more vigorous, or perhaps because of the poisonous power of heaven and earth. Just like in the past on earth, a mosquito might be bigger than a person. This situation is more like that. Wow, look over there. What kind of flower is that? Why is it so big? Someone looked ahead and said. Lin Xian also looked over. What the fuck? The environment in front of them had changed greatly. They seemed to have come to some kind of garden. There were all kinds of huge flowers here. This kind of flower had an incomparably long root that was similar to the neck of a giraffe. It was probably more than 10 meters tall. A huge pink flower grew on it and hung there. Perhaps because the root was too long and the flower was too heavy, some even hung down to a height of only a few meters from the ground. The surroundings were filled with this kind of flower, but it was still quite beautiful. Everyone stop. Chapter 16:07. The experts in front felt that something was amiss. Such a change in the environment, especially in such a place, was very abnormal. It's so beautiful. A girl reached out to touch a huge flower beside her. Don't touch it. Don't forget that everything here is poisonous. A combatant hurriedly grabbed her hand. Only then did the girl realize it and hurriedly took a step back. Lin Xian frowned and opened his eye of spiritual insight again. Then, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Not good. Retreat. Lin Xian shouted. However, at this moment, a blood-curdling scream came from the front, and a huge flower suddenly moved. It looked quite beautiful, but it suddenly opened its bloody mouth with saliva and swallowed that person in one gulp. Everyone's pupils shrank. Man-eating flower. It's a man-eating flower. Retreat first. All of you retreat first. Whoosh! Kuan Lunzi swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. It grew bigger and longer, binding the man-eating flower. Then, the flames burned along the horsetail whisk. However, it was useless. What? This man-eating flower is not afraid of fire? He revealed a shocked expression. Let me do it. A middle-aged man leaped forward, holding a sword in his hand. He slashed out with a powerful force and slashed at the man-eating flower's neck. Bang! What was shocking was that the slash produced a sound similar to metal colliding. Coupled with his powerful, heavenly, venerable realm cultivation, he only cut off a layer of skin from the root. Although he might not have used his full strength, it was enough to show how terrifying the man-eating flowers were. They were also immune to fire. The expert's strength erupted and directly cut the man-eating flower in half. At the same time, he saved the people inside. Everyone retreated. The surroundings seemed to have quieted down. The man-eating flowers could not move. What the hell is this? Is this a plant-type fey beast? Do plant-type fey beasts really exist in this world? No, it should be a simple plant. If this plant was a fey beast, how many tens of thousands of years of cultivation would it have? It's just that it might be a special man-eating flower. But isn't this man-eating flower too strong? It might not have any offensive capabilities, but it was actually immune to fire. Furthermore, it was the fire of Senior Kuan Lunzi, and its body was as tough as iron. Then we're done for. If we're like this, how can we pass? It's still okay to pass. I'm immune to fire, but I don't believe that I can be immune to a lot of power. Let's just gather our power from afar and destroy them. Then, thousands of experts gathered their power, but then, something unexpected happened. Those man-eating flowers opened their bloody mouths and sprayed out something similar to pollen. When so many man-eating flowers were released at the same time, it instantly spread out. Retreat. All retreat. Stop releasing. Kuan Lunzi shouted. Obviously, this thing was poisonous. Moreover, this man-eating flower didn't look simple. Perhaps its toxicity was very strong. Everyone then retreated one after another. After retreating to a certain distance, they let out a long sigh of relief. Senior Kuan Lunzi, seniors, what should we do now? It's probably useless for us to take a detour. If we don't pass through there, we won't be able to move forward. Amitba, it's obvious that the owner of this place, the founder of DXion's tomb, wants to use this thing to stop people who might pass through later. From the looks of it, we have to rush over even more. Then what should we do? Step on the void? It was originally feasible, but it shouldn't be possible now. There's poison over there, and the air is also poisonous. It won't work. Wait, is the spatial attribute useful? Lin Xian said, space might not be useful. Firstly, we don't know the distance. Secondly, we don't know what's behind those man-eating flowers. Furthermore, I'm afraid that the person who founded this place can also think of what we can think of. There are very few spatial attribute warriors in our era, but they definitely weren't too rare back then. They must have considered it. That makes sense. Don't look at spatial attribute warriors. It's too dangerous. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to have a good rest. Everyone, let's discuss our next move. Originally, these man-eating flowers were really nothing. What was difficult for them was not the poison. It was the number of these man-eating flowers, and, more importantly, the defensive strength of these man-eating flowers. It was too exaggerated. An all-out attack from a heavenly venerable could only destroy one. Therefore, don't even think about having so many experts forcefully destroy all the man-eating flowers. Why don't I give it a try? Lin Xian said. Fire would always be the nemesis of plants. These man-eating flowers should not be truly immune to Kunlunzi's flames. It was just that his flames had not reached a certain level, so the effect was negligible, even if his realm was very high. You, little brother Lin, don't be arrogant. Lin Xian said, it's fine. I'm just giving it a try. My flames are quite special. What if it works? This fire is definitely the nemesis of plants. I don't believe that there are any plants that are immune to fire. All right, since little brother Lin has said so, we have no other choice. Everyone, escort little brother Lin forward. All right. Then, more than a dozen heavenly venerables escorted Lin Xian forward. Lu Qingzhu frowned and looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Fuck, show off. I want to see if you can come out alive this time. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists tightly. Little brother Lin, this position is about the edge of the circle. Is this distance okay? A Wudong sect expert asked. Lin Xian nodded. It's about time. Umitba. Little brother Lin, if it's not possible, don't force it. An eminent monk of the Shaolin Temple said. Lin Xian nodded. Then, a powerful black and red flame burned on his body. Dark flame? It came from Huang Shi's flame. This was definitely a very strong existence. At the same time, the dark flame had the ability to ignore defense. Therefore, Lin Xian believed that this ability should be able to cripple the man-eating flower's powerful physique, right? At the same time, it was a powerful and special flame. Domain realm. Feeling Lin Xian's aura, everyone was shocked. Wasn't he only a 2-star law realm a few days ago? How did he suddenly reach the domain realm? Could it be that he was in the domain realm from the beginning? It can't be that he directly advanced in just a few days, right? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1608. To Lin Xian, it didn't really matter whether his cultivation base was exposed or not. From the looks of it, the others really didn't have the ability to solve this problem. So only Lin Xian could do it. Lin Xian only had to worry about exposing his strength, so that people like Duan Lingxiao would have an idea of his strength. However, Lin Xian felt that his cultivation base was already at the domain realm. Coupled with his attributes, combat strength, system, and other aspects, he really wasn't weak, so he didn't need to worry too much. Right now, Dongfang Shui was the most important thing. For Dongfang Shui, Lin Xian was willing to expose these things. There was no point in keeping them. Whoosh! Black flames surged forward. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. To be honest, this was a little exaggerated, really exaggerated. These black flames are so powerful. What kind of flames are they? Yeah, they're so powerful. These black flames actually burned all those man-eating flowers to ashes? What? He's clearly only at the domain realm. So why are his flames even more powerful than Senior Kunlunzi's? Even Senior Kunlunzi's flames didn't have such a great effect. So how can a mere domain realm cultivator's flames have such an astonishing effect? That can only mean that Lin Xian's flames are extraordinary. How strange. Where did he get them? His lightning is also extraordinary, black lightning. His flames are also extraordinary, black flames, and they're both so powerful. No wonder Lin Xian's combat strength is so strong. There's a reason for this. No wonder he was able to defeat Grandmaster Wu Xin at the Law Realm. But is it really the same Grandmaster Wu Xin who defeated him at the Law Realm? I have a feeling that Lin Xian was also at the Domain Realm back then. There's no way he could have gone from 2 stars of the Law Realm to 1 star of the Domain Realm in just a few days, right? That's impossible. Duan Lingxiao knew that Lin Xian must have reached the Domain Realm because he'd exchanged for a cultivation base upgrade from the system. What did that mean? It meant that Lin Xian cared a lot about something in this tomb. Lin Xian shouldn't have appeared here, but he did. Either he had triggered a mission here, or there was something he needed here. This was inevitable. However, because he had come to the Exion's tomb, he did not hesitate to spend a large amount of system points to raise his realm and reach the Domain Realm. This proved that the things here were very, very important to him. Therefore, this was a good opportunity. But why did Lin Xian come here? He really didn't understand. However, he thought that as long as he followed Lin Xian, he should be able to find out. When Duan Lingxiao saw that Lin Xian had already reached stage 1 of the Domain Realm, he was glad that he had spent all his remaining system points to upgrade himself to the Domain Realm. However, no one knew that he had reached the Domain Realm. This was because the quest he had triggered was to kill Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was dead, he would obtain a lot of system points. Not only would he be able to return to the city, but he would also obtain enough system points to exchange for other items. In any case, he had placed all his hopes on killing Lin Xian from the beginning, so it was normal that he did not leave any system points. However, in his opinion, it was abnormal for Lin Xian to do so. The powerhouses were also shocked. This Lin Xian is indeed a genius. Based on his performance so far, I'm afraid no one in the same generation in the world can catch up to him. Moreover, his experience seems to have crushed all the other geniuses. This kid is definitely not simple. This is really shocking. Yes, I never thought that we would have to rely on a junior to advance here. To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The flames gradually dissipated, and the huge group of man-eating flowers disappeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a little too terrifying. Whoosh! Then they were in an uproar. This was really a little too strong. What was the main reason? The main reason was that there was a comparison. Kuan Lunzi was basically one of the top existences in the martial arts world, but such an existence actually couldn't compare to a junior in terms of flames. This was too exaggerated. Lin Xian took a deep breath. There should be no problem, but I suggest that we wait for a while. After the flames burn out, there should be a stronger poison in the air. Lin Xian said, You're right. Everyone, rest a little more. We'll set off in a while. Yes, time passed slowly, and Lu Qingzhu came to Lin Xian's side. When did you advance to the Domain Realm? Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian said, I came across a fortuitous encounter in the past 2 days, and my cultivation base increased by so much. What else could he say? The system? That would be the end of him. How big of an opportunity did that have to be? Lin Xian smiled and said, It's all right. My luck is quite good. I'm a person who is born with good luck. So can I pursue you now? Lu Qingzhu, you rest first. Here. Then, she handed Lin Xian a pill. No need. My spiritual force recovers faster. It's fine. Oh. Lu Qingzhu then put away the pill. Lin Xian looked into the distance. There must be monsters here, and they must be very strong. When the time comes, follow me closely. I have the spatial attribute. At least I can guarantee your safety. Lin Xian said to Lu Qingzhu. Why was Lin Xian so sure that there must be monsters here? It wasn't that Lin Xian's eye of insight had seen anything, nor was it that Lin Xian had seen the footprints of demonic beasts. It was just that, firstly, this place was suitable for demonic beasts to live. Secondly, there were small animals here. Lin Xian had seen butterflies, mosquitoes, and the like. Since such animals existed, there must be powerful demonic beasts. This was inevitable. If small animals could live here, why couldn't monsters? Moreover, these butterflies and mosquitoes were poisonous. If the mosquitoes here bit an ordinary person, they would die in a short time. Everyone, let's go. Okay. Then, everyone continued to move forward. After passing through the man-eating flower forest that had already been burned to ashes, the scene in front of them changed once again. This was the experience of every martial artist. Once the scene changed in a relatively dangerous place, it would be more dangerous. Wow, so beautiful. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Even many men couldn't help but be stunned. Some people even took out their phones to take pictures. It was because this place was really beautiful. Chapter 1609. What was ahead? Peach Blossom Forest. It was a huge peach blossom forest. It was very, very pink and beautiful. Outside, it was basically impossible to see such a scene. Furthermore, the peach blossoms here were especially beautiful and lush. In reality, even if one had a large peach blossom forest, the level of beauty was completely incomparable to this. It was as though there was a Photoshop or filter. However, this was definitely a dangerous place. The most charming and dangerous. Everyone, don't blindly enter. Limit flow, observe from the outside. Everyone, follow me into this peach blossom forest to investigate. All right. Then, dozens of experts walked into the peach blossom forest. Lin Xian didn't see anything special with his eye of cave spirit. Could it really be an ordinary peach blossom forest? No. It was definitely impossible. This peach blossom forest was the same as the man-eating flower forest from before. Since it existed here, there had to be a reason for its existence. And to the people of Emperor of Shang's tomb, what they wanted to do was to prevent others from entering. Therefore, everything was to prevent them from entering. It was either to scare them or to kill them without being able to enter. Damn, this Emperor of Shang's tomb is much more difficult than I imagined. Lin Xian pondered slightly. This Emperor of Shang's tomb was really similar to the ruins of an expert. In modern times, there were basically no ruins of experts, but Emperor of Shang's tomb existed in that era. In that era, there were definitely ruins of experts. Therefore, this Emperor of Shang's tomb was likely a ruin of an expert. Even Lin Xian was suspecting something. He was suspecting that the location they were in was a small world. A small world, if you put it in the modern martial arts world, was simply a fantasy. But for the previous era, it should have been possible. And how did a small world form? There were two possibilities. First, it was a spirit artifact. Second, when a warrior's cultivation reached the heavenly Tao realm, they had the capital to create a pocket world that belonged to them. To experts at that level, some of them placed great importance on a pocket world, and some of them would even create a pocket world in an extremely good condition. If this was a small world, didn't that mean that there was a heavenly Tao realm existence in DX Xian's tomb? On second thought, it was quite normal. It was definitely possible for a heavenly Tao realm existence to exist in that era. Furthermore, King Zhou of Shang was remembered by others for his brutality and incompetence. But was he really incompetent to be able to ascend to the throne of an emperor during that golden age? No, he was probably an extremely powerful expert himself. In next to no time, those experts walked out. Seniors, is there any problem? Tian Guzi said, there's nothing wrong with it. Other than the poison floating in the air, I really didn't find anything else. It's just that this peach blossom forest seems a little big, and it's forbidden to fly. Flight restriction. Those people showed puzzled expressions. That's right. At the start, we wanted to step into the air and see what the situation was like. After all, we could see further from a high vantage point. But we discovered that we could only jump and not fly. There's a power here that forbids martial artists from flying. In other words, we could only follow the peach blossom forest and slowly walk in. But just because we haven't discovered any danger doesn't mean that there isn't any danger. It definitely exists. Therefore, after entering, we have to follow the people in front. If we don't want to die, it's best that we do so. Then, let's enter. Why don't we let Brother Lin Xian try and see if he can release his flames to burn this peach blossom forest? Master Wu Xin said at that moment. That works too. My young friend Lin Xian, is there a problem? Lin Xian said, I'll give it a try. Then, Lin Xian took a step forward and released his powerful flames of darkness. But this time, the flames of darkness were useless. It was as though the flames of darkness had touched water and were completely isolated. No, although these peach blossoms aren't immune to fire, the pollen floating in the air can isolate the flames. It's useless, Lin Xian said. Yes, that's reasonable. After all, the person who created this place isn't a fool. Since the previous ones could be resolved with flames, it's impossible here. Then let's enter. Then they all walked into the peach blossom forest. The blossoms were mesmerizing. When they walked in, they felt that these peach blossoms didn't seem particularly beautiful. Instead, no matter which direction you looked, it seemed to be in front of you. It was easy to get lost. Fortunately, the people in front could still see, so it wasn't a big deal. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu beside him. Give me your hand. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian said, This peach blossom forest looks more like a maze to me. Be careful. Give me your hand. I'll hold your hand. No matter what, the two of us won't get separated. In terms of experience, Lin Xian was not inferior to these old fellows at his young age. Because of the difference in living environment, Lin Xian had been exposed to too many things in the past few years on Sky Blue Planet. On Earth, these top experts didn't have many opportunities to come into contact with these things. If this place was a ruin, then Lin Xian felt that it was quite familiar. It can't be, right? The people in front are right in front of us. It can't be that we lost them, right? Lu Qingzhu even felt that this Lin Xian was deliberately taking advantage of her. It was normal. After all, Lin Xian was an old pervert. And although Lu Qingzhu was outstanding, she lived in this era. No matter how outstanding she was, she couldn't compare to those people in Sky Blue Planet. Especially in terms of experience, he couldn't compare. But if Lu Qingzhu lived in Sky Blue Planet, then she would at least be a Han Chuxue or Ling Ying. Not to the point of losing them. Then look, how many people can you see around you? Lin Xian said. Lu Qingzhu turned her head to take a look. It seems it's not as crowded as before. They had entered with over 1,000 people. There were originally many people around, but now when you look again, you feel that it's a lot thinner. Perhaps this is the meaning of the existence of this peach blossom forest. However, it's useless even if I say it out loud, because those who should be separated will eventually be separated. Moreover, there's a ban on flying. This also means that this place is a maze. Could it be that everyone had to hold hands? That's not realistic. Give it to me. Lu Qingzhu then handed her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian gently pinched her cheeks, causing her to blush. Lin Xian, do you think we can survive? Lu Qingzhu had an inexplicable feeling that it might be a little difficult to even live. Chapter 16:10. Could they survive? Lin Xian pondered for a moment and then smiled. Yes. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. She didn't know where his confidence came from, but his realm was only so high. It was true that he could fight across realms, but if he were to face a truly terrifying existence, how much would he be able to overcome? No matter how much he crossed, even the most powerful one could only fight against a celestial master, right? She even felt that there might be a higher virtual realm expert here. It wasn't just Lu Qingzhu. In fact, many people had this feeling, but then they thought about it again. If there really was a very, very powerful expert here, then why would they use these flowers and plants to restrict them and prevent them from moving forward? Lu Qingzhu really felt that this should be the most terrifying place she had ever been to. It was even more terrifying than the place where Tao Tai was. Although they didn't seem to have encountered such a terrifying existence, she had this feeling. Don't worry, I have the space attribute. No matter what, I can at least guarantee our safety. Lin Xian said, but when we were at Tao Tai's place, your space was useless. Lu Qingzhu said, Lin Xian was embarrassed. In fact, Lin Xian didn't rely on the space attribute, but he didn't know how to tell her now. What's wrong? Little Qingzhu, are you scared? Lin Xian smirked and asked while holding her hand. I'm a little scared, but this kind of fear is more of the fear of the unknown. I don't know why. Maybe it's my illusion. I just feel that this place is very powerful and dangerous. I always feel that not many people can leave here alive. Lu Qingzhu didn't like this feeling very much. Why? Lin Xian asked. Because, I don't know how to say it. I just feel that everything here, including this dense forest, is too grand. It shouldn't be something that a tomb should have. Then you can treat it as a ruin. Lin Xian said. Ruin? I've read about it in ancient books. Some of the top experts will create their own ruins. Although the ruins look small, there's actually a very exaggerated space inside. There may even be a small world in the ruins. Lin Xian nodded. Then do you think the place we're in now looks like a small world? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes lit up. I understand. She was afraid because of the unknown. But now, the place had not changed, and everything she encountered had not changed. However, because of Lin Xian's sudden explanation, she realized that this place could be understood as a ruin. Then, she was suddenly not afraid, because everything was no longer unknown. Thank you. Lu Qingzhu recovered instantly. Lin Xian smiled and said, You're my girlfriend. Other than ensuring your safety, of course, I have to be your shelter from the wind and rain. Lu Qingzhu glanced at Lin Xian. Don't talk nonsense. Then she glanced around. It was true. After chatting for a while, the people around them became even more sparse. Lin Xian, do you realize that the people around us seem to be getting fewer and fewer? The few people behind him followed Lin Xian. Lin Xian was undoubtedly the most famous. Moreover, he had shown experience that made those top experts sigh in admiration. Those people subconsciously felt that Lin Xian was someone they could rely on. Not only are there fewer people, there's fog around us. Lin Xian glanced around. It seems to be true. Our visibility is getting closer and closer. The fog's poison is only normal. It seems that the purpose of this peach blossom forest is to trap us here and make us lose our way. As for what dangers we will encounter after we get separated, I'm not sure. But for now, it's like this. Coupled with the mysterious power of the forbidden sky, it was obviously to make people lose their way here. Lin Xian, do you have a way? A girl asked. She seemed to be afraid. This feeling was even more exaggerated than Lu Qingzhu's. Lu Qingzhu was a proud daughter of heaven, but it depended on the place. After all, Earth was Earth. No matter how outstanding a person was here, they would only experience so much. Away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and smiled. Of course. Follow me. With the cave spirit eye, no matter what you do, Lin Xian will not be lost. Lin Xian also realized that once a person got lost, they would disappear from their sight. Even their voices couldn't be heard. This might be an effect to the fog. Gather everyone who can see here and follow me. Lin Xian said. Okay. Those people hurriedly called out. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. He was so strange. It wasn't that this person was strange, but he showed everyone a kind of calm in the face of danger. It was as if there was nothing he couldn't do. So it was very strange. How old was he? If this had happened to a senior, she wouldn't have thought much of it. However, when it came to Lin Xian, even though there seemed to be many mysteries surrounding him, and he was very powerful, this kind of experience, confidence, and so on, he was really too reassuring. Following by his side really made people feel at ease. Hey, little Qingzhu, why are you staring at me? Is it because I'm too handsome? Lin Xian's sudden words disrupted Lu Qingzhu's thoughts. She blushed. No. Then, she quickly turned her face away. Soon, more than 100 people gathered around Lin Xian. Everyone, follow me. Of course, if you don't want to get separated, I suggest that you all hold hands. Lin Xian, we won't get separated, right? We only have so few people. Don't tell me we can't see. One of them said something. Up to you. Let's listen to Lin Xian. After all, the 2,000 of us have indeed been separated, a girl said. Lin Xian pulled Lu Qingzhu's hand and walked forward. Do you see it? Lin Xian said as he walked forward. What? Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in confusion. These peach trees are moving. Lu Qingzhu opened her small mouth. I don't see it. Of course, their movement doesn't mean that they are demons. It could be that some kind of force or formation is driving them to move. That's why everyone got separated so easily. It's not just because of the fog. It's mainly because these peach trees are constantly moving in an orderly manner, causing all the directions to be messed up. Furthermore, there are peach trees everywhere. Even if there were a lot of movement, we wouldn't be able to discover anything. Even the peach trees a few hundred meters ahead of us have already started moving in advance, causing us to deviate from our path and change directions as we walk in circles, Lin Xian said. Chapter 16:11. It was very difficult to discover, because these peach trees moved without any sound or movement. Furthermore, it was impossible to see the peach trees moving in front of your eyes, unless you really discovered it. I believe that some people would discover it, and the stupidest way to get out was to destroy the peach trees along the way. Although peach trees were immune to fire and could not be burned due to the pollen, they were still ordinary peach trees. If they were bombarded bit by bit, they would still be able to blast a path out. However, if Lin Xian could think of this, then the person who set up this peach blossom forest must have thought of it as well. Therefore, this peach blossom forest must be very big. Its purpose was to trap a portion of the people and slow them down. Furthermore, even if you could destroy it bit by bit, you would lose your way. What you destroyed was not the way forward. Wouldn't that be an explosion? They followed Lin Xian and walked forward for about 3 hours. After walking in this peach blossom forest for 3 hours, it was enough to see how big it was. Wow, we're out. At first, they were especially excited when they saw the peach blossom forest. It was very beautiful, but after walking for a long time, they felt like vomiting. When they walked out, there was a green forest in front of them. It was the same as before, but made them very happy. Anyway, if they could leave this place, the flowers they hated the most in their lives would probably be peach blossoms. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in surprise. There were clearly no other footprints in the surroundings. In other words, they were the first to walk out. Even the top experts did not come out earlier than them. And the reason why they could come out so early was all because of Lin Xian. It was as if he was very familiar with this place. It was as if the fog and peach blossom forest did not exist in his eyes. He seemed to be able to find the right path. However, Lu Qingzhu had been holding hands with Lin Xian the entire time. She did not even see Lin Xian release any power, use any spiritual weapons or talismans. He really just walked out. What the hell was going on? This person was simply too shocking. She felt that the more time she spent with him, the more mysterious he became. It was as if the frivolous appearance on the surface was a complete facade. The real Lin Xian was a powerful existence filled with confidence and great wisdom that appeared to be stupidity. Looks like no one has come out yet. Lin Xian sat there and lit a cigarette. How can we help? Lu Qingzhu asked. Without those experts, Lu Qingzhu felt that it would be very dangerous even with Lin Xian around. They needed a large number of top experts. Only by working together would they be able to go further. In other words, only then would they dare to move forward. Lin Xian also needed these people. After all, he was only at the domain realm. I need to think. Lin Xian smoked as he thought of a plan. Lin Xian had a way to deal with the fog, but even if he did, they wouldn't be able to walk out. I wonder if my law of destruction will work. Lin Xian's current realm wasn't high, and this peach blossom forest was so big. If he were to destroy the laws, Lin Xian wasn't sure if it would have much of an effect. However, this was just an ordinary peach blossom forest. This was just an ordinary fog. Thinking about it, even if it was a large area, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, The law of destruction and the law of creation were very exaggerated. Only you could think of it. As long as you had enough power, you could think of anything. I'll give it a try. Lin Xian took a deep breath. No matter how mysterious this peach blossom forest was, it was just ordinary peach blossom trees. So even if there were so many of them, could the law of destruction destroy countless ordinary peach blossom trees? As for the pollen, it might just be ordinary pollen with a certain effect. Actually, Lin Xian had thought of it from the beginning, but he didn't dare to do it. But now, he wondered if he should give it a try. Law of destruction. A terrifying power erupted from Lin Xian's body. Shua. In the next instant, the large peach blossom forest in front of them suddenly evaporated. This? Everyone was flabbergasted. What happened? Could it be that they had walked for so long in the illusion? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't know how much of the peach blossom forest had been destroyed by the law of destruction, but it was definitely not all of it. It might not even be 1/10. In any case, Lin Xian nearly vomited blood. Fuck, how big is this peach blossom forest? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and didn't think of directly destroying the entire peach blossom forest in one go. He destroyed 1/12 of it and nearly vomited blood. Otherwise, if Lin Xian directly wanted to destroy the entire peach blossom forest and release the law of destruction, he would probably be crippled. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. How terrifying. Lu Qingzhu's little mouth opened. What was this Lin Xian? What kind of power did he release just now? Why didn't she feel anything? But why did the peach blossom forest in front of her disappear? Clearly, that was Lin Xian's doing. This? Lin Xian took a few pills and sat there to rest. Hey, you guys are out? There were quite a few people in the destroyed peach blossom forest. They ran over. Ba, could it be Brother Lin Xian's doing? Master Wuxin looked at the meditating Lin Xian and bowed. This peach blossom forest is so strange. I almost couldn't walk out, but why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be an illusion? It was true. Many people inexplicably felt that it was an illusion. Otherwise, why would all the peach blossom trees disappear? Lin Xian expressed that he was very tired. Why did so many top experts need Lin Xian to carry them? However, there was nothing he could do. It wasn't that Lin Xian was a saint, but that Lin Xian knew that his realm was only at the domain realm. The maximum amount of system points that the system could give them could not reach the heavenly venerable realm. And among these experts, there were even some high-level heavenly venerable realm experts. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them. Lin Xian needed them. Lin Xian had to obtain the supreme nether glow grass. He could not afford to lose it. Helping them was helping himself. At the same time, Earth's future situation might not be good. Lin Xian did not want them to die. At the very least, they would be a powerful fighting force for Earth in the future. If something happened to Earth, although they were only a small portion of the martial artists, they would still be a very important fighting force. Lin Xian would leave. He needed them to protect Earth. At the same time, it could be considered as protecting Lin Xian's beloved on Earth. Lin Xian took a deep breath and released the law of destruction again. Whoa, it really seems like an illusion. Look, a large peach blossom forest disappeared over there. It's true. Fuck, look here. Suddenly, someone discovered something. Footprints? These are the footprints of demonic beasts. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suddenly felt that their surroundings had become eerie. Chapter 16:12. Lin Xian had already guessed that there were demonic beasts here, so when he saw the footprints, he was not very surprised. However, the others were really afraid. Demonic beasts. They did not see many demonic beasts in the first place. The demonic beasts that they saw were mostly in hibernation for a long time and had just woken up. But here, this was a place that had always existed. With this environment, do you think that the demonic beasts would be in hibernation? That was obviously not the case. Demonic beasts that were not in hibernation had lived here for 3,000 to 4,000 years. How much would the demonic beasts have grown? Although the cultivation of demonic beasts was much more difficult than that of humans, at the same time, the lifespan of demonic beasts was not something that humans could reach. If this was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, then there must be weak demonic beasts. Similarly, there must be strong demonic beasts. If it was just that the person who created Xion's tomb had deliberately set it up here and only put a few demonic beasts in, then they were either dead or had grown into extremely powerful existences. However, Lin Xian felt that it might be the former. Otherwise, why would those things in front stop them from entering? Wouldn't it be fine to just let them in to die? What was the point of doing so? It's over, it's over. The footprints of this demonic beast should belong to a feline demonic beast, right? It looks like it. This kind of demonic beast is usually very fast and very aggressive. We have to let all the other seniors come over before we can move forward. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward at all. That's simply courting death. I want to go back. I wanted to, but someone has already gone back. But he sent news that the passage on the wall where we left that space has been closed. It seems like we can't go back. We can only brace ourselves and move forward. Lu Qingzhu walked over and looked at the footprints. This footprint was bigger than 10 of her breasts. It's poisonous. Lu Qingzhu glanced at the soil and the footprints. It was clearly stained with poison. Lin Xian's law of destruction was released again. It could be said that it had almost destroyed the peach blossom forest. It would be easy for those people to find it. Which one of you can release some kind of fire or lightning power to attract the experts in the peach blossom forest over? Lin Xian said as he walked to Lu Qingzhu's side. He squatted down and reached out to touch the sand. Be careful, Lin Xian sniffed. Extremely poisonous. If an Empyrean realm is poisoned, they should die suddenly within a short time. Lin Xian then used a power to disperse the poison on his hand. So strong? Doesn't that mean that if the seniors who came with us were to be poisoned, they would also die in a short period of time? Those people revealed terrified expressions. Without a doubt, Lin Xian's previous performance made them believe in Lin Xian's words. They believed that Lin Xian was quite capable. At the very least, they felt that his words were more credible and did not treat him as a lunatic. Lin Xian said, "Listen carefully. I said that it won't be detoxified, but if it could be detoxified, it naturally won't be a big problem. This poison, ordinary detoxification pills can't cure it, but I believe that those seniors should have something up their sleeves. This poison shouldn't be a big problem for now." Lin Xian then looked into the distance. He was not worried about the Fey Beast. He was worried about what was deeper. This Fey Beast should be at the Empyrean realm. If it was, then there should be someone at the Great Void realm here. These experts should have thought of this possibility. They might even have thought of the possibility of a heavenly Dao realm. Of course, the chances of a heavenly Dao realm being here were not high. Even if it was in hibernation, after so many years, it would still affect one's realm. However, a Great Void realm expert would definitely have thought of it. Perhaps their realm was not high enough, but after so many years, Earth had never lacked top-grade spirit artifacts. Those that had been passed down since ancient times were basically found in the various large sections. They would definitely bring top-grade spirit artifacts with them. With this in mind, Lin Xian was no longer that flustered. If it really didn't work, he still had a trump card. Soon, the experts arrived one after another. What's going on? Why did the peach blossom forest disappear? Was there some mechanism? Kuan Lunzi asked. I think it's Lin Xian. Someone whispered. Lin Xian. Some of the experts' gazes locked onto Lin Xian once again. If it's really this kid, then he's a little too strong. They said that Lin Xian was strong, but it did not necessarily mean that he was strong in terms of strength. Instead, it meant that he was strong in terms of experience. In any case, none of them could do anything about it. How did this kid manage to resolve all of them? However, if the peach blossom forest had not suddenly disappeared, they would probably have to stay in there for a while longer. Are these the footprints of demonic beasts? They also noticed it. Yes, there are more in the distance. They're from other demonic beasts. Clearly, there are many demonic beasts ahead. They nodded. Everyone take a break. There should be a tough battle waiting for us next. Then, Kuan Lunzi looked at the others and said, "Everyone, get your spirit artifacts, talismans, and other things ready at any time." "Yes, no problem." After resting for a while, Zhang Jiang of Wudong Mountain glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, follow us. Be careful. It's best to take out your spirit artifacts at any time." "Yes." Then, they took out their spirit artifacts one after another. The group that had already gathered together set off again. Soon, Roar, a gigantic demonic beast, was blocking their path. Obviously, they had entered the demonic beast territory and caused it to be extremely dissatisfied. And this demonic beast might have greater confidence in its own strength. Or did it have a reason to not leave this place? In any case, in the face of so many people, this demonic beast actually dared to stand out. To be honest, this scene was not right. There must be a reason. Is this armored dragon crocodile? Seeing this demonic beast, the experts all revealed vigilant expressions. Armored dragon crocodile. That's right. At first glance, it looked like a crocodile. However, this crocodile was especially big. It was estimated to be 10 meters long, including its tail. Moreover, its body was extremely thick. The most memorable thing about this armored dragon crocodile was its bloody mouth. The scales on its body were like armor that covered every part of its body. Moreover, there were sharp thorns on the armor. The thickest part was not its limbs, but its tail. Chapter 16:13. At first glance, the armored crocodile's tail gave people the feeling that if you were swept by this tail, you would either be smashed to death, with all your ribs broken and your internal organs ruptured, or your body would be pierced by the spikes on the tail. This tail was also the armored crocodile's main combat tool. Everyone, be careful. This armored crocodile is very strong. Spread out. Don't come over if your cultivation hasn't reached the heavenly venerable realm. Zhang Jiang shouted, and then a group of powerhouses walked over together. I didn't expect that the first monster we encountered here would be this armored crocodile. Yeah, it said that the armored crocodile is a T2 level monster with high defense in addition to T1 level monsters like the black tortoise. Yes, of course, it's just a rumor, but it's definitely not groundless. Looking at the appearance of this armored crocodile, you can tell how strong its defense is. In this world, there was a saying that in the world of martial arts, only speed was unbreakable. That was right. Fast speed was really something that was difficult to break. In addition to speed, another thing that was difficult to break was defense, especially when defense and power coexisted. This armored crocodile was like that, and its speed was not slow either. It could be said that this was a more versatile monster. Its cultivation might only be around 5 or 6 stars of the heavenly venerable realm, but you could see that so many powerhouses had taken action. It was enough to see what level this armored crocodile was in their eyes. It was strong, definitely strong. Start the battle. Whoosh! In the next moment, that group of powerhouses took action. This was also the first time Lin Xian had seen such a scene since he came to Earth, including those times in the past. It was even the first time he saw a scene of a battle between heavenly venerable realm warriors on Earth. It was quite powerful. However, compared to the warriors of the same level on Sky Blue Planet, it was indeed a little worse. Even these old guys could not compare to the old guys of the same level on Sky Blue Planet. After all, it was a matter of living environment. Armored crocodile, a monster that has gone extinct. Its defense is extremely strong, and its weakness is its stomach. Lu Qingzhu looked at the battle in the distance and murmured, "But it's difficult to hit the stomach." Lin Xian said, "Well, this demonic beast is similar to a crocodile, but it is very strong. In addition to having great strength, it also has a strong defensive ability. It stands on all 4 limbs and is as immovable as a mountain. Unless it is suppressed by the realm, it is very difficult to cause any harm to it." Boom! Kuan Lunzi and the other experts kept bombarding the armored dragon crocodile with their powerful strength. The armored dragon crocodile was forced to retreat. It was normal for it to be defeated. After all, the armored dragon crocodile's realm wasn't that high. Kuan Lunzi and the others' realms were even higher than it, and they had more people. However, the armored crocodile did not suffer any damage. Simply put, it was difficult for the armored draconic crocodile to kill those experts. It was also difficult for those experts to cause substantial damage to the armored draconic crocodile. No, we have to attack its stomach. Is there any way to send this armored crocodile into the air? It's a little difficult. The armored crocodile is as immovable as a mountain, unless the difference in strength is very great. I fucking hate this kind of defensive type of demonic beast the most. You say you don't dare to fight, but you dare to hide. What's the point? Everyone, whose law or domain would you like to try? I'll do it. Then, an old man rushed over. Domain, sleep. Roar. Then, the armored dragon crocodile roared angrily and shattered his domain power. Roar. With another roar, a powerful shockwave erupted from the armored dragon crocodile's surroundings and rushed out in all directions. Everyone was a little helpless against this armored dragon crocodile with extremely strong defense. However, the powerful force released by the armored dragon crocodile could not easily hurt these experts, unless it was its terrifying tail. However, dodging this tail attack was still very easy. If they couldn't even dodge this tail attack, then they would be too weak. Mountain toppling spell. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qingyan Mountain's Taoist priest Qingshan flashed above the armored dragon crocodile. A talisman appeared in his hand and directly stuck on the armored dragon crocodile's armor. Open. Shua. Following that, the power of the talisman erupted. The armored dragon crocodile was sent flying by an invisible force, and its body flipped over. Good spell. When they saw this scene, all the experts, including the people behind them, exclaimed in admiration. This spell is interesting. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. The mountain toppling spell can even flip over a tall mountain. It's a relatively useless talisman. I didn't expect it to have a miraculous effect at this time. Lu Qingzhu praised. Therefore, although these experts are all celestial venerables and might encounter great void stage experts, they're still from various sects and factions. Their individual strength may be average, but when combined, they are indeed very strong. That's why, although these experts are all celestial venerables and might encounter great void stage experts, they're still existences from various sects and factions. Their individual strength may be average, but when combined together, they're indeed very strong. Lin Xian said, "Why do you sound like an unfathomable senior?" Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian. Huh, am I? Lin Xian scratched his head. You're thinking too much. I'm only 23. No, I might not even be 23. Lu Qingzhu was shocked. He was a person who was younger than him, but what he displayed was something that he could never hope to achieve. The armored dragon crocodile was flipped over. The strength of those experts was still strong, so they easily dealt with it. To be honest, the armored dragon crocodile's armor was really hard. Then, those experts began to divide the treasures of the armored dragon crocodile. It was nothing more than the demon core and the most important armor. The defensive power of this armor was simply too strong. If they brought it back to forge and refine something, the effect would definitely be explosive. Everyone, hurry up and leave this place. It's not good to stay here for long. A powerful demonic beast had died. The smell of its blood would definitely attract other demonic beasts. Let's go. Go, go, go. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian. What's wrong? No. No one cares why this demonic beast dares to come out and stop us when it sees so many of us coming here. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. It's a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian then opened his eye of cave spirit. That's true. Then, Lin Xian quickly walked over. No one else cared. There was actually a stalk of yin and yang grass in the weeds. This was an extinct treasure. It's a pity that it's not the supreme nether glowing grass. Lin Xian sighed. This terrain should be quite suitable for the growth of the supreme nether glowing grass. Let's go. Lin Xian put away the yin and yang grass and then hurriedly followed the large group in front of them. There were more things waiting for them. Chapter 16:14. Time slowly passed. They encountered many monsters along the way, but they were all scared but not in danger. This was because they only encountered 1 or 2 monsters. They were generally in the heavenly venerable realm, but they were even easier to deal with than the armored dragon crocodile from before. The sky darkened. This was a small world. The black and white was enough to explain it. So far, they seemed to be going very smoothly, and there were no casualties. Duan Lingxiao had been paying attention to Lin Xian. He really wanted to kill this Lin Xian, but it was difficult to find an opportunity to do so. Moreover, even if he made a move now, he shouldn't be Lin Xian's opponent. He could only find an opportunity here and use the things here to get rid of Lin Xian. Of course, the premise was that he had to have the opportunity, especially when he saw Lin Xian flirting with a beautiful woman like Lu Qingzhu. He couldn't stand it. He really couldn't stand Lin Xian having so many beautiful girls around him. Duan Lingxiao wasn't bad either. He was even more handsome than this Lin Xian. But why couldn't he compare to him in all aspects? Why did girls like him? It's already late at night. Everyone, stop moving and rest. We'll continue tomorrow morning. Zhang Jiuyang of Wudong Mountain shouted to the people around him. Let's continue our journey tomorrow morning. It's too dark here at night, and demonic beasts are highly skilled in camouflage. It's best that we don't continue our journey in this environment. Taking advantage of the fact that the poison here isn't strong enough to be neutralized by the detoxification pill, and there won't be any abnormalities, let's rest here. It just so happens that there aren't many trees here, and it's a spacious area where we can see each other. Let's rest here. All of you rest. Be careful not to use any lights or flames, and be quiet. Kuan Lunzi said. Animals were afraid of fire. Normally, if you lit a bonfire in a dense forest at night, it would scare away many animals, including insects. But for demonic beasts, it was a different story. Instead, they would be attracted by the light of your fire. Everyone sat down to rest. Little Qingzhu, are you hungry? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingzhu shook her head. I'm already in this realm. I won't be hungry. Then do you want to eat something? No. Do you want to eat hot pot? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingzhu, don't tell me you still have a pot with you? Lin Xian then stretched out his hand, and a pot appeared. Then there was a hot pot base. Of course, Lin Xian used the law of creation to create it. Lu Qingzhu, you can't bring hot pot ingredients, can you? Then fat beef, fat sheep, tripe, lettuce, prawns, potatoes, and so on were all placed on the table. Lu Qingzhu, is this person? It's quite cold here at night. Wouldn't it be great to eat hot pot to warm up and then rest? Lin Xian started a fire, and the aroma of the hot pot wafted out. Many people who saw this scene with their own eyes the same way, full of admiration. Do you have fungus? Black fungus. Lin Xian then took out a plate. Yes. Lu. How could he have everything? Master Wuxin, come and eat with us. Lin Xian greeted Master Wuxin. Ba, this poor monk won't be eating. The two of you are really in a leisurely mood. Lin Xian smiled and said, that's right. It's time to relax. That's true. After eating the hot pot, Lin Xian handed Lu Qingzhu a can of Coke. Then whoosh, a double bed was placed in that area. Everyone. Damn, is it poisonous? Lin Xian took out a blanket and laid it on the bed. Then he crawled under the blanket and wrapped himself up. Lu Qingzhu stood there dumbfounded. What did this person put in his interspatial ring? Look at the others. At most, they put a few sets of clothes and a blanket. This person put a bed in it? Of course, it was made by Lin Xian, but the others thought he took it out from his interspatial ring. Little Qingzhu rest. Lin Xian patted the bed on the other side. Lu Qingzhu hurriedly shook her head. Sai, you must rest comfortably during this break. There'll probably be a fierce battle tomorrow. How about this? I'll make another blanket for you. Then, Lin Xian made another blanket. In the end, Lu Qingzhu still went in. The people around were envious and hateful. Was he fucking bullying her? Time passed slowly. Everything quieted down. Only the strange cries of small animals could be heard. Basically, everyone was sitting there, cultivating, meditating, and recuperating. Only Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu were lying on the bed like their fathers. It was very quiet. They could even hear the breathing of the people next to them. At this moment, Zhang Zhuyang's voice broke the silence. Everyone, wake up! Everyone opened their eyes. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu also sat up. Senior Zhang, what's going on? Someone asked. The surrounding poison has increased by quite a bit. There might be a situation. Be careful. Hearing this, everyone instantly woke up and became alert. This was no small matter. Lin Xian had activated his Eye of Cave Spirit. Fuck. It wasn't just a situation. It was a fucking big deal. What was the situation with the Eye of Cave Spirit? They were surrounded by poison. This was normal. It was nothing because they were surrounded by poison from the moment they entered. However, if the poison was to be graded, the poison around them was level 1. About 100 meters away, the poison around them was level 2. Perhaps 200 meters away, the poison was level 3. They seemed to be surrounded by a very powerful poison. Furthermore, the poison was slowly seeping towards them. There was something wrong with this scene. It was as if something was controlling the poison. At this moment, several experts walked over from afar. The situation isn't good. I don't know what's going on, but the surrounding poison is increasing. We're surrounded by a stronger poison, and it's seeping towards us. I estimate that in a few minutes, the poison here will double. It's not a big deal even if it doubles. The antidote is about the same. However, this scene is too strange. We might be targeted. And what do we do now? Should we break through the area where the poison is stronger? Someone asked. It's best not to. It's dangerous. I even suspect that the poison might be released by a monster. If it is, it's too dangerous. Everyone, continue to stay here and wait for dawn. Everyone, take out your talismans. All right, the power of the talismans added a protective barrier around them. This barrier also prevented the poison from seeping in. Chapter 16:15. Everyone felt at ease when this protective shield was raised. However, after this incident, none of them were in the mood to rest. Lin Xian quietly reached out and hugged Lu Qingzhu's slender waist. Lu Qingzhu quickly took his hand away and walked down from the bed. Senior, if we don't go out, will we become turtles in a jar? Lu Qingzhu asked worriedly. Those experts muttered. I'm not sure. We don't know anything about this place. However, staying here should be the safest thing to do. After all, we have so many people. No matter what we do, we have to consider if it's suitable for everyone to move together. At this moment, someone shouted, Everyone look over there. Is it a demonic beast? Everyone's gazes shifted over. In the poisonous fog outside, they seemed to see a red beam of light in the middle of the night. This red light gave them the feeling that it was the blood-red eye of a demonic beast. Lin Xian used his eye of spiritual insight to take a closer look. Others couldn't see it clearly, but Lin Xian could. It's a scorpion, Lin Xian said. Scorpion? Demonic beast? Lin Xian nodded yes. Its body is about 5 or 6 meters long. Its entire body is yellow in color. The spikes on its back are releasing poisonous gas. This poisonous gas should be released by this scorpion. Moreover, there should be more than one of them. We might be surrounded by a group of scorpion demonic beasts. Everyone was secretly shocked. They weren't shocked by Lin Xian's words, but how could this Lin Xian see it clearly? None of the top experts, including themselves, were able to see clearly. All they could see was the blood-red eye in the darkness, and nothing else. And yet, Lin Xian was still able to tell what color the demonic beast was, even in such a situation. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Earth-colored? 5 or 6 meters long. Does this demonic beast have circular patterns on its body? Lin Xian nodded yes. It's a desert scorpion. Kuan Lunzi said. Desert scorpion. Isn't this a demonic beast from the desert? Why would it appear in the dense forest? The reason is very simple. Once upon a time, someone went to the desert and caught these demonic beasts, and they lived here. This also shows that the construction of this place was indeed purposeful. An expert said, the desert scorpion is a group of demonic beasts. It is very fast, has very strong defense, and is very poisonous. Moreover, the desert scorpion cooperates very well. It is even said that if the desert scorpion cooperates in battle, it can even condense some kind of formation, which can greatly increase their combat strength. Zhang Zhuyang said, normally, there would be 200 to 300 desert venomous scorpions in a group. Their general realm is definitely not too high. This poison should be released by the desert venomous scorpions. Their goal is to poison all of us so that they can have a good meal. But don't forget, the desert scorpions have lived in this kind of environment for so many years. Even if their realm isn't high, it's definitely not low. Everyone, prepare for battle. Kuan Lunzi summoned his horsetail whisk. If it's the desert venomous scorpions, then their poison has a corrosive effect on the defensive power we released. The defensive boundary released by this talisman will be corroded in a short while, and a battle is inevitable. These desert venomous scorpions might have condensed a formation. For us now, it's no longer about dodging, but about taking the initiative to attack. We can't let these desert venomous scorpions condense some kind of power unscrupulously. Kuan Lunzi said, everyone get ready. Me, Senior Kuan Lunzi, Peak Master Uni, and Master Karon will each lead some martial artists to deal with the desert venomous scorpions in 4 directions. You have 1 minute to quickly find your own team, and we'll get ready to fight. Zhang Zhuyang said. Lin Xian then stood behind Master Kurong with Lu Qingzhu. It should be safer to follow a Shaolin Temple's expert. Besides, there was also Master Wuxin, so Lin Xian could cooperate with him to fight. Cancel the talisman's power. Zhang Zhuyang yelled. Yes. Then, the boundary around them disappeared. Whoosh! The poison instantly spread to their surroundings. Do it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After being here for so long, they had finally fought a large-scale battle. There were about 2,000 people in all 4 directions. On average, there were 500 martial artists in each direction. No matter how many desert venomous scorpions there were, they would not outnumber them, right? Lin Xian held a spiritual weapon in his hand. He passed through the poisonous fog and saw the desert venomous scorpions. They were not much different from what he had described earlier. They looked very terrifying and fierce, especially the scorpion tail that was raised a few meters in the air. The poisonous stinger looked really scary. Thunderstrike. Whoosh! Lin Xian directly slashed at one of the desert venomous scorpions with his sword. The other 300 to 400 people also directly joined the battle. Boom! Lin Xian's thunder was dodged by the desert venomous scorpion. What the fuck? Lin Xian was stunned. How could this big and silly desert venomous scorpion be so fast? It was so fast that Lin Xian felt that it had the power of the wind attribute. His attack actually missed? Whoosh! Then, the terrifying scorpion tail directly stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed. The scorpion tail also missed. 3-star domain realm. Damn, the realm of the demonic beast here is really high. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. Lin Xian had the law of destruction. However, the law of destruction was very effective against units of a lower cultivation level than him. Once the opponent's cultivation level was higher than his, or even the same cultivation level, the effect would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Lin Xian could not directly use the law of destruction to kill the opponent, because this was a matter of life and death. But, although the effect of Lin Xian's law of destruction was very small, Lin Xian was facing a demonic beast that was only 2 stars higher than him. Really, in Lin Xian's eyes, this was simply too small a threshold. Space lock. Lin Xian directly released a space lock. The effect of his law of destruction might not be great, but he could casually release a space lock. Although Lin Xian's realm was lower than this desert venomous scorpion, Lin Xian's attribute strength was too high. Even if his realm was lower, he could definitely easily trap this desert venomous scorpion. After trapping it, space explosion. Boom! This was the most brainless, but also the most effective method. The dust dispersed, the space exploded, and the desert venomous scorpion stood there unharmed. Lin Xian? What the fuck? Many others were just as dumbfounded as Lin Xian. Chapter 16:16. Lin Xian's jaw dropped. Wasn't its defense too strong? What was the main reason? The main reason was that the spatial blast was an omnidirectional blast. It didn't matter if the weakness was on the back, the head, or the stomach. In any case, the spatial blast would be able to hit the target. It would always be able to hit the target's weak points. However, the spatial blast was completely undamaged. Defensive power? Lin Xian saw that the desert scorpion's body was surrounded by an earth-colored light. This should be the beast's demon skill. It made sense. A beast of this type must have a strong defense. It was reasonable for its defensive demon skill to be able to block his space blast. But I wanted to end the battle easily. You're making things difficult for me. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Dark fire. Shua. Lin Xian unleashed the power of his dark flames and charged forward. The desert scorpion wanted to use its strong defense to block Lin Xian's flame, but Shua. Following that, the desert scorpion melted. That was right. It was easily melted, which stunned many people in the surroundings. The powerful space attribute couldn't do anything to the desert scorpion. How could the fire attribute kill it instantly? Wasn't this illogical? That's right. When Lin Xian defeated Master Wuxin, he mentioned that his flames seemed to have the ability to ignore defenses. At that time, it didn't seem very obvious. Now that I look at it, holy shit, it's invincible. Yeah, it wasn't intuitive at first, but now that I have a comparison, it's really intuitive. It's so fucking exaggerated. Now I believe that Lin Xian really relied on his own strength to win against Master Wuxin. And his realm at that time might really not have been high. This flame is really awesome. The bonus is too high. So strong. If Lin Xian's realm is higher, with this flame, damn, ruthless. This was especially so when they saw other martial artists who were at the same level as Lin Xian. When they compared themselves to Lin Xian in battle, they were shocked. It was like heaven and earth. Whoosh! Lin Xian's flames twined around a group of desert scorpions and then incinerated them. The speed of this slaughter wasn't any slower than those Empyrean realm powerhouses. In fact, it was even faster. This was fucking ridiculous. After the battle, Lu Qingzhu turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Was this person roasting a scorpion? How could his fire be so terrifying? It was fucking ridiculous. This group of desert venomous scorpions wasn't much of a threat to them because their average cultivation level was too low. Although there was a large group, but the difference in cultivation level was right there. Moreover, even if the difference in cultivation level wasn't that great, with their numbers, they weren't afraid at all. This kid is really strong. That's right. Lin Xian's contribution is undeniable that we were able to reach this position so easily. In fact, half of it was due to him. Really, how many years has it been since I last saw such a genius cultivator? The last one was Xinyuan Qingtian, right? To be honest, I feel that Xinyuan Qingtian is not as good as him. The gap is quite big. If they are in the same realm, there is no comparison at all. He has too many powerful things. In a short time, the desert venomous scorpions were all eliminated by everyone. Plop. But right at this time, martial artists fell down one after another. What's going on? Those people revealed shocked expressions. It's poison. The poison condensed by the desert venomous scorpions has already seeped into this position. Everyone has inhaled the poison of the desert venomous scorpions. Warriors with slightly lower cultivation levels can't withstand it anymore. Quick, take out higher-level detoxification pills and give them to them. Okay. Then, those powerhouses took out a large number of higher-level detoxification pills and gave them to them. Everyone take it. Come and get the detoxification pills. Yes. Everyone walked over. They knew how many people would come this time. So basically, all the major forces brought all the detoxification pills they could get their hands on. During this period of time, they had done their best to refine a large number of detoxification pills in anticipation of the situation. After all, it was normal for a place like this to have a large amount of poison, so at least these people would take enough. It seems that these desert venomous scorpions didn't appear to kill us, but to condense this poison to make us retreat. That's right. That's right. Moreover, it looks like these desert scorpions are here specially. They even look like they're controlled or domesticated. They exist here for their mission. From the looks of it, coupled with the various signs from before, I can judge that the people of DX Science Tomb don't want anyone to enter. Does this mean that they're not that strong? Maybe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped us in such a way. They are afraid that someone will enter. Then we have to go in even more. Everyone take a rest. It seems that we are about to leave this poisonous forest. To be honest, if it weren't for these people's foresight, or if it weren't for the fact that they hadn't encountered such a situation for too many years, they would have been extremely cautious and prepared for everything several times over. Otherwise, even with so many people, they would have been stopped by this poison. However, Lin Xian felt that this was it. Wasn't this a little too weak? One had to know that this was DX Science Tomb, the tomb of King Zhou of Shang. Didn't it feel a little too weak? Or was it just a small skirmish in this place? However, it seemed that they were about to leave. Or was this poison actually not that simple? But now, it seemed that these people were no longer a problem. What are you thinking about? Lu Qingzhu walked over and asked. I'm thinking that this poison isn't that simple. This is the tomb of King Zhou of Shang, and it seems that we are about to leave. Isn't this a little too simple? Lin Xian said, but it's actually not that simple. You've helped too much, Lu Qingzhu said. No, even if I didn't help, at least there wouldn't be any losses. I think it's too easy. Aren't you too sensitive? Perhaps the real danger hasn't arrived yet? Lu Qingzhu said. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. Perhaps it was because he was too sensitive, or perhaps the real danger hadn't arrived yet. He might have gotten used to the more powerful dangers on planet Sky Blue, but Lin Xian wasn't used to the slightly easier environment here. After resting for a while, it was still night. However, this place was full of poison, so everyone had to leave. Everyone go forward. Everyone rushed forward and walked out of the dense forest. Chapter 16-17. In front of them was a barren land. It was so barren that it was scary. They could not see the end of it, and there was only sand and stone everywhere. There were no signs of life at all. This place is so big and barren. Yeah, but the air is so fresh. It's not that the air is fresh. It's because we've already walked out of the poisonous forest. That's why the air here feels so fresh. But this place can't be a simple barren land, right? Zhang Zhuyang and the rest were also looking around cautiously. At present, it looked like a simple barren land, as if there was nothing wrong with it, but they would not relax their vigilance. Seniors, there seems to be a pit over there, Duan Lingxiao said as he stood on a higher ground and took a look. Is that so? Then Zhang Zhuyang leaped up and stood in midair to look. There is indeed a pit, and it's huge. There seems to be more than one. Everyone, follow closely. Don't fall behind. Let's go over and take a look. Be prepared for battle. Yes, it was still very late, but their eyesight was not that simple. It was still relatively easy for them to see. When they walked over, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Oh my God! Not only are there Qin terracotta soldiers, there are also Shang terracotta soldiers. There are so many. It's so majestic, this. Take a picture. Take a picture. Many people could not help but take pictures. This scene was indeed majestic. Even Lin Xian was shocked. That's right. These pits were filled with terracotta soldiers. It was very neat, and there were all kinds of soldiers with all kinds of weapons in their hands. There were even cavalrymen. Actually, there was nothing majestic about the terracotta soldiers, but the majestic thing here was the number. At first glance, all one could see were terracotta soldiers. This is probably more than 100,000 terracotta soldiers, right? Whoosh, Kuan Lunzi descended from the sky and said, not only that, there are at least 800,000, maybe even 1,000,000. Over there, and over there. Everything is made of terracotta soldiers. That's too much work. So far, we've only discovered a few 100,000 Qin terracotta soldiers. Most of them were only discovered after we went deeper into understanding the terracotta soldiers. Yet the number of terracotta soldiers here is already in the millions. Furthermore, this is only pit number 1. Who knows, there might be pits number 2 and 3. Who knows, this number might only be 1/5 or 1/10. So King Zhou of Shang is a true tyrant. That makes sense. He spent so much manpower to build these terracotta soldiers just to make his tomb look more majestic. Many people must have died. Everyone, please be careful and don't wander too far. We will rest outside the terracotta army pit and continue our journey tomorrow morning. Yes. Those experts also sat down cross-legged and began to recover their strength and spirit energy. If there was any movement, they would be the first to notice it. Hey, let's go take a photo. Help me take 2 photos. I'll go take a group photo, a girl said excitedly. All right, be careful not to damage the terracotta soldiers. So what if it's damaged? There are so many of them. No. This is different. If it's damaged in their territory, it would be disrespectful. Furthermore, these are all historical relics in the future. All right then, someone want to take a photo. With someone taking the lead, more and more people began to take photos. Although they were all martial artists, who wouldn't want to share their photos with their friends? Especially with such a majestic scene? Some of them had already taken countless photos, but they just couldn't post it. There was no internet, but when they went out, they would post all the photos on their friends. Damn, when those experts, martial artists, friends, and young masters saw it, they would all believe that they had gone to King Xion's tomb. Secondly, they would be able to show off. How great would that be? As for Lin Xian, he had a kind of, how should he put it, fear towards the terracotta soldiers. It wasn't fear, but because he had encountered them before. Yes, it was at Bingling Yue's place. At that time, he, Miao Xiao Miao, and a few others from the Gale mercenary group went there to investigate. After that, they went in and found the terracotta soldiers, but at that time, Lin Xian was almost scared out of his wits. Why? Lin Xian looked into the eyes of the terracotta soldiers. Suddenly, he saw a pair of eyes looking at him in the dark. Wasn't that scary? Lin Xian was almost scared to death. Damn, little Qingzhu, do you want to sleep? Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu with a smile. No, it's almost dawn. I'll rest and prepare for the battle. Lu Qingzhu said indifferently. At this time, a girl's scream directly broke the silence of the night. What's going on? Everyone looked over at the same time, and some of them even took out their own spiritual weapons. It seemed like nothing was wrong here, but everyone was on high alert. The sudden scream made their hearts tremble. His eyes are moving, his eyes are moving. A girl was paralyzed on the ground as she pointed at a terracotta soldier in front of her and said in fear, "What? Fuck." This time, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. It can't be, right? It can't be that the scene from before is happening again, right? Warner, be careful. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. A girl standing in front of a terracotta soldier was attracted by the commotion. She didn't even realize that the terracotta soldier behind her had slowly raised the sword in its hand. This scene was seen by several people. A scream followed by a spurt of blood. The girl was directly killed by the sword and fell into a pool of blood. In an instant, fear filled the air. Everyone used their fastest speed to gather around the group of experts. They stared at the countless terracotta soldiers below in fear. This, ka. The countless terracotta soldiers slowly moved. Gulp. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I see eyes inside. There are eyes looking at me. Woo, woo, woo. A girl in the law realm was scared to tears. That wasn't an ordinary girl. She was in the law realm. One must know that Lu Qingzhu was also in the law realm. This girl was definitely not simple. She was scared to tears. It was enough to see how big of a shadow it would leave on her in the future. The main thing was that Lin Xian understood this fear. At that time, Lin Xian was scared to death. He was also a man. He was really caught off guard and unimaginable. Inside? Could it be? There are living people inside? Gulp. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt goosebumps on their backs. More than 1 million living people were sealed here. Chapter 16:18. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This is going to be troublesome. Let's not talk about what's inside. Even if we had so many ordinary people with swords, spears, swords, and halberds, we wouldn't be able to hold them off. They seem to be very powerful, but how are we going to deal with so many of them? Could this be the army of King Zhou of Shang? Gulp. Could it be that King Zhou of Shang made his army into terracotta soldiers and sealed them here? What the fuck? Isn't this too cruel? My impression of King Zhou of Shang is that he's a tyrant, but I really didn't expect him to be this cruel. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Then this might be more than 1 million soldiers, right? But he can't possibly seal his entire army here, can he? Isn't that too unrealistic? Isn't this a little too cruel? But do you think it's possible that King Zhou of Shang sealed his army here, waiting for them to wake up at some point in the future? Then he'll lead his army to rule the world? Hearing this, some people sucked in a breath of cold air. This seemed to be a very possible thing. Who were these people in the past? This was too scary. Seniors, what should we do now? Someone shouted. The experts found it difficult to make a decision. If they continued to move forward, they might have to break through this army. They didn't even know what was going on with this army, but they were sure that there were some who were powerful. If they destroyed this army, their physical strength and spiritual energy would be greatly depleted. At this time, if a group of powerful existences came, they might not be able to resist, but at that time, they might not be able to resist. This was a possibility, but if they didn't destroy this army, what could they do? Go back. If they went back, they would have come for nothing. They would have come for nothing. Although they had seen this scene, it wasn't what they wanted to see. All the conclusions they came to after this were just guesses. And what if they came back again? That wasn't impossible. But if they were to make another trip, would there be any changes? Everyone, what do you think? Kuan Lunzi said, this opinion is really hard to give. To be honest, we don't know what's going on with these people. Are they dead? Or have they awakened from their slumber? Or have they become puppets? It's hard to say. If they do wake up, then they're innocent people. Maybe they don't want to continue fighting for King Zhou of Shang. It would be a pity to kill them. But no matter what we do, even if we don't have a lot of people, our strength is enough to wipe out the army on a large scale. If we don't continue and leave, then this trip will have completely lost its meaning. It will be a complete failure. I think that the previous poison and the demonic beast did not stop us. This is just a small army. They will not stop us. I suggest that we kill them. If one day they go out and spread, and this number of people enters the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. Our stable society will be thrown into chaos in an instant, and it will cause social panic. But if we are done fighting, our spiritual energy will be exhausted, and our physical strength will be exhausted. At this time, experts or demonic beasts will appear. What should we do? There are so many things in front of us that are blocking us because they don't want us to come in. Maybe they are afraid of us coming in. Maybe they are afraid of us. Maybe we could have won the battle, but because of these things in front of us, we will lose due to lack of physical strength. This is also possible. The experts were in a dilemma. Your Excellency Kuan Lunzi, please give us an opinion. It is difficult for us to agree on this, but we need someone to agree on this. Everyone looked at Kuan Lunzi. Kuan Lunzi looked ahead and said, these soldiers should be dead. They are moving now, but no one is making any sound. There are no cries of pain or shouts. Their movements are very mechanical. I can't feel any life force. Therefore, I conclude that these people are no longer alive. No matter what, the worst result is that we cannot let these existences enter the city. We must kill them all. No matter what the purpose is, we must kill them all. Embark, corpse energy. There is corpse energy. A powerful existence of the Shaolin Temple said. What? Corpse energy? That's right. They were all corpses, and in a certain sense, they had already turned into corpses. In this situation, there was even a possibility that the corpses would turn into living humans. Simply put, those who were bitten or scratched by them could also become puppets in this state. It is very dangerous. We must not let them enter the city. Otherwise, there might be a biohazard crisis on Earth. This King Zhou of Shang is very calculative. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Everything was very clear now. Kill. Everyone, listen to my orders. Kill. Do not get hurt. If martial artists are not confident in their own strength, they will release their power to attack from a distance. These probably do not have much cultivation and will be easy to kill. It is just that there are more of them. Remember to maintain your spiritual power and physical strength in order to deal with the unknown dangers that may appear later. Martial artists who lack spirit recovery pills, come here and get your pills. Kuan Lunzi shouted, and then placed a large pile of jade bottles in front of them. Many other experts also placed their jade bottles there. Go. Yes. Whoosh. Then, the group of experts rushed over. Prairie fire. A terrifying sea of fire erupted. A single martial skill could easily burn an army of over 1,000 to death. It looked like a lot. It was simple, but this was the power of a heavenly venerable. Moreover, this kind of power consumed a lot of spiritual power. There might be millions of soldiers here, enough for them to fight. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many experts continued to rush forward. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. He had to go in. Moreover, the Yin energy here was heavier. This meant that the supreme, nether glowing grass could easily grow here. This was because this was an environment suitable for the supreme, nether glowing grass. Therefore, Lin Xian even felt that he might be able to see the supreme, nether glowing grass after he went in. However, if these experts were not there, Lin Xian would be in a difficult position if something happened to them. After all, his realm was so high now. Chapter 16-19. What could he do? Whoosh! Lu Qingzhu rushed over. Damn, this is just an ordinary army. There's no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. I think there must be a way for us to destroy them easily, right? Lin Xian looked at the people in front of him who were bombarding the army with lightning, fire, wind, and water bubbles. Wait. Damn, how could he have forgotten one thing? These were ordinary soldiers, not martial artists. Even if they were martial artists, they would still have ways to deal with them before reaching a certain realm. Hot weapons. How could he forget about firearms? There were 2,000 of them, and each of them was holding a machine gun. Wasn't it 10,000 times better than constantly releasing martial arts and exhausting spiritual power and physical strength? The main thing was that these were all trash. Bullets were easy to deal with, and Lin Xian had this ability because, law of creation, Shua, Lin Xian was holding a machine gun in his hands. With Lin Xian's Grand Dominion realm cultivation, it was a piece of cake for him to create such a firearm. The spiritual power Lin Xian used to create 100 machine guns were not as much as Lin Xian used to create a blade of grass. Because no matter what, a blade of grass was still alive. And this kind of thing that had no life and no spiritual energy was the simplest thing to deal with. Everyone, come to me to get your guns. Lin Xian shouted. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Then Lin Xian held the machine gun and fired at the army. Everyone. That's right, everyone was stunned. Fuck, did this guy have to be so wild? No, why did he bring this kind of thing? Who is this guy? He brought a bed and a gun? This? Brother, do you have more? Didn't I say? Come me to get your guns. Chua. Lin Xian then released his law of creation. Hundreds of guns instantly appeared in front of him. Damn. Everyone's eyes widened. So many? Is your fucking family involved in the arms trade? Or are you going to store the fucking goods here first? They thought that it was the stock in Lin Xian's spatial ring, but they had obviously forgotten one thing. That was, how big was the space in his spatial ring? How big was the space in his spatial ring? Their best spatial ring only had 10 cubic meters of space, right? Fuck. Isn't this fucking 10,000 times better than stupidly using spiritual power to fight? Brother, give me one. I haven't fucking played with a gun before. Everyone, be careful. Don't hurt your own people. If you don't know how to play, try to control the recoil first. Don't worry. What realm are we all at? This little bit of recoil is nothing. Brother Lin Xian, do you have a sniper rifle? I fucking love sniping when I play games. Come on, let's have some fun. Give me a sniper rifle too. Although there are many of them, most of them are equipped with submachine guns. We can only shoot at close range. We'll use the sniper rifle to shoot at the distant ones. Continuous sniper rifle? No. I don't feel like using a continuous sniper rifle. I want a bolt sniper rifle. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Then, suppressive fire. This, Zhang, Zhiyong, Kunlunzi, and the other powerhouses who were fighting suddenly saw this scene and were dumbfounded. They quickly flashed over. What's going on? Their mouths were wide open. Seniors, come over and take a gun. Lin Xian greeted them. This, yours? Lin Xian nodded. So many? Seeing that everyone had a gun, they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What kind of deity was this? How could this be? How could this be? Good. Well done, well done. Zhang Zhiyong looked at Lin Xian excitedly. No one would have thought that there would be someone who could bring thousands of guns and so many bullets here. Most importantly, he was a martial artist. Now, there were people who suspected that Lin Xian was definitely a firearms dealer. But this was not important. What was the most important thing? Don't forget, what they were most worried about was that if they fought with all their might, they would be exhausted and their spiritual power would be depleted. If more powerhouses came at this time, they would be finished. However, with a gun in each hand, they did not even need to expend spiritual power or physical strength to finish off this army easily. Although there were many of them, how could this army withstand the firepower of 2,000 people who were all equipped with cold weapons? Even if they had to keep retreating and widen the distance between them, it would only take time to finish them off. Moreover, they did not have to retreat. Although there were many of them and their speed was fast, but what if they had heavy weapons? For example, they saw the rocket launcher on Lin Xian's shoulder. Gulp! Those people swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Was this a joke? Boom! A rocket launcher blasted over, and then directly exploded. Instantly, it was cleared. Fuck! Ruthless. This Lin Xian is really a father figure. Fuck! Why do I feel like we've been carried away by his thigh? Too ruthless. This is too exaggerated. Duan Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Xian again. He was in the limelight again. Damn it. Why didn't he think of it? The law of creation. Duan Ling Zhao also had one. He had exchanged it from his system store. But now, even if he took it out, the limelight would be Lin Xian's. Instead, it would expose the fact that he had the law of creation to Lin Xian. Damn it. Lu Qingzhu's mouth was slightly open as she stood beside Lin Xian. This person, was he a monster? Wait a minute. Is the Mu group still a junkie? This was too exaggerated. Genius. He was really a genius. Instead, for a moment, everyone had forgotten the simplest and most crude thing. So many people have forgotten. Brother, do you still have this rocket launcher? Give me one. Lin Xian threw him a rocket launcher. Fuck, this is exciting. It was originally a situation where one was more dispirited and worried. But because of Lin Xian's move, it instantly made everyone interested, excited, and motivated. One by one, they even bloomed with smiles. It was like fucking playing a game. In such a situation, it was unrealistic to point a gun at people. Even if you were a soldier, in this era, you would not have the opportunity to fight with the enemy. Even if you did, you would be afraid because the enemy also had a gun. But in this place, although there were many opponents, they were all armed with weapons. As long as they did not get close, they were invincible. This was simply a bunch of impudent people. It was too satisfying. What a pity. It would be even more exciting if I had an unlimited ammo plug-in. It wouldn't be so exciting if I had to change bullets after a while. Lin Xian coughed dryly and lit a cigarette. Did no one realize that he had unlimited ammo? Chapter 16:20. It took a long time. After all, the size of the army was very exaggerated. However, it was not tiring at all. It was fucking exciting. This was ridiculous. There were even people who were shooting with guns in one hand and recording with their phones in the other. They were also saying something, preparing to post it on their WeChat moments. To be honest, I really have to thank this Lin Xian. If it weren't for this Lin Xian, we would have been in trouble. It's true. It's even difficult for us to reach this place. Who is this kid? Who on earth did he follow to cultivate? It's simply beyond our understanding. Could it be that the person he's following is an expert from the past? I mean, maybe it's the Qin dynasty or an expert from an even older era. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain some of his knowledge that surpasses ours. After a long time, the army was basically wiped out. Everyone felt that it was exaggerated. Say, it's fine if you brought so many guns, but why did you bring so many bullets? Fuck. Lin Xian, you're too cool. It's true. It feels like you came here with a map open. The things you brought are just right for use. Don't tell me you knew what you would encounter here. Ha ha ha. No way, right? Lin Xian, don't tell me you really knew. One person's unintentional words made everyone puzzled. It can't be, right? What if it was? Lin Xian smiled and said, "You must be joking. How could I know the situation here in advance? It's all luck. If I knew, wouldn't it mean that I have something to do with this Emperor Xian's tomb? Could it be that I'm someone who walked out of here?" Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Many people laughed when they heard Lin Xian's joke. Everyone, take a break. I think we'll be able to see the real people later. Get ready. Zhang Zhuyang said. Yes. At this moment, 5 colored lights suddenly rose from the darkness in the distance. What's going on? Everyone was on high alert. 5-color divine light. Could this be? Whoosh. A figure wrapped in light landed in front of them. A man. You're courting death. Previously, I gave you a chance to give up halfway and not move forward. But now you actually dare to come here. You don't want to live, so don't blame me. That person glared angrily at everyone. Kong Xian. Zhang Zhuyang's pupils suddenly shrank. Who is Kong Xian? The general under King Zhou of Shang is very powerful. Of course, these are all rumors. It is said that Kong Xian's power is the 5-color divine light, which is extremely powerful. But those are all myths and legends. But we should know that many myths and legends are actually true. I didn't expect this place to actually exist. Kong Xian. If he is here, then King Zhou of Shang must be here as well. No, that was not the most important thing. Since they had met King Zhou's general, Kong Xian, and he was still alive, it meant that the other experts were still alive. They've all awakened. Or they are on the verge of awakening. The fact that the experts here are able to awaken means that Emperor Qin and the other experts are most likely also. It's a mess. It was a mess. I'm afraid this is going to be a complete mess. When they saw Kong Xian, it also told everyone the answer that they wanted to confirm. This time, the Earth was really going to be in chaos. Some people were still hoping that they would get lucky. What if they had thought of it? Now, it seemed that they were not thinking too much. It was the truth. If you want to die, then I'll eliminate all of you first. Whoosh! In the distance, a loud sound was heard. Then, a figure jumped and landed beside Kong Xian, smashing a huge hole in the ground. The figure slowly stood up. It was an extremely tall and sturdy giant. In his hand was a staff that looked like Sun Wukong's sea-stabilizing needle. One end was water, and the other was fire. If that is Kong Xian, then this person is Yuan Hong? What? The general under King Zhou of Shang, the white ape demon, Yuan Hong? The weapon in his hand should be a spirit weapon, the fire-water staff. There's no mistake. It's Yuan Hong. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A group of juniors. How dare you call us by our names? Destroying our king's million-strong army is unforgivable. The two of them narrowed their eyes, and their auras erupted. Everyone retreated. That's right. We are indeed juniors. Kuan Lunzi's body was surrounded by a powerful force. But we are also the forces that protect the current generation. This is not the era before you. It's absolutely impossible to treat a million-strong army so cruelly and let them continue to unify the continent. Kuan Lunzi narrowed his eyes and said, "Ha!" Yuan Hong laughed. "As long as our king is here, the Shang dynasty will still have the final say in this world." Zhang Jiuyang held his sword in his hand. "In our current era, we no longer need you to appear, nor do we need you to exist. You should only exist in history and textbooks, not in reality. Just like many years later, all of us will only exist in history. This is the path that you and we should take." Oof. Nonsense. Ba, you two can't be thinking that with your current cultivation, you can't be a match for so many of us, right? Master Ku Wu of the Shaolin Temple walked out and said lightly. They could sense that these two people's cultivation was only at the beginning of the great virtual realm. Although they were all at the heavenly venerable realm and none of them were at the great virtual realm, their numbers were obvious. Furthermore, they had many top-grade spirit artifacts from ancient times. These spirit artifacts were left for them to use. The Shaolin Temple's people were here for a very important mission. They guessed that there would be great virtual realm experts, and once these Shaolin Temple experts activated the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Skin technique, they could still defend against the power of the great virtual realm. Therefore, they felt that even if these two were at the great virtual realm, there was nothing to be afraid of. At the very least, there was a high chance, and it was not to say that there was no chance at all. Clearly, these two people's previous cultivation was definitely not limited to this. They were probably at the heavenly Tao realm. That was certain. This was because of the legends about them. What kind of people were their opponents? Jiang Zia, Yang Jian, Neza, and other such existences were only at the great virtual realm? That was impossible. They had to be at the heavenly Tao. It was just that they did not know where Neza and the others were. Were they dead or in slumber? If they were to become the guardians of Earth, would it be good news? Chapter 16:21. Yuan Hong and Kong Xian's auras erupted. Although we have been asleep for a long time, and our cultivation has plummeted, we are still not something that a group of law domain masters and heavenly venerables can compare to. Moreover, you have already experienced such a tiring battle. I'm afraid that your stamina is already exhausted, right? They sneered. Hearing this, some people could not help but laugh subconsciously. It was not because they were not afraid, but because they found it too funny. Did they not see the battle just now? Or did they see it but thought that they were tired? Could it be that they thought that the bullets fired from firearms had killed so many people and consumed their spiritual energy? All right, thinking about it, it was normal. How could they have technology in their era? How could they know what guns and rocket launchers were? Could it be that they thought that the rocket launchers were used to bombard someone's powerful martial arts? It seemed to make sense. It was just that they absolutely could not imagine that the world would become like this a few years later. Some unimaginable things would appear. Then the two of you might be disappointed because dealing with your million-strong army is really not that tiring. Everyone, let's fight side by side. Zhang Jiuyang shouted and then took the lead to rush forward. Ba, I haven't fought for so many years. It's time to stretch my muscles and bones. Several Shaolin Temple powerhouses also rushed over with golden light. Fortunately, there were only two of them. This was also good news. Another good news was that they were not heavenly Tao. They probably did not have heavenly Tao either. If they were heavenly Tao, then there was really nothing they could do. However, since they had sent these two people, their forces were probably not too strong at the moment. The others could only watch the battle from afar. These were great Void Realm experts. Other than heavenly venerables who could fight, the other domain realm experts would be sent to their deaths. It was useless even if they went over. They would not be able to cause any harm to them. Instead, they would be killed in one move. Fortunately, this large faction had sent out a large number of experts. The number of heavenly venerables added up to several hundred people. Lin Xian did not make a move either. Do you think we will win? Lu Qingzhu stood beside Lin Xian. I will. Although these two people were in the Great Void Realm, they were not in the upper levels of the Great Void Realm. Facing the attacks of so many celestial venerables, they did not have a good time. The most important thing was that these experts all had top-notch spiritual weapons from their forces. What about so many experts? The 8 immortals each have their own unique abilities. No matter what, their innumerable abilities will definitely not let these two have an easy time. Lin Xian said. The most important thing isn't them, but the people behind them. Lin Xian frowned. Clearly, they were about to reach their final destination. This destination, has King Zhou woken up? Judging from the current situation, it seemed that he had not woken up yet. Otherwise, King Zhou's cultivation should be higher than theirs, and he should have come out to deal with them. However, there were only 2 people here. Were they looking down on them, or were they really unable to send any more experts? Lin Xian felt that it was possible. However, the very good news was that these 2 people were very strong generals under King Zhou of Shang. These very strong generals only had the cultivation of the early stage of the Great Void Realm, which meant that no matter how strong they were, the others would not be that strong. As long as there were no experts that they could not resist, so what if they were in the Great Void Realm? Under the various methods and top-notch divine weapons of hundreds of celestial venerables, they could not do anything. Lu Qingzhu frowned as she watched the battle. The Great Void Realm is so strong. They are very strong. After all, there is a gap of a large realm. Lin Xian looked ahead. Even though the 2 of them were facing so many celestial venerables, these celestial venerables were not having an easy time. However, the strength you see is more because they belong to the top of the Great Void Realm. The top I am talking about is not the realm, but the combat power. For example, they are 1 star of the Great Void Realm, but their combat power is probably more than enough to defeat 3 or 4 stars of the Great Void Realm. Lin Xian. Yes, I know. Lu Qingzhu nodded. She wanted to help, but she could not. Shua. Lin Xian released the law of creation, and the most powerful sniper rifle, Barrett, appeared in his hand. What are you doing? Lu Qingzhu was stunned for a moment. Harass. There are only 2 targets, so I still have to do something. Harass them a little. Even if it distracts them a little, we'll give those seniors more opportunities. It will be easier, Lin Xian said. Although this Barrett was powerful, even an atomic bomb would not be able to destroy a Great Void Realm expert. But the law of creation. Lin Xian used almost all of his spiritual force to create a few bullets. That's right. You can imagine how special these bullets are. Then, Lin Xian took a pill to recover his spiritual force while loading the bullets. Even if the effect was not great, Lin Xian knew that it would be effective. The bullets created by the law of creation could penetrate the defensive spiritual force. Of course, after all, Lin Xian was now in the domain realm. It might not be able to penetrate the spiritual force of the Great Void Realm, but it would definitely have a little effect. Click! Lin Xian pulled the barrel of the gun. Lu Qingzhu looked at the side with a dumbfounded expression. Then, Lin Xian aimed at Kong Xian. At a glance, he could see that the burly Yuan Hong was definitely stronger, and his defense must be stronger, but this Kong Xian should be slightly weaker. Although it was constantly flickering, Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight was still very useful. After aiming for about 30 seconds, Lin Xian pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and then a bullet directly shot out. Kong Xian, who was in the middle of the battle, naturally felt the existence of this bullet. Although he did not know what this thing was, he subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, space. Lin Xian released the power of space, and the bullet suddenly disappeared on the way. Then, the bullet appeared behind Kong Xian. Bang! It was as if an expert's martial skill directly bombarded his back, and Kong Xian's figure was directly sent flying and then smashed to the ground. Everyone, fuck! This Barrett's power is so great. No, it's impossible. Unless I'm crazy. That's a great Void Realm expert. Even if this Barrett has a great impact, it shouldn't be able to send a great Void Realm expert flying. Right? Am I crazy? At the same time, the experts finally found an opportunity. Venerable Zhang. Zhang Jiuyang flashed over. Universe, Taiji, 8 trigrams destruction. Chapter 1622. Under Lin Xian's move, Kong Xian really did not expect it. Even if he noticed Lin Xian's bullet, he still did not expect the power of space to instantly shift the position of the bullet, appearing behind him and directly hitting him. The power of this attack was not great. Of course, it could not easily penetrate his defensive spiritual power and then explode into his body. However, it was not small either. After all, Kong Xian was directly sent flying and smashed into the ground. Previously, because his realm was too high, even if he faced so many powerhouses, to be honest, he was not attacked at all. But now, not only was he attacked, but he also lost the ability to fight and dodge at that moment. Therefore, Zhang Jiuyang directly used a big move on him. One could see an 8 trigrams spinning in the air and then directly exploding with the power of black and white yin and yang, hitting the ground. Everyone was not careless. Even if this move hit, there were still many powerhouses who flashed over and released their powerful power to bombard Kong Xian. Is he dead? Everyone showed an expectant expression. On the other side, many powerhouses were fighting with Yuan Hong. They did not have the time to pay attention to the situation here. When the dust settled, a huge deep pit appeared. Those powerhouses stood in the void and looked at the situation in the deep pit. Kong Xian was lying there motionless, covered in blood. Obviously, he was either dead or seriously injured. After all, this was modern society. Many people knew that there was no need to talk too much nonsense when killing others. Moreover, it was best to kill them. Otherwise, in those anime, television dramas, and movies, when you felt that the person was dead and was very confident, suddenly the other party attacked you and then turned the tables. Were there not many such scenes? So, several powerhouses forcibly released their powerful power to ensure that Kong Xian was gone. Only then did they let out a long sigh of relief and then joined the battle with Yuan Hong. He's dead. Many people were secretly shocked. This is the virtuality realm? Why is it so weak? No. It's not that the Great Void Realm is weak. It's that these seniors are too strong. Although these seniors haven't reached the Great Void Realm, they can unleash a very strong combat strength. They can directly and steadily hit a warrior who doesn't have a defensive attribute. It's still quite fatal. Of course, the most important thing is still Lin Xian's attack. Without Lin Xian's attack, these seniors probably wouldn't have been able to find this opportunity. Lin Xian was becoming more and more godly in the eyes of these people. Lu Qingzhu glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian raised his Barrett and fired a bullet, aiming at Yuan Hong in the distance. Yuan Hong knew that something had happened to Kong Xian, but he didn't know if he was dead or not. At this moment, he was still very angry. Roar! An angry roar was heard, and a powerful white light erupted from its body. When the light dissipated, a giant white ape stood there with the fire and water staff in its hand, like a war god. A group of dregs who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If this sovereign was at his previous cultivation, just a wisp of his aura would have killed you all. Shua! A sword flew over, but it was blocked by Yuan Hong. At the same time, a figure flashed behind him, catching the sword and standing there. But it's a pity that you're not at your previous realm. Even if you transform into your original body, you're only at the early stage of the Great Void Realm. Go! Whoosh! Roar! Lin Xian aimed. In fact, there was no need to aim. Lin Xian just needed to use space control after shooting. Bang! A shot was fired. Yuan Hong was blocking the attacks of hundreds of people. Suddenly, he felt a force rushing at him. It disappeared and then reappeared behind him. Roar! He roared, holding the fire and water staff in his hand, and swept it behind him. The powerful bullet was directly swept away and landed in the distance. It was like a missile had exploded there. But the fact that he had blocked Lin Xian's bullet meant that the other experts had found a flaw in his defense. All kinds of power bombarded him like a storm. Roar! He let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. This roar was a cry of pain. Even if his defense was strong, even if he was at the great virtual realm, he could not withstand the bombardment of such power and the power of the divine weapon. Although it was not fatal, and it seemed like it was just an external injury, but he felt very uncomfortable. The battle continued. Lin Xian found an opportunity to shoot another shot. He was blocked by Yuan Hong once again, and then those experts found another opportunity to bombard him indiscriminately. After that, Lin Xian shot another shot, and Yuan Hong blocked it again. The other experts found another opportunity. Ugh, this Yuan Hong's mentality seemed to be a little problematic. These people were not very strong. Even if their realms were not bad, they had powerful spiritual weapons in their hands, and they had all kinds of abilities. However, for Yi Shiwen, who had an extremely strong defense, it was actually just a little bit of torture. If he continued to fight, he could still find many opportunities to eliminate these people one by one. Moreover, it was not easy for them to hurt him or attack him. However, there was such a person. He was as annoying as a mosquito, firing a shot every once in a while. Previously, Kong Xian's accident was because of that thing. Yuan Hong did not dare not block it, but every time he blocked it, he would be hit by a group of experts. It was not fatal, nor was it a serious injury. It was just an external injury. But after repeating this 3 times, he really could not stand it anymore. He was as annoying as a mosquito. Die for this sovereign. Ugh. Yuan Hong's body exploded with a powerful force, shaking off the experts around him. Then, he roared angrily and rushed toward Lin Xian, who was like a mosquito in his eyes. He was anxious. Lin Xian, be careful. The experts shouted. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. The people around Lin Xian quickly ran away. Whoosh. Boom. Yuan Hong's powerful force bombarded Lin Xian, but Lin Xian easily used the space attribute and disappeared on the spot. Facing an opponent who did not have space and was not fast, space was simply a nightmare. Lin Xian appeared in the air and aimed. Bang! A shot was fired. Boom! It directly hit Yuan Hong's back, and Yuan Hong fell to the ground in an instant. He felt so fucking wronged. Ugh! His defense was not just for show. With another roar, he jumped dozens of meters. His jumping ability was amazing. Holding the fire-water staff with both hands, he smashed it toward Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian easily disappeared on the spot and reappeared on the ground. He reloaded and fired again. This feeling was really great. The experts felt that if they were Yuan Hong, they would really explode with anger. Chapter 16:23. The most infuriating thing was this Yuan Hong had a powerful demonic skill, but after it was released because there were too many experts, it led to the collective release of power being able to easily block it. Yuan Hong's body was hit and fell from the sky. Good chance. The experts also realized that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute, so he was fine. Then, they began to focus on Yuan Hong. Lu Qingzhu stood there and looked at Lin Xian. How despicable. Although he was one of them, she felt that he was despicable. But it was effective. Lin Xian landed on the ground and sighed. That's it. Was this the temperament of the experts from thousands of years ago? Perhaps they had slept for so long that they lost their minds. Sword of Immortals, vanquish villains. Heaven and earth split. Above the void, lightning flashed, and the shadow of a giant sword appeared and slashed down. The ground trembled, but then everything seemed to return to calm. When the dust settled, Yuan Hong was lying there, his breathing extremely weak. Phew! It's finally over. Those experts were also quite tired. The virtuous realm was indeed terrifying. Although they did not use all their trump cards, it was not easy to fight. Well, from the looks of it, this should be the final destination we're looking for. Many of them probably haven't woken up yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just these two who came out to fight us. And the good news is that these two are capable generals under King Zhou of Shan. Their realms are only so. No matter what, the others' realms can't be much higher. That's right, that's about it. Coupled with the methods they use to stop us from moving forward, they really don't have much ability. They just want to stall for time. Perhaps in a few days or a few months, they will all wake up. But fortunately, we came at this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if we came, we would be courting death. With so many armies and experts, Earth is in danger. There are so many powerful existences in history. How many of them will wake up? Even the legendary Yu the Great, Yin Emperor and their descendants, and even the ancient Pangu, Fuxi, and Yuhua. Do they really exist? Legend has it that Yuhua created humans. Are we really created by Yuhua? What realm is that? Even the heavenly Tao realm can't say that they created us, right? Could there be a realm above the heavenly Tao realm? There should be. After all, the heavenly Tao isn't a god. It makes sense that there are gods above the heavenly Tao. How could existences like Yuhua be gods? Perhaps he's no longer in this plane. The experts discussed animatedly. Don't worry about that for now. Let's go and see if that Yuan Hong is dead. If not, we'll finish him off quickly. Yes. Then a few experts went over and finished off Yuan Hong. Now, he was completely relieved. Let's rest. Even if we know that time is of the essence, there may still be danger waiting for us ahead. We have to face it in a better state. Yes, those experts nodded in agreement. Ba, Master Ku Wu of the Shaolin Temple walked in front of Lin Xian and bowed. Thank you, Benefactor Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, Master, there's no need to thank me. I didn't do anything. If not for Benefactor Lin Xian, I'm afraid that we would have exhausted our strength in the battle against the million-strong army. Against these two powerful Great Void Realm experts, we can't stop for even a moment. We will definitely suffer great losses. Lin Xian said, we're all doing this for Earth. This is what we should do. Well said. Zhang Jiang walked over and looked at Lin Xian. If not for the fact that you don't need it, I would really want to take you in as my disciple. This person was too outstanding. Senior, you flatter me. Everyone take a rest first. We still have to rely on you seniors. Okay. Suddenly, Zhang Jiuyang's expression changed. He spat out a mouthful of black blood as his figure staggered backwards. Almost at the same time was everyone else. It was really everyone. What's going on? Cough, cough. I've been poisoned. An expert clutched his chest. How can this be? When was I poisoned? Why didn't I notice anything when I was poisoned? Only until the poison acted up. Many people quickly sat down and began to meditate on the spot to recuperate. Lin Xian frowned as he watched everyone sit down. However, Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu were the only ones standing there unscathed. Lu Qingzhu was dumbfounded. Lin Xian? You're not poisoned? Lin Xian frowned. Qingzhu, you're fine? Lu Qingzhu did not know what to say. Why was she fine? I was poisoned too, but I might have detoxified the poison. Lin Xian said, What? Everyone has taken your own antidote pills, but Qingzhu and I have taken my own antidote pills. Lin Xian said, Cough, 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 your detoxification pill could detoxify the poison? I refined it myself. The formula is different from ordinary detoxification pills. Even a more advanced detoxification pill might not be as effective as mine, Lin Xian said. How were we poisoned? Those people were puzzled. The poison in the air could indeed be detoxified by the detoxification pill. Everyone was poisoned. It could only be said that they had experienced it along the way. Desert scorpions, Lin Xian suddenly said. He knew something wasn't right. Those desert scorpions seemed to be domesticated and controlled. Their goal seemed to be purely to release the poison there. Because Lin Xian might have taken the detoxification pill to detoxify the poison, Lin Xian could not sense that the poison was not something that ordinary detoxification pills could detoxify. Moreover, it was latent. Everyone absorbed the poison at the same time, so the poison acted up at the same time. At that time, Lin Xian felt that those desert scorpions appeared to be there to stop everyone. However, it was obvious that those desert scorpions did not have the ability to stop them. They were too weak. It turned out that there was another reason. Do you still have the detoxification pill? Lin Xian nodded. I do have it, but it's definitely not enough for so many people. The poison's toxicity is not too strong, but it's definitely not that easy to detoxify. If that's the case, we won't be able to continue. Zhang Jiuyang said. We can only fail. Let's go back first. After we go back, prepare for the next time. Or let the others gather as fast as possible and make another trip here. We can't delay any longer. We definitely won't be able to continue moving forward. Lin Xian said. Then I'll send everyone near the entrance. All right. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Xian shook his head. Then Lin Xian released the space and sent 2,000 people out. The rest of the way depended on them. Lin Xian stood there. Sigh. He sighed. Then he still had to walk on his own. Chapter 16:24. Lin Xian had no other choice. He had to go in. Even if these powerhouses could no longer enter, Lin Xian could not stop. He felt that the supreme nether glowing grass was very close. It was right in front of him. Moreover, Lin Xian had no reason to retreat. He still had a trump card. On the other side, where's Lin Xian? Those experts were sent to a location by Lin Xian. This location wasn't far from where they had entered. Although the entrance was closed with so many of them, it wouldn't be a problem to forcefully destroy the closed area. However, when they turned their heads to look, where was Lin Xian? Did he not come? They thought that Lin Xian had released the space and came with them. Lu Qingzhu's pupils constricted slightly. He should not have come here. However, Lin Xian had inexplicably come to Di Xian's tomb. His reason for coming to Di Xian's tomb was definitely different from theirs. He had his own reasons. She did not know what they were, but now he had even sent everyone over and left himself there. Even if everyone knew this, but they were powerless now. It was impossible for them to go back. Duan Lingxiao frowned. What was the meaning of this? What was going on? Why did Lin Xian stay there? Could it be that there was indeed a treasure here? No. It should be. This must be a very important mission that Lin Xian triggered. However, to be honest, he really did not have Lin Xian's ability. He was also poisoned now. Although he wanted to kill Lin Xian and interrupt his mission, the most important thing was still his own life. He only prayed for one thing now, and that was that Lin Xian died in Di Xian's tomb. Even if he was not the one who killed Lin Xian, as long as Lin Xian died, his mission would be considered completed. Master Wu Xin. Lu Qingzhu looked at him. Ba, what's the matter, Miss Lu? Master Wu Xin, please send me back to where I was just now. Lu Qingzhu said. This, Master Wu Xin said. Miss Lu, Brother Lin must have his reasons for staying there. If Miss Lu goes there, I'm afraid you'll become a burden to him. Lu Qingzhu shook her head and said, I can help him. Although Master Wu Xin didn't know Lu Qingzhu very well, he knew that she wasn't the kind of woman who couldn't tell right from wrong. All right then. Thinking about it, if Brother Lin didn't want her to go over, he also had the space attribute and could send Lu Qingzhu back. Then, Master Wu Xin released his spatial power and sent Lu Qingzhu to her previous position. Lin Xian was just about to walk forward when a light flashed beside him. Lu Qingzhu appeared there. The fuck? Lin Xian looked at her in confusion. Big sister, what are you doing? Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. What are you doing here? Me? I'm here to find out the truth of this place. I'm here for the sake of humanity. Nonsense. How could Lu Qingzhu not understand? It's true. Although Lin Xian was looking for the supreme glowing nether grass, if he had the ability, he would really eliminate the danger here, because he would be leaving in the future. There were only 2 months left. If he could do something, he would definitely do it. Lu Qingzhu didn't believe it. This was definitely not Lin Xian's main purpose. No, what are you doing here? Are you here to drag me down? I'll send you back. Lin Xian was convinced. I can help you. Lu Qingzhu said. You can help me? Stop fooling around. Your realm isn't as high as mine, and you don't have the space attribute. How can you help me? Lu Qingzhu bit her lip and said, I can help you anyway. Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself. I don't need you to protect me. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhu again. She wasn't the kind of woman who didn't know how to behave. Lin Xian also knew that she wouldn't ruin herself for the sake of some so-called friendship. The key was that she didn't want to drag him down, so Lu Qingzhu should really have the ability to do so. You don't have any problems, right? Well, I'm fine. I mean, you may have some kind of ability, but if you activate it, will it hurt you? Don't worry, I'm fine. I can do it alone. Lin Xian said. It's okay, don't worry. Lu Qingzhu said. Well, since you said so, I won't say anything. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two of them looked forward. Then can you tell me now, what are you doing here? Lu Qingzhu asked. I say, why are you asking so many questions? Lin Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhu. Don't you know that women are all gossips? Lin Xian said with a smile. But you're not an ordinary woman. But I'm also a woman. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. Little Qingzhu, you took the risk to come with me. Do you care about me? Can't bear to leave me? Do you like me? If you do, just say it. You don't have to hide it. Don't change the subject. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I'm here for Dongfang Shui. She's here? What are you thinking? Something happened to her. There are herbs here. Lu Qingzhu opened her mouth, but she didn't ask the question. Yes. She nodded. So you can go back. I really don't need your help. Don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. Lu Qingzhu said, I want to go in too, but I'm not going to help you. I want to see what's going on inside. I'm doing this from the perspective of a cultivator from Earth, and I have the ability to protect myself. Okay. Lin Xian didn't chat with Lu Qingzhu anymore, and the two of them walked in that direction. As they walked, the originally endless barren land suddenly became smaller, and they could only walk forward. As they walked, they found that there was only a passage as big as the ancient tomb. Then they walked to the end. Fuck! Lin Xian couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw the scene in front of him. The previous scene was already shocking enough. Even with so many terracotta soldiers, the scene in front of him was still so exaggerated. But what was different from before was that the previous place was in the open. This was a space so big that it was unimaginable, as if it was underground. In a huge space, there was no sky or stars above. It was an underground space hundreds of meters high. This space was so big that you couldn't see the end of it. This place was filled with terracotta soldiers. It was probably no less than the previous place. Lin Xian really felt that it would be a bit troublesome to deal with this, mainly because there were too many of them. How do we do it? Lu Qingzhu asked. In any case, following Lin Xian, she listened to everything Lin Xian said. Lin Xian gave her too much security. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit. Chapter 1625. Under the eye of cave spirit. All the spiritual power was coming from the depths. That was the position. It should be behind the army. That was probably Lin Xian's destination. Rumble. Just like before, the great army had all moved. Skip, let's not care about this. Lin Xian then released the power of space and estimated the distance. Then, the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they appeared at the rear of the army. A space in front of them came into view. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Lu Qingzhu's hand and walked in. Whoosh! In front of them was another shocking scene. What was going on here? This space did not look special. It was very big, about the size of a normal stadium. It was the kind of huge space where A-list celebrities held a concert and could seat 100,000 people. There was water below, but the water was not deep. It was probably only about a meter deep. They could see the bottom of the water. Obviously, this was a specially built pool. However, as for what it was used for, they did not know for the time being. Moreover, this was flowing water. It should be water from the river outside. This was not important. What was important was that there were hundreds and thousands of coffins in the water. These coffins were of different colors, sizes, and patterns, but they seemed to be arranged in a very orderly manner. Could it be that they're all the generals under King Zhou during the Shang dynasty? Lu Qingzhu guessed. I'm afraid so. They're all in there. Lin Xian also saw that there were a few coffin lids that were open. There were only a few, but Lin Xian counted 7. In addition to the 2 that had been killed earlier, there should be 5 more powerhouses here. But where were they? Is he hiding? Lin Xian became alert. What I'm curious about now is how they fell asleep. Why is there no time in their sleep? Lin Xian muttered to himself. Actually, this was a very important thing to know. What I'm more curious about is why those people chose to go into hibernation. They were not from the same dynasty, and there was even a gap of thousands of years between them. But in the end, they all chose to go into hibernation. Was it because they knew that someone else was doing it, so they chose to do it? Or did they know something? I'm afraid it's because they know something. Almost all of them woke up at this time, as if they had discussed it beforehand. However, it's impossible for them to all wake up at this time. Could it be that they all knew something and all of them woke up at this time? But why? Lin Xian frowned. This is also what those experts don't understand. King Zhou of the Shang dynasty is in deep slumber and is about to wake up at this time. King Qin is also in deep slumber and is about to wake up at this time. It's very strange. In contrast, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is extremely weak at this time. If they want to sleep, they should wake up at a time when the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is more abundant. Lu Qingzhu said, Yes, so there must be a very important reason that we don't know. How did they fall asleep? Why did they freeze time? In this era, what is the reason for them to all awaken at this time? Lin Xian was truly perplexed. Why do these people need to sleep? Lin Xian definitely knew one of the reasons. That was, even if their cultivation level reached the heavenly Tao realm, their lifespans were at most a few thousand years. Even if you were at the heavenly Tao realm, you would only have a lifespan of 5,000 years, right? There was no such thing as eternal life. The ones with longer lifespans were the Fae. If a Fae could reach the heavenly Tao realm, based on their bloodline, just like the void fox Linglong Shui, her lifespan could reach tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years. This was the difference between humans and Fae. However, this world could be said to be unfair, but it could be said to be fair. The Fae had a long lifespan, but it was even harder for them to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, Linglong Shui would take 1,000 years to cultivate to the heavenly Tao realm. The weaker ones would even take 10,000 years. As for humans, if they were more powerful, they could reach the heavenly Tao realm in a few decades. This also led to the fact that there were not many high-grade demon race experts. They were far inferior to humans. But what was interesting was that the combat strength of Fae with powerful bloodlines was several times that of humans at the same realm. Let's ignore this for now. This space was extremely suitable for the growth of the supreme nether fluorescent grass. Therefore, Lin Xian was certain that the supreme nether fluorescent grass was here. Indeed, Lin Xian looked up and saw a blue heaven and earth Fae swaying in the crevice of a wall 100 meters away. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Supreme nether fluorescent grass. Lu Qingzhu traced Lin Xian's gaze and looked over. Is that what you're looking for? Lin Xian nodded. Wait for me. Be careful. After saying that, Lin Xian released the power of space and directly appeared there. Because he hadn't reached the Empyrean realm, Lin Xian couldn't fly. However, Lin Xian was able to grab the wall on the other side. Law of creation. Lin Xian released the law of creation and created a force for his right hand. This force could defend against the supreme nether fluorescent grass's powerful impact. About a minute later, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and then a powerful force erupted there. Then, Lin Xian appeared beside Lu Qingzhu. Are you okay? Lin Xian shook his head, but his face was full of surprise. Supreme nether fluorescent grass, and it was a supreme nether fluorescent grass of sufficient quality. He had finally obtained it. His injuries were not serious. It was just that the supreme nether fluorescent grass was a very high-level heaven and earth fae after all. Generally, this kind of heaven and earth fae would be surrounded by powerful heaven and earth fae. If one wanted to pick this kind of heaven and earth fae, one would need to have great strength. And Lin Xian's domain realm was not enough. He released his strength to forcibly pick it, so naturally he would be injured. But it did not matter. With the law of creation, Lin Xian's injuries could still recover quickly. The most important thing was that he had obtained the supreme nether fluorescent grass. Lin Xian carefully placed the supreme nether fluorescent grass into his interspatial ring. Once it was picked, this kind of heaven and earth fae would lose its protective power. Of course, it still contained powerful heaven and earth fae. Then, Lin Xian consumed a pill and released the law of creation to heal his injuries. Lu Qingzhu was protecting Lin Xian. It was very dangerous because 7 of the coffins had been opened, and they had only encountered 2 people. There were still 5 more. It was possible that those people were watching them from the shadows, ready to take action at any moment. Lin Xian exhaled and stood up. That should be where King Zhou of Shang is. Lin Xian raised his hand and pointed at a huge golden coffin 100 meters in the air. Chapter 16:26. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him. In addition to the many coffins in the water, there were also coffins in the air. Looking up, there were also many coffins in the air. At first glance, the quality of the coffins was different. Gold, purple, blue, and the patterns on them were even more beautiful. There were many chains around these coffins in the air. At first glance, they looked quite scary. In the middle, there was a very noble golden coffin. At first glance, one would think that this should be the best one here. Therefore, under normal circumstances, this should be the one that King Zhou of Shang was sleeping in. Lu Qingzhu was also secretly shocked as she looked at the scene. This place, what should we do? Lu Qingzhu asked. In fact, she had a rough idea of what to do, but she didn't know the specific method. Lin Xian had a big heart, so she still had to rely on Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already gotten what he wanted. In fact, he could just slip away, but this place was too important. In addition, King Zhou of Shang was a tyrant. This was absolutely certain. In addition, they had stationed a large number of troops here. Lin Xian knew that if they really woke up, the consequences would definitely be harming Earth. When the time came for Lin Xian to leave, his women would definitely continue to stay on Earth. Therefore, Lin Xian would try his best to do as much as possible. Kill them directly. But what I'm worried about now is that they don't seem to have woken up. I'm worried that if we attack, they will wake up. I don't believe that they won't have any reaction even if they are killed in their sleep. Lin Xian. Then we can't attack, right? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Of course, this is just my guess. You said that you have a trump card. What is it? Tell me. Lu Qingzhu said, I have a spatial spiritual tool that can help me leave. In addition, Lu Qingzhu hesitated for a moment and said, there was a power sealed in my body when I was young. This was also what my parents told me after I almost died at Tao Tai's place. This power will give me the power of a 10-star heavenly venerable after I unseal it. Is it harmful? Lu Qingzhu shook her head. Not really. It's just that I might enter a weakened state for a few days. It can only be used once. It's for me to save my life. I think that with my ability, with the cultivation of a 10 stars heavenly venerable, I should be able to fight against a great void stage expert whose cultivation is not that high. Lu Qingzhu was still confident about this. She herself was very outstanding, but because she was by Lin Xian's side, she was overshadowed by Lin Xian's brilliance. Then forget it. Don't use it if you can. This is your life-saving item. Just watch me. Doesn't that mean I'm just a bystander? Lu Qingzhu said. So, who told you to come here? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Lu Qingzhu did not say anything. Why couldn't her realm be higher? But in this world, she was already enough. He only said that there might be some disasters in the future, so she had to reach a higher realm. Lin Xian muttered to himself as he made a plan. Let me see if there's anyone inside. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he released his destruction laws. He chose a coffin in front of him that was relatively close. With a burst of strength, the coffin exploded as a figure fell into the water. The man did not look like anything was wrong at first glance. His face was rosy and he was still breathing. But because he had fallen into the water, he woke up immediately. It was only because he had just woken up that he might not be able to move freely. He might even need some time to adjust to opening his eyes. After all, he had been asleep for thousands of years. How could it be normal to suddenly open his eyes? What Lin Xian was worried about had happened. Fuck, he really woke up. But, Shua, Lin Xian took out two swords. One was the Xian Yuan sword, and the other was Lin Mo's divine sword. With the two swords in hand, Lin Xian's strength increased exponentially. With a spatial leap, he flashed over. Before the figure could see what was in front of him, he was slain by Lin Xian in 2 strikes. Regardless of what realm you are at, you can't be at the Heavenly Tao realm, right? You can't be at the high levels of the Great Void realm, right? The sharpness of Lin Xian's 2 swords was entwined with flames of darkness. You didn't even release your spiritual energy and killed him casually. Lin Xian came to Lu Qingzhu's side. Do we have to do this one by one? Lin Xian said, from the looks of it, that's the only way. No, that's not important. Lin Xian looked at the coffins in the water. From the person he had just killed, he was likely at the early stages of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. He might not even be at the early stages of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. This was definitely because he had lost his cultivation realm due to his slumber. This was very normal. He might need some time to gradually recover his cultivation. In other words, there was no need for him to cultivate. He could slowly recover. Such a realm was not much of a threat. Lin Xian could not wipe them out today. When the time came, he could get others to wipe them out. If they woke up and escaped, they would not be able to cause any trouble in a great world like Earth. What was important was above. Lin Xian looked up. According to this person's situation, as long as Lin Xian acted quickly, even if it was King Zhou of Shang, Lin Xian felt that he could wipe him out. There was no other way. He could only be selfish. Whether or not they would turn over a new leaf, no matter what they thought, Lin Xian felt that wiping them out was the best choice. Lin Xian counted from above. There were a total of 48 coffins. Come! Bang! Lin Xian released the law of destruction and destroyed the one at the edge. The reason he did not directly destroy the one Lin Xian thought was King Zhou of Shang was because Lin Xian wanted to have a rough estimate of King Zhou of Shang's cultivation. From there, he could deduce what King Zhou of Shang's cultivation realm was. This way, Lin Xian could be prepared. One of the coffins exploded, and a figure fell out of it. Lin Xian leaped up and dashed toward the figure. Perhaps the person who was in deep sleep was confused, and then he died. It was easy. Lin Xian roughly sensed that he should have the defensive physique of a 10-star Heavenly Venerate or early-stage Great Void Realm cultivator. Even if it was the physique of an early-stage Great Void Realm cultivator, Lin Xian would not have much of a problem. With 2 divine swords in hand, Lin Xian could even fight a Great Void Realm cultivator for a while, not to mention that they had not even opened their eyes yet. So simple. Lu Qingzhu stood to the side, stunned. Wasn't it a little too simple? Lin Xian also felt that it was a little too simple. Or did he think that this place was too difficult? Then, Lin Xian locked onto the giant golden coffin. No matter how strong King Zhou of Shang was, he couldn't possibly have the Heavenly Tao, right? Chapter 16:27. Lin Xian believed that since King Zhou of Shang was able to claim the title of emperor at that time, he must have been the most powerful. If he died, there would be no leader. Even if there were still others, what could they do? Bang! Lin Xian released the law of creation. Then, a terrifying force rushed toward him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Not good. This should be an extremely strong defensive power. This defensive power should be able to destroy the person who attacked him. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the space attribute. He reacted quickly and released it. Then, he disappeared with Lu Qingzhu. After a short while, you stay here. Lin Xian said to Lu Qingzhu. No, I'm a 10-star heavenly venerable. I can help you. If you don't need me, I won't do it. If you need me, I'll help you. All right. Then, the two of them went back. A figure stood in the air. His body was surrounded by a black light. His eyes were closed. King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. That was Lin Xian's first reaction. The impact just now had turned the surroundings into a mess, but the coffins were fine. Lin Xian did not hesitate. He rushed over. Full power. King Zhou of the Shang dynasty slowly opened his eyes. Impudent. His eyes narrowed. However, he was very weak right now, because he had just woken up, or more accurately, because he had been woken up, he needed a period of rest. This was why they had created this place, to prevent future disturbances. In fact, he was already on the verge of waking up. His aura, Lin Xian sensed it, about 7 or 8 stars of the virtualized realm. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty was a piece of trash. Even when he opened his eyes, all he could see was darkness. His brain was not working. It felt like he'd been knocked unconscious and had just woken up, or even worse. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to have the power to kill him. Then he could kill him, and Lin Xian definitely had that power. Although his cultivation level was not high, with 2 swords in hand, he released the law of creation and condensed the dark fire into 2 swords. Whoosh! You're courting death. At this moment, a sword flew out of nowhere, bringing with it a surging aura. Spatial lock. Lin Xian released the power of space to seal the sword. Then, whoosh, King Zhou's head fell to the ground. Lin Xian followed. That was it. To be honest, it was a little too simple. So simple that Lin Xian wondered if this was King Zhou of the Shang dynasty or not. Could this be a smokescreen? Was this a trick to confuse? Was this trick to protect King Zhou of the Shang? Lu Qingzhu could not believe it. Died King Zhou died? Was this King Zhou of the Shang? Lin Xian frowned. Holy shit. Usually, whenever he did something, there would be trials and tribulations everywhere. Lin Xian was already used to doing things that were not so simple. No matter where he went, he felt that things were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. This had also formed a habit of being very careful. So now, Lin Xian felt that this was too simple. Is this King Zhou of the Shang dynasty? Lu Qingzhu could not believe it. I'm not sure either. Lin Xian shook his head. Or is it because I've been asleep for too long and have just woken up? But I did have the power to kill someone in the virtualized realm. After all, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty did not even release his defensive spiritual energy. Lin Xian said, "It was ridiculous." Ha! At that moment, a loud laugh sounded. Then, a black wind surged and rushed toward the sword in the air. A hand reached out from the black fog and grabbed the sword. Ha! The monarch sword. The monarch sword is in my hands just like that. Ha ha ha! Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu looked on warily. It was an old man. He did not look like a simple old man. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu. What a brat. You actually managed to break His Majesty's great array so easily and didn't die. You even managed to escape. So you have the spatial attribute. This old man is curious. How'd you break His Majesty's great array? The old man looked down at Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xian seemed to be sure that it was King Zhou of the Shang dynasty, and he was King Zhou's subordinate. How'd he break the formation? Lin Xian did not know, but there was clearly some power protecting King Zhou of the Shang dynasty in his brother's coffin. It was just that perhaps the law of destruction was too invincible. Lin Xian did not think about how to break it. Anyway, he just wanted to break the coffin. At that time, he had used up a lot of spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not think too much about it. He thought that since it was the coffin of King Zhou of Shang, it was normal for the law of destruction to consume more spiritual energy. So there was a magic array. But I have to thank you. I thought that I would continue to follow His Majesty, but now that His Majesty is dead, the monarch sword is in my hands. Ha ha ha. Since that is the case, I will let you live. Follow me. And if I don't? Lin Xian asked. No. Ha ha, then die. The old man's eyes narrowed. He was in a good mood. The first thing he did after waking up was to kill King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. As his subordinate, he had great ambitions. He said that he would follow King Zhou of the Shang dynasty, but he could not show his ambitions. He thought that if he could wake up early, kill King Zhou of the Shang dynasty, and take the monarch sword, the world would be his. But reality was not so good. King Zhou of the Shang dynasty's coffin was protected by a powerful formation. He could not do anything about it, nor could he take the monarch sword. He had already seen the people outside. Yuan Hong and Kong Xian were sent by him. He did not make a move because he wanted to kill King Zhou of Shang. However, he had awakened at the same time as Yuan Hong and Kong Xian. If they were together, he could not show it, so he could not make a move. He took advantage of the time when they were there to attack, but he could not do it. But this kid had done it. From today onwards, the world was his. Boy, since you have the space attribute, then you have some ability. Follow this old man. This old man is Grand Preceptor 1. No, from now on, I will be Emperor 1. Follow this old man, and you will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Wen Zhong laughed. Grand Tutor 1, Wen Zhong. Lu Qingzhu's pupil shrank. Wen Zhong? Who is that? Lin Xian did not know much about this. He is King Zhou's first general, the Grand Tutor of the Shang dynasty. He should be second only to King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. Lin Xian sensed that this old man's cultivation was at least at the 5 stars of the virtualized stage, and he had woken up, so it was difficult. Chapter 1628. To Wen Zhong, this kid had the space attribute, so he had the right to follow him. Moreover, he had never gone out before and did not know what the outside world was like. He might need someone to guide him, and from the looks of it, this kid was quite suitable. What should Lin Xian say now? He was not very afraid of a 5-star Great Void Stage cultivator. The gap between their realms was huge, but Lin Xian was also very strong. Especially with 2 swords in hand, Lin Xian's attributes increased by too much. Kid, do you still need to consider such a small matter? Grand Preceptor Wen looked at Lin Xian. He was quite grateful to this kid. He had actually killed King Zhou of Shang. This was simply an achievement for him. Therefore, this was also the reason why he gave Lin Xian a chance and did not kill him. I won't consider it. Lin Xian said. That's good. Follow me then. No. Lin Xian shook his head. I won't consider it. I won't follow you. Grand Preceptor Wen was stunned. Ha! Kid, are you kidding? At that time, you might be in existence second only to one person in the entire continent. What can you not have? You're telling me that you won't consider it. Do you want to die? Lin Xian nodded. That's true. I want to die, but I don't know if you have the ability to do so. Ha! Grand Preceptor Wen laughed loudly. All right, then I'll see what you're capable of. Whoosh! In the next instant, a black mist surged toward Lin Xian. Step back, Lin Xian said to Lu Qingzhu. I can help you. Lu Qingzhu said. She felt that she could erupt with a 10-star heavenly venerable cultivation, so facing a 5-star Great Void Stage cultivator was not too bad. There's no need. Lu Qingzhu was stunned. He was only a 2-star Grand Dominion. Facing a 5-star Great Void Stage cultivator. There was no need. It seemed like he could run away. Although Grand Preceptor Wen was powerful, Lin Xian had the space attribute, so he could run. Wasn't he going to run? Since Lin Xian had said so, Lu Qingzhu definitely wouldn't force her way through. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was low, she was really worried that she would cause trouble for him. Lin Xian held 2 swords in his hands and suddenly slashed at the black fog. Power erupted, and the black fog dispersed. Grand Preceptor Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. These 2 swords, he even had a feeling that these 2 swords were not any weaker than the monarch sword in his hands. This was too exaggerated. That was the sword of King Zhou of Shang. How could a young man's sword be a divine artifact? It's no wonder why you're so confident. However, Grand Dominion Realm cultivators are still Grand Dominion Realm cultivators. Even if you're 10 times stronger than you are now, you'll still die. Grand Preceptor Wen sneered. His eyes narrowed as he charged towards Lin Xian. Then I'm sorry. What I want to tell you is that if I were 10 times stronger than I am now, you wouldn't even have the right to be arrogant in front of me. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he released his domain, realm reducing domain, forcefully reducing the other party's cultivation by 3 stars, ignoring the realm. All right, Lin Xian's Grand Dominion realm could only reduce his cultivation by 2 stars. However, this reduction of 2 stars could be considered as weakening his strength by quite a bit. What? Grand Preceptor One felt it and was rather shocked. The gap was so big, but he could still reduce his own realm? Something, but unfortunately, the gap was too big. He did not take this brat seriously at all. Law of creation, power doubled. Divine rank martial technique, 10,000 lightning, heavenly prison. Sizzle, black lightning exploded. Lin Xian's strength was not weak at all. Law of creation, power doubled, and then the power of 10,000 evil lightning bolts and the support of a divine rank martial technique. All of these added together brought about an exaggerated strength. One had to know that all of these were crushing. Grand Preceptor One probably did not have a divine rank martial technique, right? Lin Xian's explosive strength alone had already reached the power of the Great Void stage, because there was also the support of 2 swords, the divine artifact Xianyuan's sword, and the sacred sword that he had obtained there. The main reason was that the power of these 2 swords had increased Lin Xian's strength by too much. Lu Qingzhu revealed a very shocked expression. How did he achieve the power of his Grand Dominion realm to the Great Void stage in an instant? Grand Preceptor One was also secretly shocked. As expected, you have some skills. These 2 swords, this old man wants them. In his opinion, the bigger reason was these 2 swords. In fact, this was indeed the case, but he had completely underestimated Lin Xian, or rather, he did not know how heaven-defying Lin Xian was. In this collision, Lin Xian did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Lu Qingzhu was secretly shocked when she saw this scene. This was too frightening, right? A Grand Dominion realm was able to fight against a Great Void stage. Was this not an exaggeration? As for Lin Xian, he was already used to it. You brat, this old man really can't imagine. Grand Preceptor One could not help but be shocked. In his era, heroes rose together and experts were as common as clouds. Under such circumstances, he could not imagine that anyone could achieve this. However, all of this was done by this brat. Could it be that this era was so terrifying? If this era had already reached the point where a brat could fight against a Great Void stage expert, then how could he unify this era? Brat, this old man really can't bear to kill you now. Tell me, what is this era like? Grand Preceptor One pointed the monarch sword at Lin Xian. Then before I answer this question, I wonder if you can tell me why you chose to sleep? Why did you awaken in this era? This was something that Lin Xian really wanted to know. In fact, if it was just them, then Lin Xian would not care. It was very normal and would just be a coincidence. However, other than them, Qin Shi Huang and many other existences chose to awaken in this era. They might be thousands of years apart, but they chose to awaken at the same time. Was this normal? This was not normal. Ha ha! If you follow this old man can consider telling you this secret. Oh, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. You mean if I don't follow you, you won't tell me? Of course. All right, then I don't want to know. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. His figure disappeared and reappeared behind Grand Preceptor One. The spatial attribute is indeed a very troublesome attribute. It's a pity that your strength is too weak. Even if you can unleash a power that is not inferior to a Great Void stage expert, that is not your own strength. How long can you last? Lin Xian's lips curled. Perhaps I could have lasted for a long time, but now, I don't think there is any need for you to live. So I won't. Let's end the battle here. A poisonous needle appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Chapter 16:29. The poison needle was Lin Xian's source of confidence. Where did the poison needle come from? Lin Xian had specially spent system points to exchange for it from the system. The effect was very simple. It was poison. It was a simple poison. However, the poison could even kill a heavenly Tao. As long as a heavenly Tao realm existence was poisoned, they would die. Of course, it was unlikely that a heavenly Tao realm expert with a higher star rank would die from the poison. It was also because of this that Lin Xian was very confident. Now, Lin Xian felt that it was a loss to use a poison needle that could kill a heavenly Tao realm expert to kill a great void realm expert. However, Lin Xian had to kill him. If he didn't kill him, Grand Preceptor was an extremely ambitious person. If he was allowed to leave this place and head to the outside world, he would definitely be a scourge. Since he was probably the strongest person present, Lin Xian would be at ease if he died. It was not a loss to use the poison needle. You wish to kill me with a mere poison needle? Grand Preceptor found it ridiculous as he released the might of the Great Void. He felt that no matter what, with the might of the Great Void and his powerful defensive strength, what threat could the poison needle pose to him? However, he had truly underestimated Lin Xian. No, perhaps he never expected such a thing to exist in this world. Perhaps it didn't exist in the first place, but it was something from the system. It was normal for others to be unable to understand it. Then, the poison needle easily corroded Grand Preceptor's powerful defensive strength before easily piercing into his body. When the poison needle corroded his defensive spiritual energy, he couldn't dodge it no matter how hard he tried. After being stabbed by the poison needle, Grand Preceptor plummeted from the sky and crashed to the ground. As for Lin Xian, he landed beside Lu Qingzhu. He's about to die, Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Lu Qingzhu, that can't be. Just watch carefully. Grand Preceptor stood there with a look of horror. You. He pointed at Lin Xian. How is it? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and knelt on the ground. How treacherous, how treacherous. Grand Preceptor gnashed his teeth. Treacherous? Then why didn't you choose to dodge? Why did you choose to meet force with force? Is there something wrong with you? Grand Preceptor exhaled. Brat, detoxify this old man. Detoxify you? Did you misunderstand something? I'll detoxify you. Cure this old man's poison, and this old man will give you a treasure. Quick! Grand Preceptor's expression was very bad. Then I'm really sorry, this poison. I really don't know how to cure it. You. Plop. Grand Preceptor fell to the ground. Quick! Detoxify. Detoxify this old man. Before Grand Preceptor could finish his words, his body turned into a pool of blood. Not to mention Lu Qingzhu. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Fuck! Was this poison really that strong? He had turned him into a puddle of blood in less than 10 seconds? How terrifying! Lu Qingzhu opened her small mouth. What kind of poison was this? How could it turn a virtualized realm expert into a puddle of blood in such a short time? It was normal if you could poison someone to death, but wasn't a little terrifying to turn someone into a puddle of blood? Phew! Lin Xian breathed a long sigh of relief. King Zhou of Shang was dead, and so was Grand Preceptor. The remaining people wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Should we kill these people? Lin Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhu. Can you? Damn, the strongest are dead, so how strong can the rest be? But if some of them are willing to adapt to this world and not do evil, wouldn't it be too cruel to kill them? Lin Xian said. But if one of them is unwilling, they can kill thousands of ordinary people with their strength. You're right. Lin Xian nodded, then began to work. After a long while, Lin Xian cleaned the area of blood. That's one less thing to worry about. Lu Qingzhu nodded. She really didn't think that everything would go so smoothly. In reality, everything had gone so smoothly because Lin Xian had easily resolved the most critical issue. As for everything else, it didn't seem to be a problem. Let's go. Lin Xian confirmed that there were no more problems here before leaving with Lu Qingzhu. This tomb of Emperor Xian should be fine. As for the rest, Lin Xian really couldn't do anything about Emperor Qin for now. Now, Dongfang Shui was more important. The two of them appeared outside, where the people outside were still waiting. Some of them had already left, and some of them were still meditating to control the poison. This poison wasn't weak, so it wouldn't take their lives. Those with weaker cultivation bases had to hurry back to their families to find something to neutralize the poison. Lin Xian? They faltered slightly at the sight of Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian nodded. Is everyone all right? Are you all right? Someone asked. Lin Xian smiled. If I wasn't all right, would I still be standing here? What's the situation inside? Zhang Jiuyang asked. King Zhou of Shang and Grand Preceptor when we're inside. Gasp. They all drew a collective sharp intake of breath. And then, Lin Xian, they're all dead. What? They looked at each other. Lin Xian, they were all in a deep slumber, and then I killed them. It was that easy. Then how are you so sure that King Zhou of Shang is inside? Lin Xian, Grand Preceptor when was waiting in the dark. He couldn't break the formation, so I broke it. When he saw that I killed King Zhou of Shang, he was very happy. He wanted to usurp the throne, but I killed him in the end. That's all. If you're interested, you can go in and take a look. There shouldn't be any danger inside, but I didn't ask why they all woke up at this time. When Lin Xian was slaughtering those who were in hibernation, he had released them a few times and questioned them. However, they couldn't say anything under the threat of death. They really didn't know. Perhaps those who knew were already dead. It was a pity, but it didn't matter because this was only one. There were others who would have a chance to ask. Those experts definitely needed to go in and confirm, but not now. After that, they left. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu also took a plane. Big sister, why are you following me? Lin Xian was helpless. I just want to go in and take a look. If it's not convenient, then I won't go. Look at you, you won't accept my advances, but you still want to follow me. You're making things very difficult for me, okay? Lu Qingzhu, she gave up. You're going to find Dongfang Shui, and you're still saying this? Don't you feel guilty? So are you going to accept me or not? They didn't leave. Chapter 16:30. Lu Qingzhu really had to hand it to Lin Xian. His skin was thick to a certain extent. He already had a girlfriend, and more than one, and he even came to flirt with her. That was one thing, but the main thing was that he spoke as if he was really serious and righteous. I don't agree, Lu Qingzhu said. If you don't agree, I'll continue to pester you. Lin Xian said, up to you. She rubbed her forehead helplessly, then looked out the window of the plane. Are we going directly to Dongfang Shui's place now? Lu Qingzhu asked. Lin Xian nodded, well, more or less. He had already contacted Dongfang Bai, and Dongfang Bai had prepared everything else. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. I also want to know what's going on with her these past few years. I'll leave later. Lu Qingzhu said. She knew that she would disturb Lin Xian there, but she and Dongfang Shui could be considered acquaintances. Back then, there weren't many people she regarded as opponents, and Dongfang Shui was one of them. In fact, she really wanted to know what was going on. Actually, it's nothing. Okay. Soon, they got off the plane, took a taxi, and went directly to Dongfang Bai's place. Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian, Dongfang Bai and Dongfang Shui's mother, Xiazhu, hurriedly came out to greet him. Uncle Dongfang, Auntie Xiazhu. Lin Xian shouted. Come in and sit. Qingzhu, you're here too. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Yes, I came back with Lin Xian, so I came to visit. Come in and sit together. In the living room, Xiazhu poured tea for them. Lin Xian, I've prepared everything else, but the supreme nether glowing grass. I really can't find it. Dongfang Bai handed Lin Xian a cigarette. Lin Xian, I've found the supreme nether glowing grass. What? Hearing this, Dongfang Bai revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Lin Xian didn't tell them about this operation, including the fact that Lin Xian had obtained the supreme nether glow grass. In their opinion, Lin Xian was here to check on their progress. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I specifically went out this time and obtained the supreme nether glow grass. After saying that, Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the supreme nether fluorescent grass that released a powerful heaven-earth spiritual energy appeared in Lin Xian's palm. They looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. This Lin Xian really gave them a big, big surprise. He used to be so weak, but now he was doing something that even he, the master of the Dongfang family, couldn't do. Great! That's great! Dongfang Bai was so excited that the hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. Then, Uncle Dongfang, take out the other things. I'll go directly to your back garden to refine the pill. After refining the pill, we can go find Dongfang Shui. Okay. Lin Xian was refining the pill in the back garden, and Lu Qingzhu and the others were watching from the side while chatting about something. After this incident, Lu Qingzhu more or less understood what was going on. To be honest, she really admired Dongfang Shui. She really, really admired her. In the past, she felt that those kinds of stories were so brave, but she only saw them in the news, novels, anime, and so on. She didn't think that it really existed in reality. And she was so noble, but she was willing. At the same time, she was also envious of Lin Xian. She was also envious of Dongfang Shui. For her, Lin Xian was willing to sacrifice his life. So it was really worth it. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell, and Lin Xian opened his eyes. His face was slightly pale because he had used too much spiritual power. But now, nothing else mattered. The most important thing was that he had successfully refined the pill. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Lin Xian, how is it? Xiazhu hurriedly asked. Lin Xian nodded. It's a success. Then, Lin Xian opened the pill refining furnace, and a medicinal fragrance and spiritual power of heaven and earth wafted out. Then, Lin Xian took out a pill from inside. This pill, is it enough? Xiazhu still felt a little incredulous. In fact, as a cultivator, she also knew this, but she just felt that her daughter had been like this for 3 years, and the entire world was helpless. Those Kunlun Mountain, the top forces, and those old monsters were all helpless. But now, such a young child had a way, and it was just a simple pill. She just felt that it was a little incredulous. Of course, she hoped that all of this was real. Lin Xian nodded. This pill is really all that's needed. Dongfang Shui was just poisoned, and everything will be fine once the poison is cured. If she were a normal person, it wouldn't be so simple, but she's not a normal person, and her cultivation base isn't low either, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Then does that mean that if we go over now and give her the pill, she'll wake up? Xiazhu asked excitedly. Lin Xian, pretty much, but it'll take a while, maybe a few hours, maybe a few days. After all, once the poison is cured, she'll still need some time to recover. Then, let's go over now. Lin Xian nodded. Let's go now. Lu Qingzhu, you guys go, I won't disturb you. I'll go back to the Lu family first. Lin Xian nodded. All right, take care. Lu Qingzhu definitely wasn't going to disturb them. She was just a little curious, and she basically knew everything now, so it wasn't a big deal. Besides, Dongfang Shui and Lin Xian might meet later. So what was she going to do there? This was a family matter, so wouldn't she be a wet blanket? She was quite happy for them. Lu Qingzhu left, and Lin Xian went with them to the place where Dongfang Shui was. Lin Xian went in, but Dongfang Bai and Xiazhu didn't. Father, you might be able to see Shui soon. Dongfang Bai looked at Dongfang Tiandao with excitement. Do you guys think he can really do it? Dongfang Tian asked worriedly. He really felt that it was a pity for his granddaughter, and he really wanted to hear her call him grandfather again, but right now, he wasn't worried about anything else. He was only worried that everyone's hopes would be for naught in the end. Why did he say that? After all, with Lin Xian's age and whatnot, he should be telling the truth. But what if he made a mistake in his judgment? For a young man like him, there was a high possibility that he would make a mistake in his judgment. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, but, to be honest, they were just worried. They felt like the greater their expectations, the greater their disappointment. Lin Xian gave Dongfang Shui the pill. Chapter 1631. Lin Xian looked at Dongfang Shui, then sat down beside her and held her hand. Lin Xian didn't know how long Dongfang Shui would take to wake up, but he knew that she would wake up sooner or later. To be honest, Lin Xian was still a little nervous, but he felt guilty. He didn't know what Lin Xian would do after Dongfang Shui woke up. Time slowly passed by. Lin Xian was still waiting outside. It was already dark outside, but Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu were still waiting outside. This was their daughter. Of course they cared about her. It was just that half a day had already passed, but they still didn't know what to do. Lin Xian was still sitting there. He had already talked a lot with Dongfang Shui, so he wasn't too worried. It was just a matter of time before she woke up. After all, Lin Xian had been lying here for so long, so he could understand. On the phone, Lin Xian was chatting with Mu Qingyao with his head down. It had been a long time since Lin Xian left the Mu family. After the battle at Kunlun Mountain, he hadn't returned until now. Mu Feifei had already said that Lin Xian was going to abandon her, which made Lin Xian feel very awkward. I'll say it again, I'm not abandoning you. I have something to do, so you're going to get beaten up? Lin Xian sent a voice message, then raised his head, and his body suddenly trembled. At this moment, Dongfang Shui, who was lying there, had turned her head. She didn't have any other reaction, and just stared at Lin Xian with her eyes wide open. Shui! Lin Xian hurriedly stood up, not knowing what to do or where to put his hands. Dongfang Shui just stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. What's wrong? Dongfang Shui reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Where are we? Is this heaven? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, it's heaven. Dongfang Shui sat up and looked at Lin Xian with her big, beautiful eyes. I've been looking for you for a long time. Lin Xian looked at her. I forgot. I can't really remember. Dongfang Shui shook her head lightly. Idiot. Lin Xian sat down beside her and wrapped his arms around her slender body. Dongfang Shui leaned into Lin Xian's embrace, and the two of them sat there in silence. You're the one, Dongfang Shui said in a quiet voice. Then I definitely can't compare to you. Dongfang Shui then looked up at Lin Xian. Why is your hand warm? Lin Xian, he couldn't help but smile. Of course, I'm a living person. Of course my hands are warm. You're also alive and well. That's why I said you're a fool. After a really long time, Lin Xian finally convinced Dongfang Shui that she was still alive. Lin Xian was also still alive. I feel like I've been dreaming for a long time. That's right, you've been dreaming for 3 years. Little idiot, why are you doing this? Lin Xian held her hand. If I were a little more mature, I definitely wouldn't have done this. Dongfang Shui teased with a smile. TCH. Lin Xian reached out and pinched her pink cheeks. Dongfang Shui closed her eyes and allowed Lin Xian to pinch her cheeks. What? Are you asking for a kiss? Lin Xian chuckled. She opened her eyes. In your dreams. Lin Xian ruffled her hair and hugged her again. Lin Xian, Then, where have you been these past 3 years? Me. Lin Xian looked into the distance. I went to a place very, very far away. That place is called the Heavenly Blue Planet. There was a person who was very similar to me, and I became him. Or rather, I became a new me. There were also humans and demon beasts there, and they were even more powerful than here. The demon beasts were devouring the human race, and the human race was fighting back. There were many interesting girls there. There was one who was very similar to you. She was gentle, but she was very cold to strangers. There was also another. Lin Xian told her about the Heavenly Blue Planet. Dongfang Shui listened in silence. You mean you transmigrated? Dongfang Shui was a little surprised. Do you believe me? I believe you. Lin Xian then continued. In the beginning, I didn't know how I was going to come back, but I came back by chance. I also discovered that there must be some kind of connection between Earth and the Heavenly Blue Planet. So, I wanted to find out more about this. Furthermore, Earth is already, Lin Xian told her many things. You've changed so much in the past 3 years. Dongfang Shui said softly. Yes, but you haven't changed at all. Lin Xian planted a kiss on her cheek. But you've changed. Huh? Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian and gently stroked Lin Xian's cheek. You've become perverted. You've become smooth-talking. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. She couldn't help but chuckle. But I don't think I've changed. Shui'er, there's something Dongfang Shui shook her head. I know, you don't have to say it. Huh? She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. I'm not blaming you. Lin Xian smiled. You scare me. All right, your parents and grandfather are waiting outside. Go and meet them first. We'll talk about the rest later. All right, my parents. Lin Xian stroked her cheek with a smile. Don't worry. I've already received your parents' approval with my super charisma. Dongfang Shui also smiled sweetly. Then, Lin Xian helped Dongfang Shui stand up. She was still not used to it. After lying down for so long, it wasn't that she couldn't walk. She just needed some time to get used to it. I don't know what's going on inside. Dongfang paced back and forth. He had been walking for a long, long time, but none of them went in. Dad, a voice sounded, and Dongfang Bai's body suddenly stopped. He abruptly turned around. Shui'er. Then, they hugged each other. Dongfang Bai, this big man, also shed tears. Lin Xian stood there and looked at this scene. Everything was fine. Lin Xian smiled. Finally, a huge rock in his heart was completely lifted. He was really grateful to this divine awakening door for bringing him to this place, for allowing him to return to Earth. Shui'er, my daughter. Xiaozhu hugged Dongfang Shui as tears streamed down her face. Beside her, Dongfang Tian was also secretly wiping away his tears. Your daughter is unfilial. I made you worry. Dongfang Shui had heard a lot from Lin Xian. She also knew how much pain her impulsive actions had brought to them. She also felt very guilty. Chapter 1632. Tears welled up in the eyes of Xia Zhu, Dongfang Bai, and Dongfang Tian. Surprise, excitement. It was truly indescribable. It's okay, it's okay. Just don't be so stupid in the future. It's our fault. It's all our fault. We definitely won't do it again. Xia Zhu hugged Dongfang Shui. Thank you, Mom. Dongfang Shui's eyes also reddened. Dongfang Bai turned around and wiped away his tears. Something that could make a grown man cry was truly rare, especially when he was the head of the Dongfang family. Lin Xian stood behind them and watched this scene with a smile. Come, let's go home. Okay. After that, they returned to the Dongfang family mansion. Of course, it was just their mansion. They finished dinner together and then sat in the living room and chatted for a long time. Dongfang Shui had also completely recovered. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Lin Xian, you can sleep here. Xia Zhu said to Lin Xian. In reality, she wanted to chat with her daughter for a while longer, but it was indeed getting late. I don't need to sleep so early. I still want to chat with Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. I've already slept long enough. Dongfang Shui said. Ha ha ha, sure. Dongfang Bai chuckled and tossed a cigarette to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a drag. Lin Xian, when are you going to think about it? Let's hurry up and have this wedding with Shui. Dongfang Bai said. Lin Xian faltered slightly. Dongfang Shui also sat there awkwardly. To be honest, she was a little uncomfortable. She had grown up in an extremely strict environment. Xiaozhu and Dongfang Bai were very strict with her. To be honest, she had never thought that these words would come from her father's mouth. Ahem, Uncle, what? You don't want to? Dongfang Bai asked. Lin Xian, I do, but Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, Dad, Lin Xian and I are still at an age where we're struggling. I want to talk about this later. Lin Xian said, Yes, sure. This still needs to cultivate well first. You're talking as if she can't cultivate after you get married, Dongfang Bai said as he took a puff of a cigarette. Lin Xian chuckled. Uncle, if you get married, you'll have to have a child. If you have a child, Shui will have to take care of a child. How is she going to cultivate? Dongfang Shui blushed slightly. I'll help you. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. All right, Dad, we're going to rest. Dongfang Shui hurriedly dragged Lin Xian away. She was a very sensible and virtuous girl, and she had a lot of considerations for others. Of course, she wanted to marry Lin Xian, but Lin Xian had hesitated just now. Regardless of what he was hesitating about, Dongfang Shui had to consider Lin Xian's well-being. Dongfang Bai didn't arrange a separate room for Lin Xian. Lin Xian understood and went straight to Dongfang Shui's room with her. Lin Xian had never entered this room before. To be more precise, Lin Xian had never entered the Dongfang family's room before. Of course, other than these 2 times. Dongfang Shui pushed open the door and looked at the furnishings in the room that were almost exactly the same as in her memories. Many memories flooded her mind. Your room is pretty much what I imagined it to be, Lin Xian said. It was a very simple room. It wasn't very beautiful, nor was it very pink. It was also very similar to her personality. Then, Lin Xian walked in and jumped onto the bed. Soft. Dongfang Shui walked in and touched many things in the room. Then, her gaze fell on a small jar in the corner of the table. Isn't this my gift to you? Lin Xian said. Yes, Dongfang Shui nodded. Lin Xian took a look. There were many things in the room that he could remember. There were many simple little things that he had given Dongfang Shui. There were small roly-polies, small dolls, wind chimes. There were probably only a few dozen yuan, but she accepted all of them very well. I'm going to take a shower. You can sit anywhere you want, Dongfang Shui said, and then hurried to the bathroom. She had been lying there for so long. Although she wasn't dirty, she just wanted to take a shower. Let's go together. Get up. Dongfang Shui blushed slightly and then hurriedly pushed Lin Xian away. All right, go take a shower. Lin Xian smiled. Okay. Lin Xian then sat on her bed and took out his phone. He hadn't replied to Mu Qingyao's message in a long time. He had to reply quickly. Little Qingyao, I'm back. It was getting late. Mu Qingyao was sitting on the bed, cultivating, when her phone rang. Then, she quickly stopped cultivating and took a look. What's the matter? Huh? Nothing. Did something happen to you? Mu Qingya asked. No, I'm fine now. I'm really sorry. I'll be back in a few days. Mu Qingya sent an okay. Then I'll go cultivate. All right. I won't disturb you. Kiss. Mu Qingya sent a rolling eyes emoji and then didn't reply. They didn't need to talk too much. The main thing was that Mu Qingya knew that Lin Xian was fine. She just needed to see Lin Xian reply to her. She didn't care what he was doing. Even if he was in her bed right now, it didn't matter. Dongfang Shui walked out in her pajamas and dried her hair. Go take a shower, she said to Lin Xian. Then give me a kiss. Go. Dongfang Shui pushed Lin Xian. Okay, I'll go take a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Xian walked out in his pajamas. Dongfang Shui was already sitting on the bed, but Xia Zhu was also in the room. Ahem, Annie. Lin Xian was immediately put in an awkward position. Xia Zhu glanced at him. I just came to give you 2 cups of milk. Rest early. Annie won't disturb you anymore. Saying this, Xia Zhu closed the door and walked out. What did your mom say? Lin Xian leaned over to Dongfang Shui and asked in confusion. Nothing. She just said some common things. Dongfang Shui was looking at some things on her phone. These were some of the more important things that had happened during her 3 years of hibernation. Lin Xian then snuggled into the bed, and she leaned into Lin Xian's arms. Do you blame me? Lin Xian asked. Dongfang Shui shook her head. Of course, she knew what Lin Xian was talking about. Her parents wanted them to get married as soon as possible, but Lin Xian was hesitating. Logically speaking, Lin Xian wouldn't refuse, but she knew that Lin Xian definitely had his reasons. Shui, actually, I already have other girls. Dongfang Shui reached out and covered Lin Xian's mouth with her hand. Tell me those stories again. Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Okay. Lin Xian then told her many stories about Sky Blue. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.